Hi again, everyone. Post 22 Baseball is on the air from Pierre. The Hardhats take on Pierre Post 8 in a Memorial Day doubleheader here at Hyde Stadium. It's sunny but a bit brisk. Windy day. The wind is blowing out towards center field at this present time. And those conditions will probably continue throughout the afternoon, although they expect maybe the wind to calm down a little bit in the next hour or two. Northwest at 20 miles an hour right now. Our temperature here in Pierre under partly cloudy skies is 65 degrees. With Mark Benetti, this is Tom Rudebush, and today, of course, is maybe not the same as any other post-22 day, as we remember Dave Plouffe, who for 47 years coached this post-22 program, brought a program that had just mild success to the level of being able to compete for a national championship almost every season. Dave passing away yesterday morning at the age of 80. Coached post-22 for 47 years, and I'm very proud that my association, I traveled with him for 37 of those 47 years, and certainly his legacy will not ever be forgotten. It'll be with us until long after I'm gone. And we certainly wish Patty and the family of Dave and his relatives and friends our sympathies. But we also celebrate what a great life. A man who enjoyed baseball, enjoyed every single day that he lived, did the best he could. And as his mother taught him, Dave always said his mother was his hero. And his mother always taught him that you are here on earth to always help others. Well done, Dave. You did that well.
Very somber day for the Post 22 organization, learning of his passing, especially yesterday. And the first game after something so pivotal like that is always tough. So I can only imagine the mindset of the Hard Hats down in the dugout there. But Tom, it's always talked about at the start of a season that you're playing for that ultimate goal. You're playing for that ultimate title, the national championship. Well, now this team has even more to play for. They have Dave to play for. They have his legacy. They have what he established and what he meant to this Hard Hats club, both past, present, and future. So there's definitely a lot more on the minds of the Hard Hats, I would say, today, but they can turn all of that into a positive. Now they have something even bigger than themselves to play for as the season continues moving forward, starting today.
And we hope to learn at some point this afternoon all of the arrangements for Dave's services. We'll pass those along to you when we find out exactly what they are. And, it's interesting. If you look at the post-22 team that's on the field now under Coach Mitch Messer, who's in his fifth year, not one of these players played for Coach Plouffe. We are just now into that cycle where his tenure as coach, the last player I believe that played under Coach Plouffe was Matt Vickers, who played his last season for Post-22 last year. So we'll remember Dave Plouffe throughout our broadcasts of our doubleheader this afternoon. We have a few highlights we'll talk about maybe briefly just to remember Dave and his great career, great legacy with Post 22. As far as the game, Mark, we have a Post 22 team that's won 5 in a row, but to say the least, their last 2 games haven't been overly impressive.
Absolutely correct. And you try to look for a common thread between both of those games. And to be quite honest with you, Tom, the only thing I could really think of is a point that you made on Friday night's broadcast against Post 320. It was just a clear lack of focus. The team, they weren't prepared to play because there was that window of, well, is the game going to be postponed? Is the game going to be canceled? Will it be scheduled at a later date? Are we going to start late? They just didn't know what to expect, I guess. And first inning looked like business as usual, a good 1-2-3 inning. Unfortunately, Post 320 returned the favor, but then you get to the second and there's 3 errors, and all of a sudden 5 runs are scored. And then you go through the rest of the game, and Post 22 couldn't execute with runners in scoring position. All of a sudden, you get to the bottom of the 8th inning, Post 22 is down by 3, and Post 320 says, hey, we haven't committed enough errors yet. And then all of a sudden, it's a gong show on their end on defense. And before you know it, a 5-2 Post 320 advantage turns into an 8-5 Post 22 lead, and then at the top of the ninth, that was almost squandered. And before you know it, you've got the tying run on third with 2 outs and a chance for Post 320 to either tie or take the lead. There was just a lack of focus on both sides of the field, and here's hoping that we don't see that today. And maybe the weekend, with this being Memorial Day and a good day trip to get 2 baseball games in against a good Pierre team, can put them back on track to focus. But to say the least, Friday night I'll echo my sentiments from that evening. It was interesting baseball, no doubt about it.
Memorial Day baseball at whatever level you're playing is always a great day. It's a great day to remember those who we have lost over the years for Memorial Day and all the. Memorial Day was originally called Decoration Day, and it was established for Civil War veterans all the way back in the Civil War era, but it was called Decoration Day because people were encouraged to decorate the graves. And I learned something yesterday that I did not realize about Memorial Day. Memorial Day was not established as a federal holiday until 1971. I mean, I would have thought late 1800s, early 1900s, maybe the 30s, but 1971, President Nixon signed the bill to create an official holiday for Memorial Day. And of course, we wish all of our veterans and all of our loved ones that we have lost over the years. This is when we take that day to set aside to remember them on Memorial Day.
Absolutely right. And what a better sport to pay homage to all of those people on than baseball. I mentioned on the broadcast a while back, and I think it was on the same topic of conversation, Tom, that baseball has been stopped 3 times because of global conflict and because of people in the United States putting their lives on the line to make sure that we could do everything that we do every day within freedom. And you look at a stoppage of Major League Baseball in World War I and World War II, then you had the 2-week postponement when 9/11 happened. So it just seems fitting that we celebrate this Memorial Day, you and I and our director Destin and the Post 22 Hardhats, by playing the American pastime and playing some baseball today, and in the state capitol to boot.
And I'm really looking forward to see how Post 22 responds. Post 22, as we said, 5 wins in a row and a season record of 12 wins and 2 losses, going against a Pierre team that played well in the state high school tournament, but they have yet to play a Legion game. So it's basically the same team, of course, but this will be actually their first Legion game of the season here this afternoon. And we haven't been in Pierre here for a few years, Mark, and they did just a magnificent stadium renovation. I remember 3-4 years ago when they started this process where they raised some money. The city of Pierre put in some money. They remodeled the press box, much to our delight. And they also did a very nice job with the seating here, putting in seats to the left of home plate, to the right of home plate, some chairback seats. They have grandstand that is covered behind home plate. Very nice looking ballpark, and congratulations for Pierre to getting that done, and certainly great facilities for us.
Yeah, this is fantastic. This has to be probably the nicest press box we've broadcast in all season outside of our own home confines at Floyd Fitzgerald Stadium. But I do want to point out, I love these renovations that you've talked about with these new seats. But how about the nice retro feel with the wooden fence in the outfield? That to me just looks awesome. And the first thing that pops into my mind is the Sandlot, because the Sandlot's outfield fence was the exact same way. So it's just a nice feel and adds to such a beautiful day. You were talking about earlier on our de facto meteorology report that this is just a gorgeous day. And I mean, what more can you ask for on a day like this outside of just good baseball for the next 2 games?
And as we prepare for our doubleheader here this afternoon, as I was just looking out at that Old Glory whipping out there straight out towards center field, that's going to be a factor in today's game. We're going to have to keep an eye on that wind. The outfielders are going to have to be very aware of it. They're going to have to reposition. You cannot play yourself in normal depth in today's game going into the game. So we'll watch the outfield defensive play. And if you look at this ballpark, too, there's a lot of room out in left center and right center field. So you hit a ball in the gap that gets through the outfielders, and you're going to be running for a long time. So I'm just excited. It's great to be here. This was a traditional doubleheader for Post 22 for decades. And then a few years ago, they didn't schedule it for a couple of years, and now we're back to this Memorial Day doubleheader. Pierre, Post 8, and the Rapid City Post 22 Hard Hats here at how much do I have to contribute to the?
I think that's $1 for that one.
and the Hard Hats and Pierre Post 8 here in this Memorial Day doubleheader. Mark and I, if some of you who have been listening over the course of the season know that having done the Hard Rocker broadcast for many years and having missed Post 22 for the last couple of years, Hard Hats, Hard Rockers, and I got to the point where Mark said that every time I say Hard Rock instead of Hard Hats, I have to put $1 into a jar, and that jar will be used at the end of the season for Destin and Mark to have this little party. And so I have $1 in my wallet. We get home, it's going to go into the jar in the press box, my first $1. And if I can hold myself to no more mistakes during the season, I don't know where you guys are going to go on a buck, but good luck.
Well, not only are we going to use it for a party, but I think at this rate I could start using it for a 401k retirement plan. So never know. This could really spice up as the season goes along. But we obviously have such a good time up here. It's just a nice way to have even more fun with what you and I get to do. So it's a fun time had by everybody involved. Well, that being said, let's go ahead and take a look at our starting lineups for today's first of 2 games in this doubleheader here in the state capitol. We will turn to the Post 22 Hard Hats lineup as they will bat in the top halves of the 7 innings we have in regulation in this doubleheader. Leading off for the Hard Hats is number 11, Walker Paz. He's defensively positioned out at second base. Batting second is number 13, Zach Solano. He's patrolling right field. Batting third is number 21, Timmy Paris. He is the backstopper for today's pitcher on the mound for the Hard Hats. And in the cleanup spot is number 23, Eric Petrie. He is the designated hitter for today's first of 2 games in this doubleheader. Batting fifth is number 22, Cooper Bowman, once again out at shortstop. Batting sixth is number 30, Jack Sorensen. He's positioned defensively at first base. Batting seventh is number 10, Riley McSherry. He's patrolling left field. Batting eighth is number 15, Carter Deming. He's in the hot corner at third base. And rounding out the batting order in the ninth spot is number 12, Connor King. He is patrolling center field. Earlier we mentioned the Hard Hats have a starting pitcher. That gentleman just so happens to be number 26, Holden Jackson. 8 2/3 innings of work under his belt. This will be his 6th appearance on the mound this season, but his first by virtue of a start. He does have 1 save in 1 opportunity earlier this season, 5 strikeouts to 5 walks, and a 3.23 ERA. It'll be interesting to see what Holden brings with this being his first start of the season. Obviously, we know what he's capable of as a pitcher. There's no doubt about that. There is, at least just from my perception up in the box, a different mindset that you have to bring to the game with regards to starting versus to relieving and different scenarios that you come in. So Holden Jackson has a clean slate of 7 innings to work with in front of him, as opposed to coming in to save a game or to hold a lead or to get a team out of a jam. Holden Jackson, again, the starting pitcher for the Hard Hats. He will go up against the offensive lineup of Pierre Post 8. They are the home side, and for both games in this doubleheader, they will bat in the bottom halves of the 7 innings we have in regulation. Leading off for Pierre is number 12, Connor Gerber. He is positioned out at shortstop. Batting second is number 11, Landon Badger. He is patrolling center field. Batting third is number 20, Spencer Saringer. He is the backstopper for Pierre Post 8. And in the cleanup spot is number 5, Mike Lusk. He's playing second base. Batting fifth is number 24, Joe King. He is the starting pitcher for Pierre. Batting sixth is number 23, Peyton Zabel. He is patrolling right field. Batting seventh is number 13, Brad Dean. He is out in left field. Batting eighth is number 25, Zach Rayburn. He is playing at first base. And rounding out the batting order in the ninth spot for Pierre is number 7, Garrett Stout. He is in the hot corner at third. And as we mentioned, Joe King is the starting pitcher for Pierre Post 8. And as Tom pointed out earlier, this is the first American Legion game for Pierre Post 8. They've obviously played earlier in their high school circuit, and they had a great showing in the high school state tournament. And now make that transition from the high school baseball season into the American Legion baseball season. And since I joined the Post 22 Hardhats organization, I found it interesting that was just such a clean transition. It wasn't a separate entity. As you all recall, Post 22 is its own entity in Rapid City. There's still high school baseball, but Post 22 only plays the American Legion programs and such, unless there happens to be a high school team out at a summer tournament that they'll play in. Other teams, it'll be the high school switches right into American Legion, and I always found that very interesting that in different places it was treated differently like that. So we have the announcements of our starting lineups by our public address announcer here at Hyde Stadium in Pierre. We've already announced our starting lineups, and it looks like, with that being said, we're going to leave all the pageantry for in between the doubleheader. So we'll have a performance of the national anthem later, and I believe there's going to be a moment of silence as well for the late Coach Plouffe. So I guess with that being said, Tom, it looks like you and I are ready to rock and roll, and we're going to get this baseball game started.
Well, and I just did receive the service information for Coach Plouffe. The funeral will be this coming Saturday at 10 a.m. at the Calvary Lutheran Church in Rapid City. 10 a.m., the funeral for Dave Plouffe at Calvary Lutheran, and there will be a visitation between 5 and 7 p.m. on Friday night at the Osheim Funeral Home, and I call it Osheim Catherine, and I believe they've changed the name a little bit, but Ozzie Osheim, everybody knows Ozzie, and they will have the a visitation 5 to 7 on Friday night at Osheim. Funeral again, 10 a.m. next Saturday, this coming Saturday at Calvary Lutheran. So here we go with Post 22 baseball. And leading off for Post 22 is Walker Paz, the second baseman. Walker, a left-handed batter, .385 so far on the young season. Here's the motion by Joe King, the right-hander, and his first pitch is in there for a strike over the inside corner. We are underway at 12:58 Central Time, and our temperature at 65 degrees at game time. And the one-strike pitch is a ball, and it's 1-1 to Walker Paz. Walker hasn't had a lot of at-bats so far. He's had 5 hits in 13 at-bats, 3 doubles, 4 RBIs. And the pitch is a ball, and it's 2-1. We're located to the first base side of home plate, and the pitch comes in high and outside, 3-1 on Walker. So we don't have the view that you'd normally get from behind home plate. 3 balls and a strike, the pitch on the way, and it's a ball high. And Paz draws a leadoff walk here in the first inning.
4th walk of the season here for Walker Paz. And Tom, as this season goes on, that total is only going to skyrocket. We talk about what makes Walker such a perfect leadoff hitter. He has the utmost patience of a saint in that batter's box. I think 2 years ago he had 51 walks in 68 games. So that total is only going to rise.
Here's Zach Solano, who has been a hot hitter. He's hitting .365 now on the season, right-handed batter. King out of the set with Paz at first. He delivers. And the pitch is high for a ball, and it's ball 1. Zach has 3 doubles, 2 triples. He's hit 4 home runs, 20 RBIs, trailing Timmy Paris by just 1. And he's on an 8-game hitting streak. Throw to first base, and Paz is back. In those 8 games that Zach has played and has that hitting streak, he's hitting .519 during the hitting streak. He's had 14 hits in 27 at-bats. So that's what we mean when we say he's a hot hitter. King out of the set. And his pitch. The runner goes. The pitch is high and inside and glances off of Solano. He's hit by a pitch. Runners at first and second for the Hardhats here in the top of the first inning. And it brings up Timmy Paris, the catcher.
I feel bad for Walker because he was going on that pitch, so he had to sprint to what was just a surefire trip 90 feet up the line.
I feel bad for Zach Solano. He got plunked by that pitch.
Oh, you wear a bucket for a reason, Tom.
Paris hitting .365. Timmy with 2 home runs, a team leading 21 RBIs. Here's the pitch. Swung on, lined out into center field, right at the center fielder who makes the catch. And there's 1 out. So Badger in center field, grabbing that line drive, first ball hitting, and Paris lines out to center. Here's Eric Petrie, another of the hot post-22 players. Eric also with an 8-game hitting streak, and he's raised his average to .455, which leads the team. 4 doubles, a triple, 4 homers, and 16 RBIs. Here's the pitch. Strike on the low outside corner. 0-1 on Petrie. Now, Eric, during his 8-game hitting streak, he's hit .500, 14 for 28. He's hit all 4 of his home runs also during this streak. Here's King out of the set, looks back at second. Now he steps off the rubber.
It's that fun game of cat and mouse you love so much.
Runners at first and second. Paz was walked to start the game, then Solano hit by a pitch. And another strike on Petrie. Hit the low outside corner, and the count is 0-2. And the pitch outside, 1-2 on Petrie.
Patience, obviously a big factor here for Eric in this at-bat. A man in scoring position, you don't want to force that second out, so protect and make King make the mistake on the mound.
And there goes the runners. The pitch is bouncing to the plate, and the runners will be safe on a double steal. Paz broke from second to third. Solano steals second. And post 22 now is runners at second and third with 1 out and a 2-2 count on Petrie. King's pitch. Strike 3 on the outside corner. So a big strikeout for King. And that'll bring up Cooper Bowman.
Well, the unfortunate part of that at-bat was every strike on Eric wasn't swung on. He saw all 3 strikes in that at-bat, so unfortunate that he couldn't make some contact, try and knock in one of the 2 runners in scoring position.
Cooper Bowman up, hitting .419, swings and hits a fly ball into right center field. Over goes Zabel. The right fielder grabs it in right center field for the 3rd out. So Bowman, first ball hitting, flies out. So post 22 gets the first 2 men on in the top half of the first inning, but leave them stranded. No runs, no hits, no Pierre errors. 2 men left on base for post 22. And we played the first half inning from the Anytime Auto Sales press box. And you're listening to Post 22 Baseball on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
With more than 300 pediatric experts in 35 specialty areas, Sanford Children's offers the care that matters to your family. At the Castle of Care, we are committed to bringing in the latest and most advanced technology and services to care for your children. And having the largest team of specialists in the region means your child can receive expert, individualized care close to home. At Sanford Children's, we promise to put your family first. To learn more, visit childrens.sanfordhealth.org.
Well, post 22, failing to score, although they had a couple of base runners in the top half of the first. And now for post 22, it's Holden Jackson taking the mound. Holden on the season has no wins or losses. He has recorded a save. 5 previous games, he's pitched 8 2/3 innings, allowed 10 hits, walked 5, and struck out 5. ERA of 3.23 for Holden Jackson.
Jackson, go ahead. Jackson's joined behind the plate by his battery mate and catcher, Tibby Paris. At first is Jack Sorensen. At second's Walker Paz. At shortstop, Scooper Ballman. In the hot corner at third for the Hard Hats is Carter Deming. Left to right in the outfield, Riley McSherry, Connor King, and Zach Solano.
So it's Holden Jackson. Like all the post-22 pitchers, Mark, we've seen Holden throw some good innings and then some innings he struggled.
That's why it's interesting to have that start for him, his first one of the season, as opposed to relief appearances. Different mindset.
He throws a pitch in there for a strike, and it's 0-1 to the leadoff hitter for Pierre, Connor Gerber. Again, no stats for Pierre. This is their first game of the season here, Legion play. And the pitch from Jackson. Fastball in there. Strike 2 called. Good to see Holden jump ahead 0-2. That's been one of the issues for post-22 pitching the last couple of games, is falling behind on the counts and not pitching from ahead. Swing and a foul tip. He's out. A fastball. Boy, Holden was like, I'm not fooling around. 3 pitches and a 3-pitch strikeout for Holden Jackson.
Well, to your point there, Tom, part of the reason why a lot of these post-22 pitchers have gotten behind so early is because they're not attacking. And what does Holden do? 3 fastballs and a big strikeout to start things off. He was in attack mode the whole way.
Left-handed batting center fielder Landon Badger up for the Pierre Post 8 team and takes a pitch down and in, the fastball for ball 1. Outfield pretty much straight away. Again, the wind is blowing out towards center field. Swing and a foul off to the left. And the count is 1 ball, 1 strike. We, much like the outfielders up here, we're going to have a high sky today. Ball gets up into the sky sometimes, and it's tough to follow. I guess maybe I should put my sunglasses on, Mark.
I've got mine on standby just in case.
1 ball and 1 strike on Badger, 1 out. Jackson's pitch swung on, and it is hit up in the air to left field. McSherry roaming to his left towards left center makes the catch for out number 2. 2 up and 2 down in the Pierre first. That'll bring up Spencer Seringer, the catcher. He's a right-handed batter. Here's the windup by Jackson, the pitch, and it's low and outside for ball 1.
Haven't seen too much pitch variety yet from Holden, and not that that's a bad thing right now. Again, he's in attack mode. He's been going almost straight fastballs, maybe a changeup here and there.
Here's the pitch. Off-speed breaking ball misses outside, and it's a 2-ball count on Seringer.
Well, right on cue, he throws his patented curveball, so there we go. I think we've seen pretty much the whole arsenal now.
2 balls on the Pierre catcher. Here's the pitch on the way. Fastball swung on and missed. 2 balls and a strike. Deming at third for post 22. He's in the starting lineup today. He's been playing some great defense when he's had a chance to play. Here's the pitch on the way. Swung on, chopped foul off to the left. And the count all even at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
This is a good, confident start so far from Holden. Granted, this is only the 3rd batter that he's faced. He's come in other relief opportunities. He's come in certain situations where he's had to get the Hard Hats out of a jam, and it looks like he's taking the start very well first couple batters up.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Into the windup goes Jackson, the pitch. Fastball high and inside, and it's a full count. Mike Lusk is the cleanup hitter for Pierre. He's on deck, their second baseman. 2 outs. Here's the payoff pitch to Seringer, and it's low and outside for ball 4. So the first walk of the game for Jackson. That brings up Mike Lusk, the second baseman. He's a right-handed batter. Jack Sorensen holding with Seringer at first base with 2 out. Swung on, a foul back by Lusk, and the count is 1 strike. Want to welcome our listeners, of course, on ESPN Radio here in Rapid City, but also the viewers who are watching via Hardhats-TV. Destin Human, our director. I think Destin is probably a person that has been able to operate so efficiently on so few hours of sleep. There's a bouncing ball hit towards the hole, and that's going to find it into left field for a base hit. A ground ball single through the hole by Lusk. Seringer stops at second. And Pierre has a 2-out opportunity here. And Joe King, the pitcher, coming up.
Now, this is something I would really like to see change from the Hardhats from their last 2 games. Getting that third out almost seemed impossible in some instances for the Hardhats, and that's why innings just dragged on, not even just by virtue of batters, but by minutes played. So you've got 2 outs. You've got to play it all 3 bags, get that third out, and get back to the sticks.
2 on and 2 out. King, the right-handed batter, steps in. Here's the set by Jackson. His pitch on the way, and a big breaking ball is in for a strike. Sorensen now playing a deep first behind Lusk. Here's the pitch, and that breaking ball is high, and the count is 1-1.
Should King be the final out, it's Sorensen, McSherry, and Deming due up for the Hardhats there in the top of the second.
No score. We're in the last half of the first inning here from Pierre. Here's the pitch. Fastball, strike, belt high on the outside edge. And the count goes to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Jackson trying to get out of this inning after retiring the first 2 men. Checks the runner at second, delivers, swung on, and bounced foul off to the left. Still a ball and 2 strikes. Post 22 occupying the third base dugout here in Hyde Stadium, which has been around a long time here in Pierre, but the recent renovation, they did a great job on that. I think Hyde Stadium was built in 1935. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here's the set by Holden. And the pitch. Breaking ball, another chopper foul off to the left. Well, Mark, here we go. 1 ball, 2 strikes. He's fought off a couple of pitches. Extending that pitch count for Holden here in the first inning.
And he's about to throw his 20th pitch.
Seringer leads from second, Lusk from first. 1-2 pitch. Swung on, a hard ground ball, foul. Again, outside the third base bag. King is tough here. It's still a ball and 2 strikes.
I do like the pitch selection from Holden because the timing of King's been a little off. He's when you think he's going to go fastball, he's behind a curveball. And then when you think he's going to go curveball, he's way ahead of a fastball. So obviously the pitch selection working very well for Holden, but he's got to get out of this battle.
There's a fastball just missed at the knees, just off the corner. Very close pitch, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
I think Holden really wanted that one, but he still does have a couple more that he can play with before he really gets in a jam with bases loaded potentially.
And the pitch. A ball inside. The home plate umpire flinched a bit, like he might call that a strike, and it's a full count. So with 2 outs, Seringer and Lusk will be running on the pitch. Here's the set by Jackson. The pitch on the way, swung on and lined to left field for a base hit. It's rolling down towards the corner. Seringer scores. Lusk is rounding third. He's coming home. Here's the relay to the plate, and it's not going to be made by Deming. It's a 2-run double on a ball hit down the left field line. A solid line drive for King. And Pierre Post 8 takes a 2-0 lead. All with 2 outs and nobody on.
Well, you have to credit King for the battle, no doubt about it. He put the Hard Hats in a very tough situation. Holden trying to put it in play, let his defense make the play. Unfortunately, didn't happen. A solid rip down the third base line, but now this is where the Hard Hats again focus on that third out and get out.
Here is Peyton Zabel, the right fielder, up, number 6 hitter, right-handed batter, and takes the fastball down low for ball 1. So a 2-out rally for Pierre here in the bottom of the first inning has put them in front 2-0. King leads from second. And the pitch is swung on and hit foul. Off to the right, Sorensen running over, and he can't get to the ball. Lands just in front of the first base Pierre dugout. 1 ball and 1 strike.
I don't think either he or Holden had a really good jump on that ball, and you'd have to figure, especially in Jack's scenario, because that's his ball the whole way. If he gets a better jump, the Hard Hats could be walking into the dugout right now. So that's a big second life for Zabel in the batter's box.
I think the high sky might have had something to do with that again. I'm having a little trouble picking up a ball, and of course my eyes are a lot older than Jack Sorensen's. Here's the pitch, and it's a strike on the low outside corner. Good pitch there by Jackson. He zeroed in on that low outside corner, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. And the pitch on the way. Swung on, rolled towards short. Fielded by Bowman. The throw on over to Sorensen for the out. So Zabel's out short to first, but Pierre comes up with a 2-out rally. They score 2 runs on 2 hits. No Rapid City errors and 1 left. And we've played 1 inning here from Hyde Stadium in Pierre. Post 8 leads the Rapid City Hard Hats by a score of 2-0 on ESPN Radio and from the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box.
Why do so many business people trust us? Well, we're pretty nice folks, of course, and we really know our stuff. Black Hills Insurance, a tradition of service since 1949.
With Mark Benetti, Tom Rudebush back here in Pierre. Again, we want to repeat what we have learned about the services for Coach Dave Plouffe. And the funeral will be this coming Saturday at 10 a.m. at the Calvary Lutheran Church in Rapid City. Visitation will be at Osheim's on Friday between 5 and 7 p.m. Jack Sorensen leading off for Post 22. Jack hitting .286 on the season. Joe King, he allowed the first 2 men on base in the first, but got out of the inning. And he delivers a strike on the outside corner. Sorensen, 4 hits and 14 at-bats. A double, a home run, and we all remember his home run, a grand slam. Knocked in 10 runs. And the pitch is low and outside and skips back to the screen. Riley McSherry on deck and Carter Deming to follow here in the top of the second with Pierre leading 2-0. Post 22 with a 5-game winning streak on the line here. And an off-speed breaking ball in for a strike. 1-2 now on Sorensen. Post 22, a .328 team batting average coming into the game today. And there's a pitch in the dirt. 2-2. They're averaging 10.4 runs per game through their first 14 games. 2-2 on Sorensen. Joe King into his windup, and here's his pitch. A ball outside. Didn't miss by much. And we have a full count on Jack. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Very surprised Jack didn't try to protect that one. I think it ultimately was a ball, but that was incredibly close.
3-2. Here's the payoff pitch. Swung on and lined out in the center for a solid hit. Sorensen has hit number 1 for Post 22 in the game. A leadoff single here in the second. And that brings up Riley McSherry. Riley on the season, hitting .240. He's got 6 hits and 25 at-bats. A double and 5 RBIs. Here's the set by King. Stout at third is up on the edge of the grass. In fact, he's a step or two in on the grass at third base. Here's the pitch. And McSherry bunts it foul down and off to the right for strike 1.
Well, obviously, Pierre is very cognizant of the fact that Riley can bunt for a hit. And even if he's trying to move Jack into scoring position, they're obviously well aware that Riley can drop the bunt here. It'll be interesting to see how he approaches now that Pierre has made that adjustment over at third.
One ball on McSherry. Should be 1 strike on McSherry, I should say. Here's the pitch, and it's a throw to first base instead. King worried about Jack Sorensen over there at first base. Jack is not a base-stealing threat in most situations. Doesn't have a big lead off at first. He had a leadoff single here in the second. The pitch on the way. McSherry looks at it outside for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike on Riley McSherry. One ball and 1 strike. Here's the throw to first base again, and Sorensen is back. Riley hitting 7th in the Post 22 order. King sets. He delivers. Ball is bunted back to the mound. King's going to field it. He'll make the play to first base. Riley bunted that ball just a little bit too hard, but he does get credit for a sacrifice. 1-3, pitcher to first on the putout. Sorensen to second with 1 out, and Carter Deming coming up, the Post 22 third baseman.
You mentioned earlier we were talking about Deming in the lineup, how much you were happy to see him get this chance to try and be the regular guy at third base again, given some developments defensively and offensively. Let's see what he does with this at-bat.
And the pitch is high for ball 1. Of course, Justin Kramer has come back, and Justin is just kind of getting into the swing of things. He's only played in 6 of the 14 Post 22 games. Carter's struggles have been at the plate. 125 so on the season. 1 triple and an RBI. And he looks at a strike over the outside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike. So Carter needs to get that hitting going. Because we know he can play good defense. Pitch is wide, a fastball down low, and it's 2 balls and a strike. You know, one of the reasons you look at Post 22's early season success, their power. They have collected 59 extra base hits through their first 14 games, compared to only 23 for their opponents. That's a huge edge. Here's the pitch. Swung on, a drive out into right field, down towards the foul line. It's going foul. A diving attempt by Zabel. It's out of his reach. 2-2 now on Carter Deming. And when you get specifically to look at that power, Post 22 as a team has hit 15 home runs this season, and their opponents have hit 2. So, I mean, that's an extraordinary difference in the power numbers for Post 22 compared to their opponents. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Deming. 1 out. Sorensen at second for Post 22 here in the top of the second. Pierre leading 2-0. King out of the set now. He delivers. Breaking ball swung on and missed. And the ball is dropped apparently, and the throw to first base, Deming is out. So that's the second strikeout for King. 2 down. And it brings up Connor King, the center fielder.
No relation, of course.
Connor hitting .318. He has 3 doubles and 10 RBIs. 2 out. Sorensen at second. Connor King at the plate. Here's the pitch on the way, and it's a ball outside.
It's a big moment for the Hardhats early. Last inning, they stranded 2 men in scoring position. They've got another chance with Jack Sorensen standing on second right now. Connor really needs a hit here for his club.
King ready. Sorensen with his lead from second. The pitch on the way, and it's up and away, and it's ball 2 on Connor King. 2 balls and no strikes. Here's the set again now by King. King throwing to King here in the top of the second. Now time is called. Connor steps out. We're ready for the 2-0 pitch here to Connor. And here it comes, and it's down low. 3-0. 3 balls, no strikes on King. Three balls, no strikes. Here's the set by Joe King. His pitch to Connor. Up and away for ball 4. So there's the second walk issued by King. And with 2 outs, Post 22 trailing by 2 runs here in the top of the second. Send Walker Paz up, the leadoff hitter. Walker drew a walk in the first inning. Stout in on the grass at third again. And the pitch is in for a strike, 0-1 on Paz. Rayburn playing a deep first in back of Connor King. Sorensen leads from second. 1 strike on Walker Paz. King's pitch. Swung on, and there is a ground ball into right field for a base hit. Sorensen will be held at third base. A ground ball just out of reach of Lusk, the second baseman. And Paz has a single. And it loads the bases with 2 outs for Zach Solano.
Well, if there's anybody you want up at the plate right now with bases loaded, 2 outs, and you're down 2-0, it's number 13. Like you mentioned, Tom, he's hitting over 500 on this 8-game hitting streak that he has right now. So here's a big moment for him to extend that to 9 games and get his team on the board.
Solano up. 20 RBIs on the season, 4 home runs, and takes a pitch down and away, a slow breaking ball. 1 ball and no strikes. Of course, you can say that about Zach. You could also say it about Timmy Paris on deck. Eric Petrie following him. Cooper Bowman following him. There's 4 hitters here that are very tough. There's a pitch high and outside. 2-0 on Solano. Zach's going to make Joe King throw him a strike. It's 2 balls and no strikes. There's no place to put Solano. The bases are loaded for post 22 here in the top of the second with 2 out. Down by 2 runs. Here's the pitch. Low and outside. It rolls away from the catcher, but not too far off to his left, and it's a 3-0 count.
Well, I'm sure Zach really wants to get a hit here, but I think he would nod and smile if he was given an RBI base on balls, if that's what happens in the next pitch.
I would make King throw some strikes here. He's walked 2 in the first couple of innings. He's hit a batter. Here's his 3-0 pitch. And that's in there for a strike. Zach was taking all the way. Now it's 3-1. Now he can still be selective. He doesn't want to chase a pitch here on 3-1. Here's the pitch by King. It's inside. It hits Solano for the second time. Except this time, he'll get an RBI. His 21st of the season, which ties him with Timmy Paris for the team lead. Sorensen comes across to score the first run of the game for post 22. Connor King goes to third. Walker paused to second.
Now batting the catcher, number 21, Timmy Paris, featuring on deck.
Timmy Paris hit the first pitch to him and lined out to center. In the first inning, hit the ball hard. So it's 2-1, Pierre leading now. Hardhats. Great chance here to take the lead. But they need a 2-out hit. King sets and delivers to Paris. Swung on, and there's a high fly ball into center field. Drifting back into his right a little bit is Badger, and he grabs it to retire the side. Timmy again went after the first pitch, and for the second time is retired by center fielder Badger for Pierre. Post 22, though, comes up with a run. 2 hits, no errors, 3 left. Post 22 is stranded 5. And we head to the bottom half of the second. You're listening to Post 22 Baseball. The Hardhats trail the Pierre Post 8 team 2-1. We're in the Anytime Auto Sales press box here on ESPN Radio, Rapid City. Pierre comes to bat here in the bottom half of the second inning. They are leading 2-1. Brad Dean will lead off, the left fielder for Pierre. The 7, 8, and 9 batters against Holden Jackson here in the second. Holden got the first 2 men out in the first inning, then gave up a walk, a single, and a double. The double by King knocking in a couple of runs. So here's Dean up, and the pitch to him. fastball over for a strike. One strike to count. Here's the pitch on the way. Swung on and popped up into foul territory. Jackson, the pitcher, is going to give way to first baseman Sorensen right in front of the Pierre dugout. And there's one down. So Dean fouls out to Jack Sorensen. Here's Zach Rayburn, the first baseman, coming up. Rayburn, a right-handed batter. Here's the pitch. And a fastball strike above the knees on the outside corner. No balls and a strike. And Holden misses down low in the dirt. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Going back to the last couple of batters, Tom, I really like how Holden's first pitch, 9 times out of 10, has been a fastball, and he's located it well for a first pitch strike. Fastball command has been pretty solid early on.
1 ball and 1 strike. Here's the pitch on the way, and it's a ball. Just missed the low outside corner. 2-1. Post 22's team ERA coming into the game is 3.46, but there is another stat that's rather telling. And when you're 12-2, of course, you're kind of nitpicking at things, but there's a foul. This stat, I think, is important. In fact, I talked with Mitch Messer about it on the way on our bus ride here to Pierre this morning. In the first 14 games, Post 22 pitchers have recorded 82 strikeouts against 60 bases on balls. That is not a good ratio of strikeouts to walks, and that's one area that Post 22 is really going to have to improve on. 2-2 pitch, roller towards third. Deming fields it on the edge of the grass, pumps it on over to Sorensen for the out. So 2 down. Rayburn retired third to first, and it brings up Garrett Stout, the third baseman.
Now, this is the same thing we ran into the last inning. The Hardhats retired the first 2. Unfortunately, allowed Pierre to go on a 2-out rally and eventually score 2 runs. Focus on the third out. If you're holding Jackson, attack at the plate, and if the ball is put in play, let your defense do their job.
Here's the pitch, and a fastball down low and inside, ball 1. Stout bats left-handed for Pierre, their number 9 batter, playing at third base. And Holden Jackson's pitch. Strike, letter high, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Two out, nobody on. Jackson looking for a 1-2-3 inning, and he misses outside. That's another thing we haven't seen a lot of this year. Post 22 pitchers hurling 1-2-3 innings. 2-1 pitch. Swing and a foul off to the left. 2-2 on Stout.
As a matter of fact, Tom, there's only 18 total 1-2-3 innings for the Hardhats this season on defense. And think how many games they've played already.
Well, 14 games, and that's probably close to 100 innings of baseball. That's interesting. Pitch is up high. And Holden has a full count now on Stout, 3-2. So can Holden get this last out here in the second? The pitch on the way, and he missed high. Boy, he wasn't close. He walks the number 9 hitter, Garrett Stout. Second walk given up by Holden, 2 down. And that brings up Connor Gerber, the leadoff hitter, the shortstop for Pierre. Boy, he came up to bat and saw 3 fastballs from Holden Jackson and struck out his first at bat. Sorensen holding with Stout with 2 out. And Jackson fouls one at the plate, rolls off to the left, 1 strike.
Looks like Jackson went with the changeup there against Gerber. It was a nice pitch selection because, like we mentioned, past couple of batters, he started off with that fastball for a first pitch strike. So changes up the speed, gets the foul tip.
One strike on Gerber. Now Jackson steps off the rubber. Gerber steps back into the batter's box. Holden out of the set. The 1 strike pitch, and he misses inside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Pierre 2, the Hardhats 1. Pierre bats here in the last half of the 2nd inning with a runner at first and 2 out. Here's the pitch. And a check swing roller off to the right of home plate. Gerber is claiming interference. I don't know how the base umpire would see that, but they're going to confer.
That would be a very interesting sequence of events if it was interference, and it looks like they're going to award him the base.
That's interesting because that's the home plate umpire's call, and if he doesn't see it, then that's too bad. You don't go and ask a base umpire 90 feet from the play if he thought the catcher interfered.
I think that's what Coach Messer might be arguing here right now. Well, that's an unfortunate turn of events for the Hardhats. That's another free base runner. You're still trying to get that 3rd out.
You know, you were talking the other day, oh wise one, that you don't see this very often.
Yeah, here we go, 2 games in a row we've got it.
So Landon Badger comes up, the center fielder, as they award first base to Gerber. It'll be an error on Timmy Paris. Stout goes to second. And here we are again. The first 2 men retired and now appear as runners at first and second. Badger flied out to McSherry over in left center field his first at bat. And the pitch is down low and inside. 1 ball and no strikes.
Keep in mind, Tom, that's 2 batters in a row that are not only on the base path, but both had 2 strikes in their count. So twice the Hardhats have been 1 pitch away from walking back to the dugout.
Here's the pitch. Big breaking ball, strike on the inside corner. 1-1 on Badger. He's the number 2 hitter for Pierre. Bats left-handed. 1 ball, 1 strike. Pitch on the way, low and inside. 2 balls and a strike. Two balls and 1 strike. And a foul back to the screen. I couldn't remember the name of Osheim Funeral Home. It's Osheim and Schmidt Funeral Home. And I apologize for that, but we did know that Ozzy was involved in it. So Osheim and Schmidt Funeral Home. Osheim and Schmidt. 5 to 7 on Friday night for the viewing of Dave Plouffe with the funeral at Calvary Lutheran Church on Saturday morning. There's a line drive, base hit in the right field for Landon Badger. Coming in to play at the plate and out. Oh, what a play. And out at home plate is Stout. Solano making the throw to the plate, and to be quite honest, I was surprised. I didn't think they had a chance to get Stout. But Zach Solano again has flashed some leather with his great arm also. No runs, no hits. There was an error, 2 men left on base, and the score remains 2-1. Post 8 leading Rapid City Post 22. Here from Pierre, Hyde Stadium is the location on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
Great faces, great places. Wet paint? Yep. And around here, when great places need a little love, great faces band together. Each year, First Interstate Bank employees help local organizations put a fresh coat of paint on homes of those in need. A small gesture, perhaps, but one that puts smiles on faces and strengthens bonds in the places we serve. First Interstate Bank. It's you and I together.
Two innings in the books here at Hyde Stadium in Pierre. And it's Pierre Post 8 holding on to the 2-1 lead over the Post 22 Hardhats. Quick numbers across the board for Post 22 currently trailing and about to go back to the sticks here in the top of the third. It's 1 run on 2 hits with 1 blemish, and that was Timmy Paris of the catcher's interference back at the bottom of the second. For Pierre, it's 2 runs on 3 hits with no errors.
First pitch is a ball low and outside to Eric Petrie, who struck out. He was called out in the first inning. And the pitch on the way, and it misses outside. 1-1 on Eric. Cooper Bowman on deck. Jack Sorens in the follow, and Petrie takes a strike, and it's 2-1. And the pitch. Swung on, and a fly ball into right center field. Long run, and that ball is going to fall in the gap and roll towards the warning track, and Petrie will go into second base with a stand-up double. Eric's 5th double of this season. 3rd hit of the game for Post 22, and they have the tying run at second now with nobody out here in the top of the 3rd inning. And that base hit will extend Eric's hitting streak now to 9 games in a row. Here's Cooper Bowman, who flied out to right center his first time up. And the pitch is bunted foul in back of the plate for strike 1. Cooper trying to bunt for a base hit there. Cooper's hitting streak is at 11. He's got the team high in that category. And actually, he's hit in 13 of the 14 games Post 22 has played this season. 1 strike the count. Here's the pitch. And it's high for a ball. And it's 1-1.
Quickly back to Petrie's at bat. It was good that he swung, number 1, because when he struck out, all 3 strikes called against him were called strikes. He didn't swing at any of them. It was good to see him get that bat moving. Now he's in scoring position as the leadoff man and a great opportunity to tie the game up.
Here's the pitch. Check swing. Ball was just outside. 2-1 on Bowman. Breaking ball from King. Looked like a pretty good pitch. Didn't miss by much. Petrie off the bag at second. Here's the set by Joe King, the pitch. High and tight. 3-1 now on Bowman. Jack Sorensen on deck. King ready. 3-1 pitch. Swung on and popped up. Shallow left field. Out goes the shortstop Gerber to make the catch on the outfield grass. And there's one down here as Bowman is retired. And that'll bring up Jack Sorensen.
Shame that that was the sequence that put Bowman out. Considering it was a 3-1 count, he could have laid off if he wanted to, wait for a better one. Instead, it results in a pop out to short. Now you've got one man down.
And a strike call to Jack Sorensen, who singled to center and scored the Post 22 run in the second. We're in the top of the third. Pierre leading Post 22 2-1. Hardhats have Petrie at second and 1 out. Sorensen batting 6th in the order. The pitch on the way. Swung on a ground ball, hits toward the hole. Backhanded by the shortstop Gerber, and he can't make the play. Petrie, with the ball hit in front of him, had to hold at second base, so no chance for him to advance.
Left fielder Riley McSherry.
And we're waiting for a scoring play on that ball hit by Sorensen. Riley McSherry comes up with runners at first and second now. And he takes an off-speed pitch up high for ball 1. McSherry had a sacrifice bunt his first at bat. Looks like they've given a base hit to Sorensen. That would have been a tough play for Gerber. He went deep in the hole. He would have had to have set and made a long, accurate throw to get him. Pitch is outside, and McSherry now with a count of 2 balls. 4 hits now for post 22 in the game. Mitch Messer coaching at first base in this game for post 22. Nick Ewing on the trip today. Nicholas coaching over at third base. Here's the pitch. Swing and a foul back. Count to Riley McSherry. 2 balls and 1 strike. Carter Deming on deck. Petrie the runner at second. Sorensen the runner at first with 1 out. Outfield straightaway. Here's the pitch. Swing and a foul back again. 2 balls and 2 strikes now in McSherry.
It's all a matter of timing now for McSherry at the plate. His timing's been off the last 2 pitches. He was up ahead 2-0. All of a sudden, he gets a little late, a little behind. And now you're looking at a 2-2 count.
Pitcher dropped the ball standing on the mound, and that's going to be a balk. Boy, a fortunate turn there for post 22 as King was just standing on the mound and dropped the ball on the mound. So a balk allows Petrie to go to third, Sorensen to second, and now McSherry with a 2-2 count. Here's the pitch. High and inside, a breaking ball. We have a full count.
Now the key for McSherry here is to just get the ball out of the infield, because with 1 out, now the runner's graciously advanced by the balk. The sacrifice fly could tie this game up.
3-2 on McSherry. Here's the set by Joe King. The right-hander's pitch on the way. It's swung on and hit high in the air, shallow left field. The shortstop going out. Gerber on the outfield grass makes the catch for out number 2. So it'll be up to Carter Deming here with runners at second and third and 2 out. Carter struck out his first at bat.
Tough break there for Riley McSherry. A little more pop on that ball. We could have a completely different score on the board. Instead, it's a shallow fly ball to the left. Gerber's under it. Can of corn.
Pitch to Deming. Strike. No, I'm sorry. A ball off the outside corner. 1 ball and no strikes. Well, Carter's got a great chance here to make an impression in this game. Here's the pitch. And it hit him. An off-speed pitch, and Carter just stood in there and took the pitch and was hit by the pitch. Second hit batsman for King. And here we go with the bases loaded and 2 outs for Connor King, the center fielder. Connor walked in the second, came into the game hitting .318. He has 3 doubles and 10 RBIs. The pitch. Hit him! King is hit by a pitch. He gets an RBI. Petrie scores to tie the game 2-2 here in the 3rd inning. Sorensen to third, Deming to second, King is on at first. Both RBIs in the game for post 22 coming from hit batsmen. You don't see that too often. about as often as you see catcher's interference.
I was just going to say, now we're going to start seeing these games in a row now. Unbelievable.
Well,
But that's sacrifice. It's all it is. Just if you have to wear the pitch, you wear the pitch.
Walker paused, walked, and singled to right. Chance to put post 22 ahead here in the third inning. Here's the pitch. Up and away from King for ball one. One ball, no strikes. Here's on Walker. We've got a right-hander throwing down in the
Hardhats. All of their runs batted in would be on a base on balls and 2-hit batsmen. I probably would have laughed at you for just a few minutes. But that is the case here. And it comes down to, you look at the hit batsmen to get the RBIs. They're just wearing the pitches. It's sacrifice. They didn't move. They understand what's on the line. They want to get back on the scoreboard. They want to at least bring the score closer. In the earlier cases of Carter Deming and Connor King. But then Walker paused again. What did I tell you at the start of the game? Patience of a saint. He's going to skyrocket his walk count as the season goes on. That's now 2 walks in the game for him. One of them's knocked in a run. And all of a sudden, it's 3-2 post 22.
Zach Solano has been hit twice by pitches. 4 hit batsmen for King. Here's the pitch. Swung on and a high fly ball out into left center field. Over goes the center fielder Badger to make the catch. Well, post 22 does take the lead on 2 runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 3 more left on base. Post 22, there was 2 hits in the inning too. 2 runs on 2 hits in the inning. No errors and 3 left. Post 22 has stranded 8 men here in the first 3 innings. So we head to the bottom half of the third from the Anytime Auto Sales press box. The Hardhats 3, Pierre Post 8-2 on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
You don't have to try to hit a home run when you're hitting singles and doubles all day. Consistency wins games, and it's key to helping achieve your retirement goals. At Weitzel Financial Group, they believe they're there to help with your own ideals and goals. Head toward your field of dreams. Call Weitzel Financial Group for a consultation at 348-1152. Kurt Weitzel is a registered representative and investment advisor representative with and offers securities and advisory services through Commonwealth Financial Network member FINRA SIPC, a registered investment advisor. Weitzel Financial Group, 817 9th Street, Rapid City, South Dakota, 57701.
Post 22 has taken a 3-2 lead as we head to the last half of the third inning. Remembering Dave Plouffe, and one of my first memories was the very first year of broadcasting Post 22 baseball, when Dave led an effort to get the American Legion World Series that was played in Rapid City in 1975. Yakima, Washington was the national champion that year. Yakima is going to be in Rapid City for the Firecracker this year. Bobby Richardson was the banquet speaker for that World Series banquet from the New York Yankees. And that was the first big event that Post 22 had hosted in Legion baseball outside of a state tournament. But when the World Series came to Rapid, that really opened up the eyes of a lot of players. Spencer Seringer leads off, the catcher. Takes a ball, and Holden Jackson's next pitch swung on a ground ball up the middle, and that goes into center field for a base hit. Seringer walked and scored his first at bat. Sharp single to center. Third hit of the game for Pierre. And they have the leadoff man on.
I want to build up on that year, though, in 1975. Bobby Richardson, at that time, was actually the manager of my alma mater, the University of South Carolina Gamecocks baseball team, and actually brought them to their first ever College World Series national championship appearance, but they lost.
Here is Mike Lust, and he takes a pitch outside and low. And at that time, Mark, the World Series for American Legion Baseball was played over Labor Day weekend. So it was much later than it's played today. And, of course, Bobby had managed the College World Series, was still in Omaha in June of that year.
Back when Rosenblatt Stadium was the longtime host of the event, now it's TD Ameritrade Field.
Another throw to first by Holden Jackson. Seringer at first. Nobody out here in the last half of the third inning. Here's the pitch, and it's a ball down low. 2 balls and no strikes. Holden was saved last inning on Zach Solano's great throw from right field. Pitch is low, and it's 3-0.
Zach has a cannon out there in the outfield. That's why he's such an asset, whether he's playing center or right, where he's playing now. Just an absolute cannon. You want to try to go from third to home, and he's got the ball in his hand. Good luck.
Here's the pitch. Letter high fastball. 3-1 now on Mike Lusk. Lusk singled to left center. Scored the second pure run in the first inning. 3-2. The Hardhats lead here in the last half of the third. Here's the pitch. Low for ball 4. So Lusk walks. Mitch Messer is going to make a trip to the mound here. Joe King will be the hitter, the number 5 hitter. Mark, we talked about that 75 World Series, but I think, and I've said this in a couple of interviews I've done in the last couple of days, a lot of people think that the biggest thing ever to happen to post-22 baseball was in 1993 when they won the World Series, and it's hard to argue that. But I threw it out that I think the most important World Series for the Hardhats was 1977 when they won their first ever Central Plains Regional to advance to their first ever American Legion World Series, and that showed the players that they could compete at a national level. In post-22 went in 77, they went again in 79, 84, 93, 95, 96, 02, and 05. Pitch is a strike on the low outside corner to Joe King, who doubled down the left field line to drive in the 2 pure runs in the first inning. At the first World Series of 8 for post-22. Runners at first and second. The pitch on the way is hit on ground to third. Deming can't get it. Neither can Bowman. It goes into left field, and the bases will be loaded. Nobody out. Deming to his left, couldn't get to it. Bowman to his right, couldn't keep it in the infield. The ball trickled out to left field. And let's see what they've scored. I think they've scored that. An error on Carter Deming. So Peyton Zabel up, the right fielder. Right-handed batter. Jackson's pitch. Fastball misses outside. Ball 1. I'm going to stop talking about players and their strengths because Deming's played such great third base and commits the error there. Infield double play depth. It's back. Here's the pitch. High, ball 2. And it's 2-0.
And the corners, first and third, are right on the grass as well. They're trying to prevent that run from coming home because this is bases loaded and no outs. A very crucial moment in still the early stages of this game. There's still plenty of baseball left, but
Two balls and no strikes. Here's the pitch. And a breaking ball misses down low, and it's 3-0. Activity in the post-22 bullpen now as the right-hander starts throwing. Big pitch here for Holden Jackson. It's 3-0 on Zabel. The pitch is a fastball through for a strike.
My eyes aren't the greatest in the world, and you have the help of the binoculars over there, but I think that might be Colton Sherbinsky, 25.
Yes, it is. 3-1 now on Zabel with the bases loaded. Swing and a miss. A pitch up. And Zabel had a big cut. Couldn't make connections. That might have been ball 4. And it's a full count, 3-2.
I'd have to agree with that. That was a very high pitch.
So Jackson with a 3-2 count on Zabel. Here's the pitch. Fastball is swung on and fouled down the right field line. Holden wasn't screwing around there. He came in with a fastball. He wasn't going to try to finesse Zabel, and Zabel was still late on the fastball, so it's 3-2. Bases loaded. Last of the third. Nobody out. 3-2 Hardhats. Pitch on the way. Is swung on and lined into center field, and that's in for a base hit. Seringer scores, and that'll be it. They hold Lusk at third. King got to the ball quickly, but Zabel has an RBI single. 3-3 the score now here in the last of the third inning. That's 4 hits for Pierre in the game.
It's another mound visit. I think this could be the end of Holden Jackson's day here, Tom.
Well, they've got 5 hits up on the board for Pierre, but 2 Rapid City errors, so one of those is inaccurate, but we're going to have Colton Sherbinsky coming on to pitch for post 22. So Holden Jackson doesn't get anybody out here in the third inning. He gives up a couple of singles, a walk. There was an error. Here post 8 has tied the game here at 3-3.
Step aside for 2 seconds, and we'll be right back with everything you need to know about Colton Sherbinsky in just a few moments here on the official radio home of Post 22 Hardhats Baseball on ESPN Radio, Rapid City. Well, now it's Colton Sherbinsky on the mound here for the Post 22 Hardhats, taking over for Holden Jackson, who went 2+ innings, allowed 4 hits, 3 runs, all of which were earned. He had 1 strikeout. That only strikeout came on his first batter faced. He had 3 base on balls issued, all on 64 pitches. And now it's Colton Sherbinsky who comes out for his 3rd appearance on the season and his 2nd by virtue of relief. 4 innings and a third of work under his belt. He is 1-0 on the season. He has 5 strikeouts to 5 walks and a 4.84 ERA. And Tom, you got to hope that Colton Sherbinsky is coming in a very big jam. He's normally a starter. Again, this is only his 2nd relief appearance, but he's normally a starter. This is an interesting mindset to come in when you have still the whole inning to go, 3 outs to record, and every base around you is occupied.
Brad Dean, the left fielder, number 7 hitter for Pierre. He fouled out to Sorensen at first base back in the 2nd. So Colton Sherbinsky working out of his set. The right-hander's pitch, and that looked like a strike on the outside corner. 1 strike on Dean. Pierre 3. The Hardhats 3, but Pierre with a chance here in the last of the third to take the lead. Nobody out, and the bases are loaded. Here's the set. Again, the pitch on the way. Swung on and fouled back. That was a high breaking ball that Dean jumped at. And it was no balls and 2 strikes now. the one area where Post 22's pitching has really, I think, faltered. They haven't been able to get that swinging strikeout very often. And Colton, as he gets healthier, he's still not 100%, but he's close. He's one of those pitchers that is capable of throwing the ball by some hitters. Throws a fastball up and away. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Lusk at third, King at second, Zabel at first for Pierre. Here's the set and the pitch. Swung out a ground ball. Tough play for Bowman. He's going to throw to third. He got him. Nice play by Cooper. He went in the hole with his momentum taking him towards third base. Was able to flip the ball to Deming. And they forced out King at third base. However, Lusk scores to give Pierre a 4-3 lead. 6-5 on the force out. Dean gets an RBI. He's at first base. Zabel's at second with 1 out, but Pierre has 2 runs in here in the third and have retaken the lead now, 4-3. Zach Rayburn grounded out to third, his first at bat. Number 8 hitter. Fastball, strike on the outside corner. 0-1 the count.
Again, a great play by Cooper Bowman. Other shortstops would have panicked with what kind of decision they needed to make in that high pressure situation. Bowman, I think, still made the right call.
That pitch misses. Didn't miss by much, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
But good on Deming, though, on the move to settle that ball, because you know if he drops it, then the Hardhats are in a world of hurt right there.
1 ball, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Missed the low outside corner, a fastball, and it's 2-1. Two and 1 on Rayburn. Sherbinski out of the set. Colton's pitch. Fastball popped up between home and first base. Calling off is Jack Sorensen, and Jack makes the catch, and that's a good play by Sorensen. He was about halfway between home and first base, about 10 feet foul. Paris was going up the line for it. Sherbinski was running in from the mound, but Jack, that's his ball. And fortunately, he was playing even with the bag, so he really didn't have that far to come to catch the ball for the second out. So here's Garrett Stout, the third baseman, number 9 hitter. Left-handed batter walked his first at bat. And Sherbinski's pitch is low and inside for ball 1.
I like what I'm seeing defensively from Jack in this game. Almost 3 innings now played, but not often he's played at first. I'm really liking what I'm seeing right now.
1 ball, no strikes. Here's the pitch. Fastball in there for a strike, and it's 1-1. Good tailing fastball there by Sherbinski. Tailing away from the left-handed batting Stout. Zabel at second. Dean at first for Pierre. 2 outs. Last of the third inning. Here's the pitch. Fastball, strike 2 called. Belt high inside corner. 1-2 now on Stout. Pierre 4. Post 22, 3. Here's the pitch. Swing and a foul at the plate. No, he missed it, and he's tagged out. The ball was dropped by Paris, so it's a strikeout for Sherbinski. And Colton does a pretty good job to get Post 22 out of this inning. 2 runs, 2 hits, 1 error, and 2 men left on base. 3 complete innings of play here at Hyde Stadium in Pierre from the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box. Pierre Post 8 has a 4-3 lead over Rapid City Post 22. Here from ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
Trusted Choice Insurance agents are independent agents.
I pledge to be your guide, not only to insurance, but to insurance companies.
They don't actually work for any one insurance company.
And to use my independence to identify the coverage that's best for you.
This means they can customize policies from several companies in ways that other agents just can't. And they commit to that.
And I pledge.
In writing. Trusted Choice. You need an independent insurance agent.
Black Hills Insurance Agency, a tradition of service since 1949.
Just want to remind you before we go to the top of the fourth inning with Mark that the funeral for Coach Dave Plouffe will be on Saturday, this coming Saturday at 10 a.m. at the Calvary Lutheran Church, West Rapid City. And the visitation will be on Friday night from 5 until 7 p.m. at the Osheim Schmidt Funeral Home. 5 to 7, Friday at Osheim Schmidt Funeral Home for the viewing. Now, with a 4-3 Pierre lead, let's go over to Mark for the fourth inning.
Well, right off the hop, Pierre's already made a defensive substitution. Just a quick switch. Nothing too insane. Joe King has now moved from his position as starting pitcher to first base, and he is swapped out with Zach Rayburn, who now comes in. And as far as I'm aware, those are the only defensive substitutions that we have in this contest for the home side, Pierre Post State. Stats across the board, 3 frames in the books. For the Post 22 Hardhats who trail, it's 3 runs on 4 hits with 2 errors. And on the other side of things, for Pierre, it's 4 runs, 5 hits, no errors on defense. Top half of the fourth inning, Timmy Paris, Eric Petrie, Cooper Bowman. Quite the 3 gentlemen to lead off the frame. Paris looking for his first hit of this contest. He's flown out to center field twice, both on the first pitch that he's seen. He pops his first pitch again and pops out to third. So an unfortunate pop 5 in the scorebook. 3 at-bats in a row. Timmy Paris has attacked the first pitch all 3 times he's been retired. F8, F8, P5 in the scorebook. 1 up, 1 down will bring up Eric Petrie, who had a leadoff double in the top half of the third. The last time he was up, he came around to score the second of what are currently 3 Hard Hats runs. His first pitch he looks at is outside for ball 1. Petrie starts ahead. 1 for 2, a backwards K, that double, and a run scored for Eric Petrie. 1-0. That's up high and inside. 2 balls, no strikes to count. Cooper Bowman on deck. He's also looking for his first hit of the ballgame. An 11-game hitting streak on the line for the Hardhat shortstop. 2-0, swung on and missed. Now Petrie has a 2 balls and 1 strike count. 4-3, Pierre has the lead. Hardhats are trying to get back against their host. The 2-1 is a little too far inside. 3 balls and a strike now the count. Petrie's 1 pitch away from his second trip to the base path. 3-1 from Rayburn. Swung on and missed. And now the count goes full. Rayburn, full windup, deals a 3-2, swung on and fouled, and Petrie stays alive. Only 7 pitches for Rayburn. He's already retired 1. That was on the very first pitch he threw in relief. Petrie looking for his second hit. Payoff number 2 from Rayburn is low for ball 4. So Eric Petrie draws a 1-out walk. He trots down to first, and that's going to bring up Cooper Bowman with his 3rd chance of the ballgame to extend his hitting streak to 12 games. Last 2 times Bowman's been up, he flew out to right field on his first pitch back at the top of the first to end the inning. He had 2 men stranded in scoring position. The next time, he popped out to shortstop on a 3-1 pitch. Rayburn takes his time from the stretch. First pitch to Bowman, a called strike at his knees, and he starts behind 0-1. Cooper Bowman having one heck of a season for this Hardhats club. Came into the game batting .419, second best on the club among qualified hitters. 0-1 from Rayburn. That's a breaking pitch low and away. Bowman lays off, and the count evens up to a ball and a strike. Rayburn now pitching from the stretch. He is taking his time out there. Petrie not too big a lead at first. We do know that he is capable of stealing, though. One from Rayburn. Swung on and fouled. And Bowman is once again behind. Now the count's a ball and 2 strikes. That patience from Rayburn on the mound really messing with timing. It's a little more efficient, a little more quicker when he was pitching from the full windup. From the stretch, he has taken his time. Ball and 2 strikes now the count to Bowman. Petrie takes his lead on first, and the pitch is swung on, and that's hit foul. That'll go out of play. And the count holds at 1-2. Jack Sorensen's on deck. He has 2 hits, both of them singles. Both times he's come around to score. Jack Sorensen's had quite the day for himself, and we talked earlier about his stellar efforts on defense. What he's done for the Hardhats at first base. Rayburn again from the stretch. Ball and 2 strikes, still the count here to Bowman. And he deals. Low and away. Petrie goes to second. Throw is not going to get there in time. So it's a stolen base for Eric Petrie. 2 balls and 2 strikes now the count here for Bowman. And he has a man in scoring position to try and knock in to tie this ball game up. Every time Bowman's been up, he's had a runner in scoring position. Has failed to knock them in the last 2 times. Pitch from Rayburn. 2-2 is upstairs, and now the count goes full. Good patience from Cooper Bowman. I know he wants to extend that hitting streak, but if he's given a free pass 90 feet to his right, I think he'll take that as well. Petrie now leads off a second. Payoff pitch to Bowman. Swung on and just fought off. And the count will hold full. That was a pure protection swing from Bowman. Threw his hands out at it. Petrie still on second. Takes another lead. Rayburn gives him a quick look. And now a double take. Payoff number 2. Swung on, and that ball is drilled into center field. Underneath it is Badger. He'll make the catch. Petrie tags up. He is going to third, and the throw's not going to get there. So Cooper Bowman flies out to center, but he does succeed in advancing Eric Petrie to third. So now Jack Sorensen, who is 2 for 2 in this ball game, has a chance to get his first ribby of the ball game. And knock in Eric Petrie to possibly tie the game up. But as it stands, Pierre still has a 4-3 lead. So Sorensen 2 for 2 with 2 singles. First pitch from Rayburn. Swung on and fouled. And Sorensen starts behind 0-1. Should Sorensen perpetuate this inning, Riley McSherry's on deck, 0 for 1 with a sacrifice bunt and a pop out to short. Should Sorensen be the final out, we will go back to the top of the order for Pierre in the bottom half of the 4th. Rayburn's now going full windup. 0-1 to Sorensen. Swung on and missed. Sorensen got ahead of the breaking pitch. That was away. No balls, 2 strikes to count. Petrie is eagerly waiting an opportunity to trot down the line 90 feet to tie the game at 4. 0-2 from Rayburn. Skips in the dirt. Big block by Spencer Saringer, the catcher. And the count, now a ball and 2 strikes. That ball gets away from him. This is a tie ball game. Ball and 2 strikes the count. Rayburn looking for his first strikeout, and he gets it. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and that will do it. Sorensen chased another low breaking pitch, and that will end the top half of the 4th. So no runs, no hits, no defensive errors charged to Pierre. 1 man left on the base pass for the Hardhats, and he was in scoring position. Eric Petrie 90 feet away from home. 3.5 innings are in the books And the Hardhats still trail Pierre 4-3. They look to keep the score the same way as they go to the bottom half of the fourth. We'll be right back in 30 seconds here on the official radio home of Post 22 Hardhats Baseball here on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
Coke Zero goes with things like this. This. And this. Coke Zero tastes like this.
He shoots! He scores!
It sounds like this. It feels like this. So when the game is on, try it with this. Coke Zero. Real Coca-Cola taste. 0 calories, 0 sugar.
Three and a half frames are in the books. And Colton Trubinsky's back to the mound in relief for the Hardhats. Zach Rayburn came out for Pierre. Colton Trubinsky now comes out for Holden Jackson in his second inning of relief. Trubinsky already 1 inning under his belt. He ended the bottom half of the third with his first strikeout in relief. So he goes back to the top of the order. It's Connor Gerber. Gerber is 0 for 2. Strikeout reached on an error. First pitch he sees from Trubinsky is a high fastball outside. It's 1-0. Badger on deck. Saringer in the hole. 1-0 from Trubinsky. That's a called strike at his knees, and the count evens up to 1-1. Connor Gerber. Gerber struck out on 3 pitches in his very first at-bat. That was when Holden Jackson started off his start. Advanced on a catcher's interference the next time he was up. Looks at another fastball at his knees. A ball and 2 strikes. So Trubinsky going for 2 consecutive strikeouts. 1 to end a frame, 1 to start a frame. Full windup for Trubinsky. 1-2. Swung on, and it's chopped but foul. Third base side. And Gerber stays alive. Three and a half innings in the books. The Hardhats still trail 4-3 to Pierre. Looking to keep it that way. Colt Trubinsky looking for a second strikeout. Full windup, 1-2 to Gerber. Swung on, and that ball's hit foul and over our press box, and the count remains 1-2. Quick numbers across the board for the Hardhats. It's 3 runs on 4 hits with 2 errors. For Pierre Post State, it's 4 runs on 5 hits with no blemishes on defense. Here comes the 1-2 again. Swung on, and that ball is hit high in the air to shallow center. Underneath, it's Connor King, and he makes the catch. F8 in the scorebook for Connor Gerber. He's now 0 for 3. That's going to bring up Landon Badger with 1 up and 1 down for Pierre. Badger also 0 for 2. Flew out to left. Grounded into a fielder's choice. But the play ended the inning. It was 9-2 to get the play at the plate. First pitch to Badger. High and away. Fastball, and it's ball 1. Badger's the left-handed hitting center fielder for Pierre Post State. He's a name I recall from the last couple of years of covering the Hardhats. Quite a gifted athlete for this Pierre club. 1-0. Swung on, and that ball's hit high in the air. Foul territory. Does anyone have a play on it? Yes! All the way from left, it's Riley McSherry with a sliding catch. And that will retire Landon Badger. 2 up, 2 down. Here comes Spencer Saringer. Saringer is 1 for 1. He's walked, he has singled, and both times he's been on the base path, he's come around to touch home plate. A big play from Riley McSherry. Got a great beat on the ball and left. Full windup for Trubinsky. First pitch to Saringer is a called strike. At his belt, Saringer starts behind 0-1. Should he be the final out, the Hardhats will go to 7, 8, and 9. McSherry, Deming, and King in the order. 0-1 to Trubinsky is a breaking pitch inside, and that evens up the count at 1-1. Should Saringer somehow continue his 1,000 on-base percentage in this game, Mike Lusk is on deck. 1-1. Off speed, at his knees, strike 2. All in 2 strikes now, the count. Trubinsky looking for that second strikeout and the conclusion of the 4th inning. Full windup for Stravinsky. Next pitch is high, and the count evens up at deuces.
I don't know, Mark. You think we can get that 1-2-3 inning?
I'm hoping so. Eventually, the trend has to break, and the Hardhats have to get it. You would hope that that's right now. 2 balls, 2 strikes to count. Stravinsky aside, full windup, 2-2, just missed outside, and the count goes full.
What was it you cited earlier in the game? About 100 innings pitched by Post 22, and they've only had 18 1-2-3 innings?
Yep. Payoff pitch, swung on, and that ball is hit high in the air to right field. Underneath it is Zach Solano. He tracks, trots forward, makes the catch, and that is going to end the 4th inning. An F8, an F7, and an F9 in the scorebook retires the side. It's a 1-2-3 inning for the Hardhats, which means no runs, hits, errors, or anybody left on base. 4 innings in the books, and it's still Pierre in the driver's seat with a 4-3 lead. We'll be back with the top of the 5th and 7, 8, 9 in the Hardhats order here on the official radio home of Post 22 Hardhats Baseball here on ESPN Radio, Rapid City. Four frames have been played, and it's still Pierre in the lead with their 4 runs to the 3 of your Post 22 Hardhats. Mark Benetti and Tom Rudabush alongside you in the Anytime Auto Sales prep box. You're at Hyde Stadium in Pierre. Quick numbers across the board after 4 frames for the Hardhats who trail. It's 3 runs, 4 hits, and 2 errors. And for Pierre Post State, currently in the lead, it's 4 runs, 5 hits, and no errors. All day we've been remembering the life and Post 22 career of late coach Dave Floof. And Tom, I've got to ask, because this is always a very fond moment for anybody that's close to anyone in life. The very first memory you ever have of Coach Floof. Can you think back that far?
1975, we were on the World Series committee together that brought the World Series to Rapid City. There was a committee of about 24 people, I think, that was on the committee, and each of us had our responsibilities. Bob Laskowski, who was my mentor, and I lost Bob, who passed away last fall, and I were as kind of publicity and people for the tournament. And I met Dave then, 75, and that developed a 42-year friendship.
Unbelievable. First pitch to Riley McSherry from Zach Rayburn is up high for ball 1. 1-0 the count to McSherry. He's 0 for 1. He has a sacrifice bunt. He also popped out to short. Hardhats trail 4-3, looking to get back on the board here at the top of the 5th. 1-0, swung on and missed. Now the count evens up for McSherry at 1-1. It's McSherry, Deming, and King due up here in the top of the 5th. Full windup for Rayburn again, 1-1. Off-speed pitch, caught him at his knees. A ball and 2 strikes now the count. Here comes the 1-2 from Rayburn to McSherry. Swung on, and that ball is hit high in the air. Right back to short. Comes Gerber all the way out to the middle of the grass in the infield. And he makes the catch. So it's the second time McSherry has been retired by Gerber, the shortstop, on a pop-up. 1 up, 1 down will bring us to Carter Deming. Deming is 0 for 1. He struck out, and he was hit by a pitch. Full windup for Rayburn. First pitch comes to Deming. He shows bunt but pulls back, and it's high for ball 1. 1-0 the count here to Deming. He's just trying to get something started with a bunt hit, possibly. He has the wheels to do it. Here comes the 1-0 from Rayburn. Pitch misses low and away. 2 balls, no strikes to Deming. Full windup again for Rayburn, 2-0. High and inside, 3 balls, no strikes. And Carter Deming's a pitch away from a second free pass on the base path. Connor King is on deck. He's had 2 of those. 3-0 from Rayburn. Up high, ball 4. Carter Deming trots to first with 1 out. That now brings us to Connor King, who has a base on ball, stranded at third, an RBI hit by pitch, stranded at second. Still looking for his first hit of the ball game. 1 out here in the top of the 5th. The Hardhats trail 4-3. Deming takes his lead on first. Rayburn takes his time from the stretch. Here comes his first pitch. Runner goes. Deming got the jump. Throw to second is not in time. So it's a stolen base for Carter Deming. He is in scoring position now. Connor King has a 1-0 count, now a man in scoring position. It's the 4th stolen base in the game for the Hardhats. The double steal with Walker Paz, Zach Solano. Eric Petrie had a stolen base, and now Carter Deming has a stolen base. So now Deming takes his lead off a second. 1-0 is the count to King. Rayburn, a double take to second. Why not a third look? Here comes the 1-0. Swung on and fouled. And the count evens up to a ball and a strike. Connor King, we mentioned a while back, has a superb batting average with runners in scoring position. At one point this season, he was batting .750. 1-1. Lays off the high breaking pitch. And the count evens up to, rather extends to 2 balls and a strike. Deming again will take his lead off a second. Rayburn 2 looks. 2-1 is swung on, and that ball's hit high in the air to left. Underneath it is Brad Dean, and he makes the catch. So at F7 in the scorebook, 2 down. Deming still on second will bring us back to the top of the order to Walker Paz, who's 1 for 1 with a single and 2 walks, one of which he was awarded an RBI on with the bases loaded. Paz with runners in scoring position. Batting .333. Not too many opportunities in which he's had the opportunity to knock in a man on either second and third. We have a conference on the mound, so Pierre coach bringing in his infield, talking to his pitcher. In the meantime, Nick Ewing has some words of wisdom for Carter Deming on the base path, and Walker Paz is just going to wait.
Mark, this coming Sunday, that's the 4th of June, come join the fun at the ballpark for Black Hills Works Game Day at Post 22 on Sunday, June 4th at Fitzgerald Stadium. Game time is 3:30, but be sure to come early and cheer on the Special Olympics teams during the pregame lineups. All of the people supported by Black Hills Works and their service providers will receive free admission to the 3:30 p.m. game. That's next Sunday at Fitzgerald Stadium.
So now here comes Walker Paz with a chance to tie this game up, a man on second and 2 outs. First pitch from Rayburn. Swung on, and that ball's hit high in the air. Foul territory. Third base side, and the ball is caught by Garrett Stout, and that is going to end the top half of the 5th. No runs, no hits, no errors charged to Pierre. 1 man left on the base path. Another one in scoring position for the Hardhats. 4.5 innings in the books. Pierre still has the lead. It is 4-3. Colton Sherbinsky and company back to their respective defensive positions as we go to the bottom half of the 5th. Sherbinsky will face 4, 5, and 6 in the Pierre order after a 30-second recess. We're broadcasting from the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box here at Hyde Stadium in Pierre on ESPN Radio Rapid City, the official radio home of Post 22 Hardhats Baseball.
With more than 300 pediatric experts in 35 specialty areas, Sanford Children's offers the care that matters to your family. At the Castle of Care, we are committed to bringing in the latest and most advanced technology and services to care for your children. And having the largest team of specialists in the region means your child can receive expert, individualized care close to home. At Sanford Children's, we promise to put your family first. To learn more, visit childrens.sanfordhealth.org. With more than 300 pediatric experts in 30.
Well, 4.5 innings are in the books. And the Post 22 Hardhats still trail 4-3. Here's a couple of numbers for you here, Tom, to ponder about. In 4.5 innings, the Hardhats on offense have left 10 men on the base path, 8 of them in scoring position.
Wow.
And there have been 6 one-pitch outs recorded by the Pierre defense.
And Timmy Paris has half of those.
Exactly. An F8, an F8, and a pop 5. Very unfortunate. Stravinsky's back on the mound for the Hardhats. Throws the first pitch strike to Mike Lusk. Lusk, the cleanup hitter, starts off behind 0-1. 1 for 1 in the ball game. He has a single, a base on balls. Both times he's come around to score. 0-1 from Stravinsky. Off-speed pitch swung on and hit to second. Paz gets the stop. Throw to first to Sorensen is in time. 4-3 in the scorebook. 1 up, 1 down for the Hardhats, and Stravinsky has retired 6 batters in a row. That brings us to Joe King now playing first base. King started off as the pitcher for Pierre. He's 1 for 2, a 2-run RBI double, and he reached on an error. Looks at a first pitch in the dirt for ball 1.
Colton has really settled this game down as far as Post 22 goes. You know, he's throwing strikes. The defense looks a little bit more alert.
1-0. Swung on and missed. King with a heavy cut, and the count evens up and a ball and a strike. It's the veteran presence of Colton. He just brings that calming presence because he's been in just about any situation you can think of. 1-1 from Colton. Curveball. Right at the belt. Ball and 2 strikes now the count. Well-placed pitch by Stravinsky. He's looking for his second punch out in relief. 1-2. Missed inside. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Got a chance to attend his graduation party yesterday, and 3 other of his classmates at St. Thomas More, they had it at Calvary Lutheran Church, and I hit it just perfect. They had a tremendous supper there. Little buffet that you could go through.
Next pitch, caught him looking. Strike 3 on a fastball outside corner. Second strikeout for Colton Stravinsky. 2 up, 2 down. Tom had to correct my math earlier. That's now 8 consecutive batters who's retired. Will bring us to Peyton Zabel.
Well, I did a double take on that, though, Mark, because that first batter he got retired was Dean on that force out at third.
First pitch from Stravinsky misses for ball 1 to Peyton Zabel.
And as you said, that's 8 in a row now, which is probably the best streak we've seen from a pitcher all season.
I'd have to agree with that. Here comes a 1-0 from Stravinsky. Swung on, and that ball is hit foul first base side. And the count evens up at a ball and a strike for Zabel. Should he be the final out for Pierre, not only will that be back-to-back 1-2-3 innings for the Hardhats, but it'll bring the Hardhats to 2, 3, and 4 in the order to Solano, Paris, and Petrie for the top half of the 6th. 4-3, Pierre has the lead. Hardhats trying to keep it that way. They have 2 outs, no one on the base path. Here comes the 1-1 to Zabel. Swung on, and that ball is hit weakly to first. Sorensen gets the stop, calls off Stravinsky, says, "Hey, bud, I've got this," and the 3 unassisted ends the 5th inning. Back-to-back 1-2-3 innings for the Hardhats on defense, which means no runs, hits, errors, or anybody left on base. 5 full innings in the books, and the Hardhats still trail 4-3. Back to the sticks with Zach Solano, Timmy Paris, and Eric Petrie when we come back in just a few moments. We're broadcasting from the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box here at Hyde Stadium in Pierre. Mark Benetti and Tom Rudabush here on ESPN Radio Rapid City, the official radio home of Post 22 Hardhats baseball.
Great faces, great places. Wet paint? Yep. And around here, when great places need a little love, great faces band together. Each year, First Interstate Bank employees help local organizations put a fresh coat of paint on homes of those in need. A small gesture, perhaps, but one that puts smiles on faces and strengthens bonds in the places we serve. First Interstate Bank. It's you and I together.
Well, it looks like we start off the sixth inning with some defensive substitutions for Pierre. The relief appearance of Zach Rayburn has come to an end, and actually his stint in Game 1 has come to an end, as Austin Haas now takes over for Pierre on the mound. Joe King still remains at first, and that is all she wrote. So Rayburn out of the ball game. Offensively, he was 0 for 2, a 5-3 ground out, and a pop out foul territory to first base. In relief, he went 2 innings, didn't allow a single run or a hit. He did strike out 1 and walked 2. So now Austin Haas gets to start off against Zach Solano, Timmy Paris, and Eric Petrie. And he swings and misses at his first pitch. Or strike 1. Solano on the game is 0 for 1 with a fly out to center. He's been hit by a pitch twice, one of them knocked in a run. Next pitch from Haas is a fastball, misses up high, and the count evens up at 1-1. One. Breaking pitch swung on, and that ball is hit foul. First base side and out of play, and the count goes to a ball and 2 strikes for Solano. So 1 ball, 2 strikes. Haas, his first batter in relief, deals a 1-2, and that pitch is low and away. Solano doesn't fall for it. 2-2 now the count. Solano, Paris, Petrie due up top of the 6th. The Hardhats are down 4-3. Next pitch is a breaking pitch, swung on and hit to third. Stops made by Stout. Throw to first is off track, and Solano is going to round and go all the way to second. So Solano is now going all the way for third, and he is out at third. Zach Solano a little too greedy there on the base path. Thought he had the opportunity to go for 3, and he is thrown out. What a very unfortunate circumstance. An E5 almost gave him 2 bases. He went for 3 and was thrown out. That's going to bring up Timmy Paris with no one on the base path and 1 out. And Tom, that could be costly. Timmy Paris could be looking at driving in the tying run, and instead he's got an empty base path.
Yeah, that's an out you don't want to make at third.
Timmy Paris' first pitch is swung on and hit to second. Stop made by Lusk, and the throw to first is in time.
And playing that game, if Solano holds at second, Timmy hits the ball to the right side, you have a man at third and 1 out.
Exactly right.
And I'm not sure whether Zach did that on his own or whether Nick Ewing, who was coaching at third in this game, waved him on. I couldn't tell. It looked like he was going all the way.
First pitch to Petrie is swung on, and that's hit into shallow right. Underneath it from second is Lusk, and he makes the catch. And that will retire the side. 1, 2, 3. Go the Hardhats. No runs. Hits. There was 1 error charged to Pierre. Nobody left on the base path. And at the end of 5.5 innings, Pierre still maintains their 4-3 lead with Austin Haas in relief. A 30-second recess, folks. We'll be right back with the bottom half of the 6th inning. Due up 7, 8, 9 for Pierre. We'll be right back here on the official radio home of Post 22 Hardhats Baseball here on ESPN Radio, Rapid City. Well, a couple of unfortunate sequences of events for the Hardhats have put them in quite a tough bind. They go to the bottom of the sixth. They're still trailing 4-3. The score remains unchanged from the bottom half of the third. We've had straight zeros hung up since the third frame of this game. But again, Tom, you and I were talking about it, how different that inning could have gone. Zach Solano, he reaches on the throwing error from third to first, takes second. You think he's got the two-bag error, tries to stretch it to three, gets thrown out. Timmy Paris grounds out to the right side of the infield. Could have advanced Solano had he stayed on second to third. Instead, you looked at 2 outs, and then Eric Petrie's retired on a pop out to second.
Well, when you look back at this game, if Post 22 can't rally and win, boy, the men left on base in the early innings is really going to be telling.
First pitch from Sherbinski to start off the next inning. A swung on and hit high in the air, right field side. Solano on his horse dives, and he makes the catch. And he robs Brad Dean of what could have been an extra base hit.
And there was no indication whether that was a fair or foul ball because Zach landed right on the foul line as he made the catch down the line, and there wasn't really an indication by the first base umpire on that play, but a heck of a catch by Solano. Boy, he's throwing a runner out at the plate and made a diving catch.
Now here comes Austin Haas, and the first pitch he sees is high and inside for ball one. Haas takes his first at-bat of the game. Comes in for Zach Rayburn and went 0 for 2. Haas now the relief pitcher, and his 1-0 is quickly 2-0 on another high fastball from Sherbinski. Garrett Stout, the left-handed hitting third baseman, on deck. 0 for 1 with a walk and a strikeout. 2-0. That's a fastball at the belt to Haas, and the count goes to 2 balls and a strike. Well, I guess that kind of made up for the base running error. Nice defensive play from Zach. 2-1. Low and away. 3 balls and a strike from Sherbinski to Haas. Bottom half of the sixth inning, the Hardhats trail 4-3. Looking to keep the score that way for one final push on offense. 3-1, low and away, ball 4. So Sherbinski walks. Austin Haas. 1 out, a man on first. The double play could end the inning. That's going to bring us to the left-handed hitting third baseman, Garrett Stout.
Well, that ends the string of 10 in a row retired by Colton. That 1-out walk.
Sherbinski looks into Paris for his sign. A quick peek over to first. Here comes the first pitch. Breaking pitch, right at the knees. Called strike. 0-1 the start to Garrett Stout. Again, 0 for 1. He walked, was thrown out at home, thanks to Zach Solano, and he struck out. He was the first of 2 Sherbinski has in relief. 0-1. Swung on, and that ball is hit to second. Paz gets the stop, gets the tag for 1. The throw to first in time. A 4-3 double play, and that will end the bottom half of the sixth inning. No runs, hits, errors, or anybody left on base. 6 frames in the books. The Hardhats have 3 outs to try and tie this ball game up as we go to the top half of the 7th. Tom's back in the driver's seat in just a few moments. We're broadcasting from the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box here at Hyde Stadium in Pierre on the official radio home of Post 22 Hardhats Baseball on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
Why do so many business people trust us? Well, we're pretty nice folks, of course, and we really know our stuff. Black Hills Insurance, a tradition of service since 1949.
We head to the 7th inning, and Post 22 is down by a run. It's 4-3 Pierre. Cooper Bowman, Jack Sorensen, Riley McSherry scheduled to hit for Post 22 here in the 7th inning. Post 22 has 3 runs, and they've collected only 4 hits, none since the 3rd inning. Nice relief job there by Sherbinski as Colton ended up strong getting that double play and threw shutout baseball in relief for Post 22. He worked 4 innings in relief, giving up no runs on no hits. He had a walk and a strikeout. 2 strikeouts, according to my unofficial totals. Here's Cooper Bowman, who has flied to right center, popped to short, flied to center. Cooper 0 for 3, and Austin Haas in relief delivers a strike. His second inning of relief, the third pitcher used by Pierre in the game. Cooper's hitting streak on the line here, 0 for 3. He hits a foul back to the screen, and it's no balls and 2 strikes. Cooper's 11-game hitting streak is on the line. Solano didn't have a hit, unless Post 22 can rally. His hitting streak is over. Petrie did have a double to extend his to 9, and Cooper hits a base hit to center field to start the top of the 7th. So Cooper extends his hitting streak to 12 games, but more importantly, puts the leadoff man on and the tying run on for Post 22.
Well, I guess from your mouth to his ears, you really wanted that hit streak to keep going at 12. You've been talking about it the whole at-bat, and there it is. A nice shot right into center field.
Here's Jack Sorensen up. Jack is 2 for 3. He's around the bunt. Stout rushing in from third base. Here's the pitch. Sorensen bunts at it and misses. 1 strike. Jack singled to center, scored in the second, had an infield hit to deep short in the third, struck out swinging in the fourth. 7th inning, the final inning here with Post 22 down by a run. Throw to first base, and the ball pops out in the mid of first baseman King. Cooper, of course, is a stolen base threat. If Post 22 can't get the bunt down, he has 12 stolen bases on the year in 12 attempts. Jack Sorensen. Here's the pitch. Sorensen takes it low. Cooper's going on this pitch, and he slides in safely with his 13th steal of the season. Little cat and mouse there for Mitch Messer as he showed bunt on the first pitch. Jack squared the bunt on the second pitch, bringing the infield into bunt defense, and Cooper took off with the pitch for a stolen base. And now Jack can swing away. Haas delivers. No, he's going to bunt again. Pushes it towards third. Nobody's going to field it. Picked up by Stout. Throw to first base. Not in time. He couldn't throw it. He couldn't pick it up cleanly. McSherry will be the batter.
What a sequence from Sorensen. Probably the most perfect placed bunt you could have drawn up on that. And he caught Garrett Stout essentially in no man's land by charging who's coming in. There was such a miscommunication with what was happening that Sorensen was going to be safe. Cooper Bowman had the jump. Stout didn't know, should I defend third? Is the ball going to come to me? Should I get it and get the out at first? And instead, it's still no outs. You've got men on the corners, and the Hardhats right now are in the driver's seat.
Base hit for Sorensen, hit number 6 for Post 22. Jack's third hit. He has 3 of the team's 6 hits. Umpire has to go out to break up the mound conversation, which included the entire infield. So Riley McSherry comes up to bat here in the top of the 7th. Pierre leading by a score of 4-3. McSherry has a sacrifice bunt. His last 2 at-bats, he's popped to the shortstop, Gerber. Right-handed batter, Haas ready. The set. Here's the pitch. It gets away from the catcher. Here comes Bowman to the plate. He will score the tying run. Sorensen goes to second. "4-4 the score. McSherry with a 1-ball count takes the pitch inside, 2-0.
Well, at least one thing is for certain in this game. We will be playing in the bottom half of the 7th inning.
Sorensen, the go-ahead run now at second base. McSherry waits the pitch. He bunts it foul back to the screen. Well, I told you a couple of games ago, Mark, that talking about Coach Dave Plouffe today, what Coach Plouffe told me over the years, the bunt is the best weapon in baseball. He says a lot of teams can't defend it. They don't practice defending it very much. And it's certainly proven in this inning. Breaking ball outside. Not that that's going to win or lose the game on that particular play, but it should certainly put Post 22 in much better position to win the game here or at least take the lead in the top of the seventh. Here's a ball that's rolled out in front of the plate. Picked up by Haas. He'll make the play, the first for the out. So McSherry sacrificing the second. To third, Sorensen. Riley's second bunt of the game. 2 down, or 1 out. Sorensen at third. And Carter Deming comes up.
The infield is now all on the grass. They are in to try and hold Sorensen at third. He is the go-ahead run. They want to protect home.
Haas delivers to Deming. Big breaking ball. Missed outside, may have been high. Deming struck out in the second, was hit by a pitch and scored in the third, walked in the fifth. Great chance for Carter to drive in the go-ahead run, but he takes a fastball high and it's 2-0. Connor King is on deck. 4-4 here in the top of the seventh as Post 22 is pushed across the tying run. The pitch, strike. Outside edge, belt high, and it's 2-1 on Deming.
It's a big moment here for Deming. You've been looking for him to try and get his bat moving. He has a glorious opportunity to do that and give the Hardhats the lead.
Swing and a foul tip into the mid of the catcher, and it's 2-2. Two balls and 2 strikes. The pitch. Curveball outside, and we have a full count.
That was a good pitch by Haas. Tried to get Carter to go for it. Even better patience by Carter to rest that bat on his shoulder and push a full count.
3-2 on Deming. Sorensen from third, the pitch. Swing and a foul back by Carter. A fastball, he peeled it back, and it's still 3-2. Sunshine over Hyde Stadium this afternoon on Memorial Day, the first of our 2 games here. Here's the set by Haas. The payoff to Deming. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. So 2 down. First strikeout for Haas. And here's Connor King, the center fielder. Connor walked in the second. Was hit by a pitch with the bases loaded in the third. Got an RBI. Flied to left in the 5th inning. 2 outs. The pitch. Swung on a drive to left field, but there is Dean. He has it for the 3rd out. Same place Connor hit the ball to in the 5th inning. He lines out to Dean to retire the side. So Post 22 scores a run on 2 hits in the inning, and they leave the go-ahead run at third base. We go to the bottom of the 7th. Post 22, the Hardhats 4, Pierre Post 8-4. You're listening to Post 22 Baseball from the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box here on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
You don't have to try to hit a home run when you're hitting singles and doubles all day. Consistency wins games, and it's key to helping achieve your retirement goals. At Weitzel Financial Group, they believe they're there to help with your own ideals and goals. Head toward your field of dreams. Call Weitzel Financial Group for a consultation at 348-1152. Kurt Weitzel is a registered representative and investment advisor representative with and offers securities and advisory services through Commonwealth Financial Network member FINRA SIPC, a registered investment advisor. Weitzel Financial Group, 817 9th Street, Rapid City, South Dakota, 57701.
Post 22 pushes across the tying run in the top of the 7th, but they had a great chance to take the lead with a runner at third base and one out, but couldn't get that tying run. That go-ahead run home from third base.
That was unfortunate, Tom, because we've been talking this whole game about how many runners have been left in scoring position. And now for the Hardhats, it's 11 men left on base, and 9 of them have either been on second and third.
Colton Sherbinsky's pitched 4 innings in relief, and the first pitch is swung on and missed to Connor Gerber, the leadoff hitter for Pierre, their shortstop, who was struck out, reached on catcher's interference, and flied to center. 0 for 3. And I should say 0 for 2 officially. Strike, a breaking ball over. No balls and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Low and outside, 1-2. Pierre scored 2 runs in the first inning, led 2-0. Then they scored 2 in the third to retake the lead at 4-3. Breaking ball, strike 3 called on the outside edge. Third strikeout for Sherbinsky. In 4 1/3 innings now of relief. Boy, if Colton can start hurling innings like this, this will be a much needed boost to that post-22 pitching staff. Landon Badger, the center fielder, left-handed batter. And the pitch is a strike at the knees. Pierre with a total of 5 hits in the game, none since the third inning. Badger at a single is for his hit in the second, single to right. Here's the pitch, and it's high for a ball, and it's 2-0. The other 2 times up, he's flied to left. We have a pitcher throwing in the Pierre bullpen again. Another right-hander is warming up. There's a swing and a fly ball to left field. It's carrying fairly deep. McSherry's back, and he can't get it. It's off the fence. Rolling back towards the infield. Picked up by King, and holding at second is Badger with a double. That ball got up into that wind, which is blowing straight out towards center, left center. And Badger almost hit it out. It's a double for Badger. Hit number 6 for Pierre, and they have a runner at second base now with 1 out. And Spencer Seringer up, the catcher. The first hit given up by Sherbinsky.
That is a tough break, especially for McSherry. Looked the whole way out like he had a perfect track on the ball, and it just tailed off on him.
Seringer up, the right-handed batter, takes a pitch in the dirt, blocked nicely there by Timmy Paris. Seringer, the number 3 hitter for Pierre, walked and scored in the first inning. Singled to center and scored in the third. Flied to right in the fourth. He's 1 for 2 with 2 runs scored. And now here comes Mitch Messer out of the Rapid City third base dugout. He wants to meet with his infield to see what they're going to do defensively here. If they want to walk Seringer and pitch to Lusk, the runner at first wouldn't mean anything at all. If you walk him, and they're going to do that, they're going to walk Seringer to set up the double play possibility also. Second walk by Sherbinsky, but it is an intentional pass. Sets up runners at first and second now. Lusk, the cleanup hitter, has a single to left center and a run scored in the first. Walked and scored in the third. Grounded out to Paz at second base in the 5th inning.
Smart move by Coach Messer to just get that forced play out there and limit the number of complications that could arise.
Here's the pitch. And a breaking ball is in for a strike. No balls and 1 strike. The only thing that you can't have now in this situation is a base on balls. No balls and a strike. The pitch to Lusk. Swung on, line to left field. That is going to be caught by left fielder McSherry. Throw to second. Not in time. Getting back is Badger. Lusk hitting a line drive to left, and McSherry running in, grabbed it. Badger got about halfway to third when he looked and saw that it was going to be caught by McSherry, and he scooted back to second. So 2 outs, and here's Joe King.
Well, that's a big redemption play there from McSherry. Again, not that really the first hit was anything of his fault. He just mistimed the ball at the last second trying to chase it at the left field wall there. But good on him to come in and make a very close play at second defensively. Almost got the F7 4-double play.
Joe King doubled in 2 runs down the left field line in the first inning for Pierre. He's 1 for 3. Right-handed batter, Sherbinski's pitch. Fastball outside at the knees for ball 1. Four to 4 here in the bottom of the 7th. 2 outs. Pierre with runners at first and second. Badger at second represents the winning run, as King has a count of 1 ball. Started the game on the mound for Pierre, now at first base. Sherbinski from the set. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball in for a strike. Good-looking breaking ball from Sherbinski, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
Colton has such a command of his entire arsenal, and that's why when he is 100% healthy, he is going to be just dynamite for this pitching rotation. He will be a godsend.
1-1 the count on King. Off of second is Badger, and now Colton turns, but there was nobody at second to take a throw. Bowman was a few feet away from the base runner. He's trying to hold him as close as he can to second before the pitch is delivered. A couple of extra steps could mean a lot on a ball hit to the outfield. 1 ball, 1 strike on King. Sherbinski ready. Pitch on the way. Fastball swung on and missed. 1 ball and 2 strikes to count. Colton got that pitch up a little bit, but was able to throw it by King. 1 ball and 2 strikes now. Here's the set. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. So Sherbinski continues a tremendous relief job. No runs on 1 hit. No errors, 2 men left on base. Pierre has stranded 7. So we head to the 8th inning now. And Post 22 and Pierre tied 4-4. From the Anytime Auto Sales press box, you're listening to Post 22 Baseball on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
Coke Zero goes with things like this. This. And this. Coke Zero tastes like this.
He shoots! He scores!
It sounds like this. It feels like this. So when the game is on, try it with this. Coke Zero. Real Coca-Cola taste. 0 calories, 0 sugar.
Post 22 and Pierre tied at 4-4 here, as we will go extra innings in the capital city. Now, Mark, have you had a chance to gaze off to your left and see the Capitol Rotunda, the dome of the state capitol here in Pierre, South Dakota? Not Pierre, as you used to say in New York.
I think everybody else in the nation says it that way, unless you are a bordering state to South Dakota. I barely caught a glance of it as we had walked into the stadium. Must say I'm very impressed with what I've seen.
When we were driving into Pierre, and it was really kind of interesting to see you try to contain your excitement of being in the state capital of South Dakota, and I'm glad the way you held it together. And it's just just another life stepping stone for you to see another monument like this in this great country. Leading off for post 22 is Walker Paz here in the top of the 8th inning, takes a pitch down low. Walker has walked, singled to right, walked with the bases loaded in the third, and then fouled out to third base. And he looks at a strike over the inside corner from the new pitcher, Garrett Stout. 4th pitcher used by Pierre in the game. Stout came in from third base. Haas, the pitcher, moved from the mound to third base. And a fastball outside for a ball. And it's now a count of 2 balls and a strike. And Stout's pitch. Swung on, lined out to right field, and foul down the right field line. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And the 2-2 pitch. High and outside. So it's a full count on Walker. The leadoff hitter for post 22, Zach Solano, on deck. Zach's going to get a second chance here to extend his hitting streak. Pitch on the way. Walker grounds it foul off to the right. So the count's still 3-2. Pierce played a tough ball game today. They've gotten some good pitching. Here's the pitch on the way. Breaking ball, and Paz chops the foul off to the right. Still 3-2.
Paz got a little ahead of that pitch. Just a little ahead to cause the foul.
And ball 4 just inside. And Paz goes down to first base. So post 22 now has to go ahead and run on. The question now is, will Solano be asked to bunt?
That is a good question because Zach can hit. But at this point, it's not about stats. It's about getting that man into scoring position.
And the pitch is a ball. And they picked off Walker Paz from first base, and he is going to be tagged out at second base. Well, we won't have to worry about whether Zach's going to bunt here or not. So post 22 with a base running mistake.
I think that's officially scored 2-3-6. I could be wrong on that. I think it's 2-3-6.
Here's the pitch to Solano, and he misses inside. Oh, I'm sorry. It was a called strike. And it's 1-1. 1 out now, nobody on. Here's the pitch. And a breaking ball misses inside. Zach has been hit by a pitch twice, once with the bases loaded in the second. Flied to center in the third, reached on an error in the 6th inning. We're in the top of the 8th. Extra innings. Swinging a foul back. 2-2 on Solano. Timmy Paris on deck. We haven't really had a lot of fly balls that have gotten up into that wind today. Maybe just 2 I can remember. One was the double for Pierre. There's a line drive and one hop scooped up by the shortstop Gerber, and his throw is low and safe at first base is Solano. It should be an error on the shortstop. And it is. Second error of the game for Pierre. Boy, post 22 is being given some opportunities here to take the lead. Timmy Paris is 0 for 4. 0 for 4. It's twice hit the center, popped to third, grounded out to second. Here's the pitch, and he takes it low and outside, ball 1.
Now, Tom, this is something to point out. This is the first at-bat all game for Timmy that he will see more than one pitch.
4 at-bats, and he hit the first pitch on his 4 at-bats. Here's the pitch. Low and outside. 2-0 now in Paris. Now Mitch Messer has some options here with Solano at first base. 1 out. Hit and run maybe on 2-0. Maybe a steal. Eric Petrie is on deck. Here's the set and the pitch. There he goes. The pitch is outside. The throw to second, not nearly in time. Backed up behind second by the shortstop Gerber. So Mitch Messer went with the stolen base attempt and gained second base with Solano on the steal. And for Zach, his 6th stolen base of the year. And the count now to Timmy Paris is 3-0. And the pitch. Low ball 4. So Paris walks, runners at first and second. Eric Petrie coming up. The designated hitter, the cleanup man. Petrie has struck out. Doubled to right center. Walked. Popped to second. He's 1 for 3. Already extended his hitting streak to 9 games in a row. Here's the set by Stout as pitch. Breaking ball in there for a strike. 0-1 on Eric.
Now, if you're Eric, you have the incredibly hard task of avoiding the double play with that man in scoring position. You have to at least advance the runners.
It's a ground ball. That's in the hole to left field. A base hit. That's going to score. Walker paused and put post 22 ahead. 5-4. Eric Petrie with a ground ball single in the hole to left field. I'm sorry, it scores Zach Solano from second, not Paz. And Paris stops at second. RBI for Petrie, his 17th of the season. And post 22 leading 5-4.
What a big hit for Eric Petrie. I'd say even bigger than his double earlier that allowed him to score earlier in this ball game. That was a monster hit. Here's hoping post 22 can keep this rally going. If not, it's 3 outs away from a big win.
Cooper Bowman pops the foul right back here, Mark, but you're protected. 1 strike.
I did hear the thud, though.
0-1 on Bowman, who has flied out twice, popped to short, and singled to center in the 7th inning to lead off the inning and scored the tying run. He hits a drive into right center field, and that's going to be in for extra bases. Rolling all the way towards the warning track, Paris will score. Petrie chugs into third base on a double by Cooper Bowman. Cooper's 5th double of the year. He has his 12th RBI. 8 hits for post 22, and they've taken now a lead of 6-4. Jack Sorensen up. Jack lines one to right field. Zabel going towards the corner, makes the catch, running down towards the right field corner, but it's going to be a sacrifice fly for Sorensen as Petrie comes in to score, and Bowman goes to third. 7-4 now, post 22 leading here in the top of the 8th inning.
Well, that escalated a little quickly. Before you know it, it's 4-4. You have the base running gap by Walker Paz. Before you know it, we're staring at a 3-run lead right now. I have no idea how that happened so fast.
Riley McSherry up, and he takes a fastball outside. McSherry is 0 for 2. He's popped out to short twice and had 2 sacrifice bunts. There's a wild pitch, and that's going to allow Bowman to come home and score. Ball kind of ricocheted back hard off the backstop, but still enough time for Cooper to score. And it's 8-4 Rapid City. Boy, this is kind of, you think back to that post 320 game on Friday night on post 320. Those last 6 outs were so hard for them to get, and they never could get them. Pierre couldn't get the 3 outs in the 7th. There's a foul bounced off to the left by McSherry.
Of course, that did mean after the crazy bottom of the 8th, we had an almost even crazier top of the 9th. So here's hoping that's not the case moving into the bottom half of this frame.
Pitch to McSherry. Swung on a fly ball down the right field line. It's twisting off into foul territory, and the first baseman giving chase. King can't get to it. Running with his back to the infield, and the count is 2 balls and 2 strikes. Pierre will have the 6, 7, and 8 hitters in the bottom half of the 8th inning. And Stout's pitch. High for a ball. And the pitch. Missed inside, and McSherry walks. Here's Carter Deming, the third baseman, coming up. Carter has struck out twice, been hit by a pitch and scored, and walked. He has a stolen base in the game. 0 for 2 officially with a run scored. Here's the pitch. And a strike on the outside corner. And a throw to first base, and they called him out. McSherry picked off of first. Mitch Messer can't believe it. And that retires post 22 in the 8th inning. But they break the tie with 4 runs on 2 hits, 1 big Pierre error, and nobody left on base. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning now, post 22, with a lead of 8-4 on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
Trusted Choice Insurance agents are independent agents.
I pledge to be your guide, not only to insurance, but to insurance companies.
They don't actually work for any one insurance company.
And to use my independence to identify the coverage that's best for you.
This means they can customize policies from several companies in ways that other agents just can't. And they commit to that.
And I pledge.
In writing. Trusted Choice. You need an independent insurance agent.
Black Hills Insurance Agency, a tradition of service since 1949.
The last half of the 8th inning. Don't forget, fans, we have a second game to follow. We'll probably take about a half hour between games to be back on the air with Game 2 of our doubleheader here. Memorial Day Baseball from Hyde Stadium in Pierre. The great people of Pierre, they're been coming here for, and here they've done a great job. And with the renovation and the nice job they did on renovating their ballpark here, boy, it's really a pleasure. And, of course, Mark and I have our selfish reasons that we love the new press box.
It's all that matters to us, right?
Here is Peyton Zabel up, and he swings and misses at Sherbinsky's first pitch. You can't say enough about Colton Sherbinsky. 5 innings of relief, 1 hit, no runs. But he's still got to get 3 outs here in the bottom of the 8th inning. 8-4 the Hardhats lead. Zabel is 1 for 3 with an RBI single to center in the 3rd inning. Takes a changeup, it looked like, for a strike, and it's 0-2.
Good pitch selection early from Sherbinsky. He goes with the off-speed or a breaking ball, then he goes with the changeup.
Zabel hitting 6th in the order. Takes a pitch low and outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. As we noted earlier, this is Pierre's first Legion game of the season. Their high school season just ended a short time ago. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Popped up. It'll be back and out of play. I'm turning off your microphone.
Oh, that was classic. That was classic.
I'm going to censor you. You might go on probation here. Here's the pitch. Very high, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
It's okay, Tom. Luckily, you had the screen in front of you to protect you from anything.
The screen, the window, you diving in front of me. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The pitch on the way is swung on and fouled back.
I at least saw where that foul ball went, so we're all good there.
You're really enjoying this, aren't you?
Oh, I'm having a blast.
Fans, I just jumped a little bit in my chair when that foul ball came back. And that's what's given Mark such a comic relief over here. Pitch on the way, swung on, another foul. This one coming off to the right. Two balls and 2 strikes. Yeah, I really don't know what I was jumping for. Here's Sherbinsky's 2-2 to Zabel. Swung on a ground ball out to Paz. Takes a big hop and goes right over his head and glove into right center field. A bad hop single for Zabel. My goodness.
What the heck did that ball hit to ricochet?
I can't believe they'd find a rock in the infield like that would cause that to happen. Or that looked like a hard hit 2-hopper, but right at Paz, but the ball hopped right over everything. So the hitter now is Brad Dean, the left fielder. And he takes the ball outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Well, those are the type of breaks that start innings, too. Second hit for Zabel. 7th hit for Pierre in the game. 8-4, post 22 leading here in the bottom of the 8th inning. We've gone extra innings. Pitch on the way, and that's in there for a strike. Post 22 was able to force it into the 8th inning by scoring a run in the top of the 7th. And then scoring 4 runs in the 8th inning to break the 4-4 tie. Colton Sherbinsky, who's been in there for 5 innings. That's the 2nd hit he's allowed. Here's the set by Colton. They pitch on the way, and he missed up high. He might be getting a little tired. He hasn't pitched a lot as far as innings or pitches thrown. He was out, of course, the first week or so of the season. And when you start leaving some pitches up, that's usually a pretty good indication you're getting tired. He steps off the rubber. Dean is 0 for 3. And the pitch. Swing and a foul back. He hit into a short to third force out in the 3rd inning. A fine play by Cooper Bowman. Dean got an RBI as Lusk scored on the play. And that gave Pierre a lead of 4-3 at the time in the 3rd inning. But Sherbinsky has shut them down since the 3rd when he came on in relief of starter Holden Jackson. Here's the set by Colton. He's got a 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. A good fastball. That, my friends, was a good pitch. 5th strikeout for Sherbinsky in relief. Here's Austin Haas, the 3rd baseman up. He's batted once in the game. He walked in the 6th inning. And the pitch is a little bit low for ball 1.
And Tom, that was Colton's 70th pitch of this relief appearance. We were talking earlier about how long he's been going. He's really gone the distance.
It's good to see a post 22 pitcher throw and throw some extended innings, extended pitches. There's a good fastball on the outside corner. I really like, you talk about really liking things, I like the way Colton is throwing today.
He's just looked poised. That's probably the best aspect, best way to explain it.
And smooth. His delivery's been smooth. Here's the pitch on the way. Swung on a high fly ball to right field. Solano is over near the foul line a few steps to make the catch, and there are 2 outs. 2 down here in the bottom of the 8th inning for Pierre. They're down to their last out, and the pitcher Garrett Stout coming up. He started the game at third base. He's the pitcher of record for Pierre. He has walked, struck out, and hit into a 4-3 double play. Left-handed batter with 2 down. Here's the pitch. And it's down low for ball 1. One ball, no strikes. And the pitch is low and inside, 2-0. Colton has walked 2, one of them intentional in his 5 2/3 innings. Eight to 4, Post 22 trying to wrap up this first game of our doubleheader here this afternoon. The set by Sherbinski. The pitch on the way. It's low for ball 3. No activity in the bullpen for Post 22. This is Sherbinski's game to finish off. Three balls and no strikes. Pitch on the way, and that's in there for a strike, and it's 3-1. Zabel at first. Nobody's holding with him. He could probably take second if he wanted to. Here's the pitch, and it's high, and Colton walks Stout. So Pierre still battling here. They still have life in the bottom of the 8th inning. Zabel at second, Stout at first, and Connor Gerber up to shortstop. Gerber has struck out, reached on a catcher's interference, flied to center, last at bat, last inning, he was called out on strikes. 2 on and 2 out. Sherbinski's pitch. Breaking ball, swung on and missed. Had him out in front of that breaking pitch. Good one by Sherbinski. 0-1 the count. Post 22, 1 out away from their 6th win in a row. Here's the pitch. Another breaking ball and another strike, and it's 0-2. One strike left for Pierre with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 8th. 8-4, Post 22. The 0-2 pitch, low and outside. Colton overthrew that pitch a little bit. 1 ball and 2 strikes. He was going to try to really put some extra mustard on that pitch. Was out of sync in his rhythm. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Colton ready. 1-2 pitch. Swung on a roller to Bowman at short. He fields, flips to Paz at second, and there's the force out on Stout, and that ends the game. So a Post 22 rally to tie the game in the 7th and break the tie with 4 in the 8th. Wins this afternoon's first game. No runs for Pierre, 1 hit. They leave 2 men on. The final score, Post 22 wins by a score of 8-4. We'll be back with the totals and highlights of our first game here on ESPN Radio and the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box in just a moment.
Why do so many business people trust us? Well, we're pretty nice folks, of course, and we really know our stuff. Black Hills Insurance, a tradition of service since 1949.
Mark, Post 22 has won the first game of our doubleheader here in Pierre by a score of 8-4. And when you look back at this game, as you will select our MVP of the game, I don't think you're going to have to take very long to think about this one.
Number 25, without a doubt. Colton Trubinsky has to get it. He is the whole reason that this game changed pace and it changed tone. And it's nothing against Holden Jackson. Holden came out and he had a decent first inning in his start, ran into some trouble in the second, and starting off the third, didn't really have a good grasp over things. He gave up and was responsible for all 4 runs that Pierre got on the scoreboard. But then you look at Colton Trubinsky, and you compare the stat lines. Now, Holden Jackson, to my count, had 2+ innings pitched, I should say, because he did start the third, didn't record an out. 4 runs, all of them earned, and 4 hits on 1 strikeout to 3 walks on 64 pitches. Colton Trubinsky comes in 6 full innings, including the extra frame, 2 hits, not a single run allowed. 5 strikeouts to 3 walks, and granted, one of them was intentional. You can't really give that one to him. So in reality, maybe 5 strikeouts to 2 walks, 82 pitches. So he went the distance. He put in a good 6 innings of work, 82 solid pitches. And again, I mentioned it earlier, his poise was what really changed the tone of this game. He went out there as cool as a cucumber. He threw strikes, attacked batters. His pitch selection was off the charts. It was great. Number 25, I think, is the biggest reason that this team even had a fighting chance in the last innings.
Oh, I would agree. I think you wrapped that up very nicely. The Colton Trubinsky relief appearance, and good to see Colton throw. That's the longest stint of a Rapid City pitcher this inning, and 6 shutout innings we haven't seen from any pitcher this year. Pierre took a 2-run lead in the first inning on Joe King's 2-run double. Post 22 got a run in the top of the second on a bases-loaded hit batsman to Zach Solano to make it 2-1. And then Post 22 made it 3-2 with 2 runs in the third inning. Connor King was hit by a pitch with the bases loaded, and Walker Paz walked with the bases loaded to get RBIs, and Rapid City led 3-2. But Pierre came back in the bottom half of the third to take the lead 4-3 in an RBI single by Zabel and an infield force out on Brad Dean's ground ball that he got an RBI on, and that put Pierre back in front 4-3 after 3. Little did we know at that time Pierre wouldn't score another run. Neither did Post 22 until the top of the 7th when the Hardhats were able to push across the tying run and then break it with 4 runs in the 8th inning, and helped out by a key error. There was a walk, an RBI single by Petrie, an RBI double by Cooper Bowman, a sacrifice fly by Jack Sorensen, and a wild pitch plated those 4 runs. 8 runs, 8 hits, 2 errors, 11 left for Post 22. 4 runs, 7 hits, 2 errors, 9 left for Pierre. The winning pitcher, Colton Trubinsky, he is now 2-0 on the season, and the loser in relief for Pierre was their 4th pitcher, Garrett Stout. Post 22 wins their 6th in a row. They're 13-2 now on the season. Pierre's first Legion game of the season results in a loss.
Well, we'll take a quick recess, folks. When we come back, Tom and I will have updated lineups, and we will briefly recap the first game of our doubleheader. We'll talk about some observations we'd like to see in Game 2, and we'll go from there and close out our Memorial Day doubleheader from the capital in Pierre, South Dakota. We'll be back in just a few moments here on the official radio home of Post 22 Hardhats Baseball here on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
Hi again, everyone, from Hyde Stadium in Pierre, Post 22 Baseball. On the air here on ESPN Radio Rapid City. We're on from the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box and also on Hardhat-TV, which you can access through a Hard Hat website. That's $2 now, Mark.
$2.
And also on the Facebook site, Destin Human, our director for that, and doing all the camera work for that. And Mark, we saw a tremendous pitching performance in that first game in relief. 6 shutout innings from Colton Sherbinski. I don't recall any better innings than we've seen than that this season in the team's first 15 games.
Oh, you're absolutely right. I was even briefly talking with Coach Messer about his relief appearance. 6 innings. He threw 82 pitches. He was just sensational. He was poised. He was solid. He was as cool as a cucumber. His pitch selection was on fire. And he really gave this Hard Hats club a chance to win even when the team was down. The way that he kept pitching, it was only a matter of time before that momentum would transfer to the bats, and then the Hard Hats would start hitting and good things would happen.
Well, it'll be interesting now to see what Post 22 does in this second game, as they will send Will Moore to the mound. And I think a lot of times over the years when you watch teams play, when one pitch, if you're struggling in a certain area, you get a guy like Sherbinski coming out, throwing 6 shutout innings. That's really kind of motivation for the next pitcher to go out there and try to match what Colton did. So Will Moore gets that responsibility.
Will Moore does have that responsibility, and it's a big one considering his last start against Spearfish wasn't his most stellar effort, so he's looking to rebound. Let's go ahead while we're getting the announcement of the starting lineups for both teams and take a look at the lineups for Game 2. Once again, the Hard Hats batting in the top halves of the 7 innings of regulation. Leading off once again, number 11, Walker Paz. He's playing out at second base. Batting second is number 13, Zach Solano. He's patrolling right field. Batting third is number 21, Timmy Paris. He's Will Moore's backstopper today. And once again, in the cleanup spot, also DHing is number 23, Eric Petrie. Batting fifth is number 22, Cooper Bowman out at shortstop. Batting sixth is number 30, Jack Sorensen. He's playing first base once again. Batting seventh, inserted into the lineup for Game 2, is number 28, Zach Sumption. He's playing left field. Batting eighth, also inserted into this second game, playing in the hot corner at third, is number 14, Justin Kramer. Rounding out the batting order in the ninth spot is number 10, Riley McSherry. He has shifted over from left field to center field. Will Moore is on the mound for the Hard Hats, and Moore comes in for what will be his 4th start of the season and his 6th appearance. He has a 2-0 record under his belt, 7 strikeouts to 6 walks, and a 6.3 ERA, and he will take on the Pierre Post-State lineup as follows. Leading off is number 12, Connor Gerber, once again at the shortstop position. Batting second is number 11, Landon Badger, patrolling center field. Batting third is number 20, Spencer Saringer. He is the designated hitter for Game 2. And batting in the cleanup spot is number 5, Mike Lusk. He is the backstopper and catcher. Batting fifth is number 24, Joe King. He's the first baseman. Batting sixth is number 7, Garrett Stout in the hot corner at third base. Batting seventh is number 13, Brad Dean out in left field. Batting eighth is number 6, Carson Cheddar playing second base. And rounding out the batting order in the ninth spot for Pierre is number 21, Dawson Pepke. He's patrolling right field. And Kyle Stover, number 4, is on the mound for Pierre Post-State.
A member of the South Dakota Sports Hall of Fame, Flute coached the Hard Hats from 1965 to 2011, compiling a record of 2,483 wins and 808 losses, making him the winningest coach in the history of Legion baseball. Under Flute, Post 22 won 34 state titles and advanced to the Legion World Series 8 times. In 1993, Post 22 went 70-5 and won the national title, the only South Dakota team to ever do so. From 1970 to 1987, Post 22 won 18 consecutive state titles. Under the direction of Coach Blue, Post 22 never had a losing season. At this time, we'd like to take a moment of silence in honor of Coach Dave Blue. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing, remove cover for the playing of our national anthem.
Seconds.
Very nice tribute to Coach Dave Plouffe by the Pierre team here before the game, and they held a moment of silence in honor of Coach Plouffe, who passed away yesterday morning. And the funeral for Dave will be this coming Saturday at 10 a.m. at the Calvary Lutheran Church in West Rapid City. 10 a.m. this Saturday. And visitation will be 5 to 7 p.m. this Friday night, at Osheim Schmidt Funeral Home. Those are the arrangements for Coach Dave Plouffe. Of course, our thoughts are with Patty and all of Dave's relatives and friends. Had a chance to visit with Patty yesterday, and all in all doing very well, and of course very proud of her husband's accomplishments over all these years. We know we have a lot of us who have known Dave and Patty for so long. Dave was a bachelor for a lot of years, and of course we had a little way of how do you determine or how do you describe time with Coach Plouffe, and it was BP, AP, before Patty and after Patty. So it's kind of like BC, and BP and AP. So here we go with game 2 as Walker Paz steps in against Pierre's starting pitcher Kyle Stover, a right-hander.
Second baseman Walker Paz. Solano on deck.
Walker was one hit in the first game as he takes the first pitch of the game outside. He was 1 for 2. He drew 3 walks in that first game. And the next pitch is a ball, and it's 2-0. Walker now exactly 400 on the season with 3 doubles and 5 RBIs, and takes ball 3 high and outside. 3 balls and no strikes. So Walker, who's got a good eye, here's the pitch, and that's in for a strike, and it's 3-1. 3-1 on pause. And the pitch swung on, drilled down the right field line, foul. And we have a full count. Kyle Stover takes a long look in for the sign. The pitch on the way, and it's ball 4 down low, and Walker has a base on balls to start the top of the first inning. And we're underway, by the way, at 4:15 Central Time in our second game tonight, or this afternoon. Of course, if you're listening in Europe, it is night.
That's where my parents and my older brother are right now.
And if you're listening in Hawaii, it's morning.
Little vacation before my older brother's med school graduation.
Pitch is low to Zach Solano. Zach had his hitting streak ended in the first game. At 8 games in a row, he went 0 for 3 officially, hitting .345 now on the season. And Stover having trouble with his control here. 3 doubles, 2 triples, and 4 home runs for Solano, who takes a strike on the outside edge. One ball and one strike. And the pitch. Swung on a high fly ball out into center field. That's up in that wind. Going back, it's the center fielder, and it is caught right at the edge of the warning track by Badger in straightaway center field. Zach hit that a long way, but the wind didn't have enough to help that out. And there's the first out and brings up Timmy Paris.
Real quick, Tom mentioned earlier that Kyle Stover is the starting pitcher for Pierre Post 8. He's joined by his battery mate and catcher, Mike Luss, behind the plate. At first is Joe King. Second, Carson Cheddar. At shortstop, Connor Gerber. And in the hot corner at third is Garrett Stout. Left to right in the outfield, Brad Dean, Landon Badger, and Dawson Pepke.
And the first pitch to Paris is outside for ball one. 1 ball, no strikes. Stover ready, the pitch. Swung on a high foul off to the left, and it's over the Rapid City third base dugout and out of play.
Now for Timmy, this is a key at-bat for him to start off this second game. He was 0 for 4 with a walk in game 1, but all 4 of his registered outs were on the first pitch of his at-bat that he saw, and that accounted for 4 out of 10 one-pitch outs for the Hardhats in game 1.
1 ball and 1 strike on Paris. The runner at third is Paz. He's able to steal 2 bases.
No, he stole 1 and then the fly.
The fly ball. The fly ball sent him to third. That's right. And the pitch is a ball, and the count shows now 3-1. And the pitch. Chopped down the third base line. That's going to score the run. Here's the off-balance throw to first base. Scooped out. Good play by Stout, the third baseman. King scooped it at first. Third to first on the put-out of Paris, but he gets his 22nd RBI as Walker Paz is able to score from third base on that slow roller up the third baseline. So 2 down now, and here's Eric Petrie hitting .458, leading the team in hitting. 4 homers, 17 RBIs, and takes a breaking ball outside. And a foul back to the screen, and the count is 1 ball, 1 strike. Eric had his 5th double of the year in that first game. He hits a high pop-up in the shallow right center field. Cheddar, the second baseman, out on the grass, grabs it, and that retires the side. Well, a walk to Walker Paz. He was able to get a stolen base, advance on a fly ball, and scored on a ground ball. 1 run on no hits. No errors and 1 man left. Nobody left on base. 1 run, no hits, no errors, nobody left. First half inning of play. Post 22 leads Pierre Post 8 1-0. And you're listening to Post 22 Baseball on ESPN Radio, Rapid City. Will Moore will take the mound for Post 22 now. Trying to follow up a great relief job by Colton Sherbinski. And Will, a left-hander. 6th appearance, 2 wins and no losses. In 10 innings pitched, 13 hits, 6 walks and 7 strikeouts. ERA of 3.50. And I guess, Mark, we can say the same thing for Will that we said for every other pitcher. We've seen some very sharp innings and some innings that we wish they would pitch a little bit better.
And the last image that you and I have of Will Moore was the Spearfish game on Wednesday, which was I mean, for both teams in the early get-go, a debacle to say the least. So Hardhats ended up coming out with a 17-6 win, but we're looking for Will Moore to get his control underway. Real quick, the defensive alignment for the Hardhats has Will Moore on the mound looking for his third win, trying to defend his 2-0 record. Paired up, as always, with his battery mate and catcher, Timmy Paris. At first is Jack Sorensen, fresh off of a stellar defensive effort at first in Game 1. Walker pauses at second. Cooper Bowman at shortstop, and in the hot corner at third is Justin Kramer. Left to right in the outfield, Zach Sumption, Riley McSherry, and Zach Solano.
So lefty Will Moore will pitch to Connor Gerber, the shortstop and leadoff hitter for Pierre. And the first pitch is high for ball 1. Gerber in the first game officially was 0 for 4. Here's the pitch on the way. And it's high and outside. So Will behind here to Gerber, 2-0. And that's a strike. Good fastball in there, and it's 2-1 down at the knees. This just Pierre's second Legion game of the season after dropping that 8-4 8-inning decision, the post 22 in the first game. Moore delivers one belt high for a strike, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. And the left-hander's pitch. Swung on, a foul, popped off to the right. And the count runs along at 2-2. Here's the pitch. Strike 3. Gerber took that one at the letters, and he is called out. So good start for Will Moore, and that brings up Landon Badger, the center fielder.
Well, it's good to see Will popping the glove this early. His velocity looks pretty sharp. It didn't look that great a couple of days ago when Spearfish came to town, so a nice start for Will.
Left-hander against left-hander now. Badger was 2 for 4 in the first game. Bluffs a bunt and takes the pitch for a ball. Badger had a double to deep left center in his last at bat in that first game in the 7th inning. And takes the breaking ball high and outside, and the count goes to 2-0. He also had a single and flied out to left twice. Will Moore's 2-0 pitch. Swung on, line down the right field line, and it is a fair ball. Bouncing down into the right field corner where Solano gets to it quickly. It'll be a stand-up double for Badger, his second double in this doubleheader. So that'll bring up Spencer Seringer, the designated hitter. He was the catcher for Pierre in the first game. He went 1 for 2, scored a couple of runs. Right-handed batter. So Pierre has the tying run at second here with 1 out in the bottom of the first inning. And the pitch comes in, and it's a ball low, and it's 1 ball, no strikes. Wind is still blowing out towards center field. Here's the pitch on the way, and a breaking ball catches the outside corner for a called strike. Very pleasant day here in Pierre. Lots of sunshine. Wind is northwest at 17, though, and that's blowing right out towards center field. 68 degrees currently here in Pierre. Pitch on the way. Swung on, rolled up the wide of first, fielded by Sorensen. He'll take it unassisted for the putout. Badger advances to third. Mike Lusk up the catcher. He played second base in the first game. And he went 1 for 3. He had a single, 2 runs scored. Moore's pitch is down and in for ball 1.
Going back to Jack Sorensen real quick there with the play at first, I was very impressed with what he did defensively in that first game. He had to track down a couple of foul balls down the first base line and ended up registering 2 outs that way, and obviously did so much damage with his bat. It's a great first game for him.
Pitch is high and inside. 2 balls and no strikes. Badger at third and 2 out for Pierre here in the last half of the first. Post 22 has taken a 1-0 lead. And he rolls this one foul off his foot. Rolled it back towards the mound, a foul ball. And the count is 2-1.
That looked incredibly painful, the way that he trotted down the first baseline to just try and shake it off. And that's why you start seeing those batters with those kinds of swings where the protective plate on the inside of their foot, just in case.
2 balls and 1 strike now on Lusk, the cleanup hitter for Pierre. Runner at third, 2 out. Will Moore works out of the windup, the 2-1 pitch. And it's outside, may have been high, and the count is 3-1. Outfield straight away, and McSherry relatively shallow with the wind out in center field. There's a high fly ball down the left field line. It's a foul ball. It's going to go out of play. Kramer giving chase, but no chance. And the count to Lusk now is 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Well, Will Moore already has a K in the scorebook right now, and I know he'd love to get that second one because it would end this inning and it would strand a man 90 feet away from getting here on the board.
Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Lusk fans on the 3-2 pitch. Second strikeout of the first inning for Moore. No runs, 1 hit for Pierre. They leave a runner at third. End of 1. The Hardhats won. Pierre Post 8-0. Post 22 baseball from the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box, exclusively on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
Great faces, great places. Wet paint? Yep. And around here, when great places need a little love, great faces band together. Each year, First Interstate Bank employees help local organizations put a fresh coat of paint on homes of those in need. A small gesture, perhaps, but one that puts smiles on faces and strengthens bonds in the places we serve. First Interstate Bank. It's you and I together.
Well, we're all mourning the passing of Dave Plouffe, the head coach of Post 22 for 47 years. And it was 40 years ago. We're celebrating the 40th anniversary of that 1977 first ever Post 22 World Series team. And what an experience that was for Rapid City. They got so involved with the team as they won the state tournament. Went on to Jamestown, North Dakota, won the Central Plains Regional. We never came home. We went bussed over to Fargo and flew out of Fargo straight to Boston. And then bussed to Manchester, which is in southeastern New Hampshire. Back in Mark stomping territory. No, I don't suppose, being from New York, you recognize Boston at all, do you?
Well, my mother's from Boston. So
it's a great town.
Right. You're partially right. My mother's from Boston. She actually grew up in Milton. And a lot of my mother's family, especially on her mother's side, was from Portland, Maine. So they would make that trip up in the upper Northeast a lot. I would frequently visit Boston when I was younger and visit my grandmother when she was still alive and when she was still living in Randolph, Massachusetts, just a little suburb of Boston. So I'm quite familiar with the Boston area to an extent. It's been a while.
A young man out of New York, went to school in South Carolina, now living in Rapid City, a hockey broadcaster, a baseball broadcaster, now sitting at the state capitol in Pierre, South Dakota, and soon to be taking a trip all the way west to eastern Washington State.
I can't wait for that.
A line drive down the right field line. Leading off the second inning is Cooper Bowman. He's going to extend his hitting streak. He's rounding second. That ball was about a foot fair, and Cooper has a 3-base hit, a triple, to start the top of the second. And for Cooper, his 13th game in a row that he has hit in.
Well, Cooper didn't want to go the dramatic route this time, because keep in mind, it took his second to last step out of the ball game to extend the hit streak in game one. All of a sudden, he rips off a 3-bagger, and again, just a foot fair. But credit Bowman, he kicked on those twin turbos in his cleats, and he was gone.
So Jack Sorensen comes up. Jack had 3 hits in that first game and takes a pitch down in the dirt for a ball. He's at 389 on the season now. A home run and 10 RBIs. And the pitch is a ball down low, and it's 2-0.
If Jack can keep up this recent performance stretch that he's on, I think he could solidify himself as a big first base threat.
There's a hot shot past the third baseman, Stout, into left field. A low liner on a short hop. He tried to come up with it, couldn't, and the ball went past him into left field. Bowman scores, post 22, leading 2-0 now. Boy, Sorensen hit that ball sharply.
I think they've ruled that an error in E5.
And here is Zach Sumption up for his first time in the doubleheader, and he hits a foul off to the right. Zach, 273 on the season in a limited number of bats since coming up from the Expos. Sumption has 3 hits in 11 at-bats and takes a pitch low and outside. No extra base hits. He has 1 RBI. Sorensen at first base. And the pitch. And it's outside, and the count is 1 ball, and now the scoreboard has 2-1. 2 balls and a strike. And they are correct. There's a high fly ball to right field down over near the foul line. It's a long run, and the ball is going to land in fair territory. It'll be a pop fly single for Sumption, and hustling down to second base is Sorensen. He had to kind of hold up to see if the ball would be caught, but he didn't get far enough off the bag either. He still would have had time to scoot back to the base had the ball been caught, but no harm done. And Sumption, with a pop fly single just a couple of feet fair down the right field line. Second baseman Cheddar, right fielder Pepke couldn't reach the ball. Here's Justin Kramer up, and a pickoff play at second base. And getting back is Sorensen. That was closer than it might have appeared from up here.
If Jack was caught asleep at the switch there, that would have been another unfortunate base running gaffe for somebody either advancing to scoring position or already in scoring position.
See if Justin's bunting here early in the game. He is. He's bunting it back towards the mound. Fielded by Stover. He'll throw to first to get the sure out. It's a sacrifice for Kramer, who is hitting 194 coming into the game with a home run and 2 RBIs. But his sacrifice moves Sorensen to third, Sumption to second with 1 out, and Riley McSherry coming up the center fielder. Riley hitting now .222 coming into this game. A double and 5 RBIs. He swings and hits a foul. 1 strike.
I was ready for it.
You were. You had good movement that time.
Telling you, Tom, we should bring a glove with us.
There'll be a couple of places we'll need them coming up.
Eden Prairie Gopher Classic.
Big breaking ball missed inside to McSherry. And the count is 1-1. Actually, Eden Prairie will be okay. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here's the pitch, and it bounces to the plate. 2 balls and a strike on McSherry.
Notice Stover's trying to throw a lot of breaking pitches, and that's not a bad thing, but they keep consistently coming up short of the plate. So unless the Hardhats are reaching out for it, it's not going to do them any good.
There's a fastball foul down the right field line out of play. 2 balls and a strike on McSherry. 2 balls and 2 strikes on McSherry. Post 22 leading 2-0 here in the top of the second. Scored a run in the first on Timmy Paris's ground ball. They've got a run here in the second inning. There's another pop foul coming back. Lusk is going to have a play on this one, though, and he makes the catch in back of home plate. 2 down as McSherry fouls out to the catcher, Lusk. And that'll bring up second baseman Parker Walker Paz, who Mark likes him as a leadoff man, and he walked and scored in that first inning, getting on base.
4 walks in 2 games today so far.
And the pitch is a fastball inside to Walker for ball 1. And the pitch. Another breaking ball down in the dirt. And it's 2 balls and no strikes. Sorensen at third. Sumption at second. 2 outs here in the top of the second. Fastball wide, and it's ball 3. Post 22 won the first game 8-4 in 8 innings. They scored 4 runs in the top of the 8th to break the tie after scoring the tying run in the top of the 7th. Strike to Paz, and it's 3 balls and a strike. 6 shutout innings in relief in that first game for Colton Sherbinski. Great performance, picked up his 2nd win of the year. Walker takes another strike, and it's now a full count. And the pitch. Swung on a high fly ball into left center field. A long run for Badger, and he makes the catch. Ball didn't carry as far as it looked like it might as it left the bat, and Badger had no trouble tracking it down. Well, Rapid City settles for just the 1 run on 2 hits in the inning. There was 1 Pierre error and 2 men left on base. We move now to the bottom half of the 3rd inning. Post 22 leads Pierre Post 8 by a score of 2-0. You're listening to Post 22 Baseball from the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
Coke Zero goes with things like this. This. And this. Coke Zero tastes like this.
He shoots! He scores!
It sounds like this. It feels like this. So when the game is on, try it with this. Coke Zero. Real Coca-Cola taste. 0 calories, 0 sugar. Coke.
Will Moore gave up a 1-out double in the first inning, but got out of it. A couple of strikeouts.
Will's biggest thing coming into this inning is trying to maintain control. Now, like you said, that double, he kind of got in a little bit of a jam. The 2 strikeouts obviously has to be a big momentum boost for him, but he has to maintain his control here.
Joe King, the first baseman up, right-handed batter, and looks at a strike on the outside corner. King was 1 for 4 in the first game. And Moore's pitch. And a breaking ball high, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Pierre had 4 runs on 7 hits in that first game. Here's the pitch. Swing and a foul back. 1-2 the count on King. 5, 6, and 7 batters against Will Moore here in the bottom of the second. Here's the pitch. And it's high. 2-2 the count. King had a 2-run double in that first inning of the first game. Takes a pitch high and inside, and we've run the string out. 3-2 on King. Three balls and 2 strikes. The pitch on the way. Bounce foul right towards the Rapid City dugout. Three and 2 on King. Here's the pitch. He walked him too high. So a leadoff base on balls. Joe King is on, and we all know what that means. Increases your odds of scoring by about 33% with a leadoff walk. Garrett Stout up, the third baseman. Left-handed batter, 0 for 2 in the first game. And Moore throws a good fastball there, knee-high on the inside corner. Sorensen holding with King at first base. And Moore's pitch. Breaking ball outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Following today's play, Post 22 will have a string of 4 consecutive games beginning on Thursday. 4 straight days. There's a pop-up down the left field line. That's going to be Kramer with his back to the infield. Can't come up with it. Ball 5 or 6 feet foul down the left field line beyond the infield dirt. 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Stout. Next Thursday, Watertown will be the opponent at Fitzgerald Stadium in a 7:30 game. Friday, it'll be Harrisburg in a 7:30 game. Saturday will be across the parking lot at Rapid City Post 320 in a 7 o'clock game. And there's another pop-up by Stout. This one out behind second base, and it's grabbed by Walker Paz for the first out here in the second for Pierre. 2-0, Post 22 leading. And a week from today, it's a 3:30 start against Scottsbluff, Nebraska. And that's a special day at Fitzgerald Stadium. It's Black Hills Works game day. Here's the pitch to Brad Dean, a swing and a miss. Come join us for fun at the ballpark for Black Hills Works game day on Sunday, June 4th at Fitzgerald Stadium. Game time is 3:30, but be sure to come early and cheer on the Special Olympics teams during the pregame lineups. All of the people supported by Black Hills Works and their service providers will receive free admission to the 3:30 p.m. game next Sunday afternoon at Fitzgerald Stadium. Moore throws to first. King the runner at first, 1 out. Dean with a count of 1 strike. Number 7 hitter for Pierre. The pitch, he swings and misses. And it's 0-2. Pierre will come to Post 22 on June the 7th, a Wednesday night, for a single game at 7 o'clock. 0-2 pitch to Dean. Strike 3. Boy, that was a good-looking pitch. Dean is caught looking. Third strikeout for Will Moore. 2 down here in the Pierre second. They have a runner at first base. Post 22 with a 2-0 lead. Carson Cheddar coming up. The second baseman did not play in the first game. Here's the pitch. And it's a ball outside.
Well, that's 2 backwards Ks in the scorebook here for Will Moore, so he's got to be pumping with confidence right now.
And he tosses to first base, driving King back to the bag. Here's the pitch. Inside, turns him away. 2 balls and no strikes on Cheddar. You know, another thing I've kind of noticed this year, Mark, and maybe you've noticed the same thing, the trouble that the pitching staff has had with the lower parts of the batting order, especially 8 and 9. There's a strike to Cheddar, and it's 2-1.
Wasn't it the Cheyenne series where the number 9 hitter had an almost 700 on base percentage against the Hard Hats in the 3 games? It was just insane to see that.
Here's the pitch on the way. Swung on, hit off the end of the bat, squibbed out to second baseman Paz, who fields it and throws to Sorensen for the out. Cheddar hit that right off the end of the bat, a leadoff walk, and it doesn't hurt Will Moore. I defied the jinx by pointing it out. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 man left on base. 2 complete here at Hyde Stadium in Pierre. Post 22-2, Pierre nothing. From the Anytime Auto Sales press box on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
Why do so many business people trust us? Well, we're pretty nice folks, of course, and we really know our stuff. Black Hills Insurance, a tradition of service since 1949. Some folks say it doesn't matter how you get the job done, as long as it gets done. To us, however, we won't be satisfied unless performance is coupled with integrity. Black Hills Insurance, a tradition of service since 1949.
Post 22, getting an infield out from Timmy Paris in the first inning to drive in Walker Paz, and then after Cooper Bowman tripled to lead off the second, he scored on an infield error. And Post 22 has a 2-0 lead as we head to the top of the 3rd inning. And leading off will be Zach Solano. Zach fly to center his first at bat. Well, one thing that will change also for Post 22 now with graduation over and school is out. Team can practice at different times and get more in. As Mitch Metzer said today, they've got as much time as they need to practice every day now. And they'll have 3 days to practice tomorrow, Tuesday and Wednesday, before their next game. Zach takes a pitch high and inside for ball 1. And the pitch. There's a line drive through the hole to left, a base hit. Hit number 3 for Post 22. Solano has a leadoff hit. Here's Timmy Paris, who hit that slow roller up the third baseline. Stout made a good play, threw him out at first base, but Paz was able to score from third. Timmy got an RBI, his 22nd of the year, which puts him back into the top spot in RBIs by 1 over Solano. Pitch is low and outside, ball 1.
Those have to be some fun competitions in the dugout. Who's going to win this category or that category? There's got to be a lot of flack thrown between the guys.
I'll tell you, I really enjoyed the other night as the pitch comes in here to Timmy Paris. Swung on and a high pop-up out behind second base. And now the center fielder comes in, calling off the shortstop Gerber, and Badger throws the ball back to first base, and it gets away, and Solano will go to second base. Boy, that was a strange-looking play. Gerber backed up like he was all set to make the catch, and then all of a sudden he just tore out of there as Badger came in to call him off and make the catch. And then the miscue, the second error of the game, allowing Solano to go to second. And the pitch is down low to Eric Petrie, who popped out to the second baseman Cheddar in shallow right field, his first at bat. Just going to go back to my point here in a second. 1 out, top of the third, 2-0, post 22 leading. And Petrie fouls it off to the right. Little League night, when we were able to, the different players who have played against each other in Little League that are now teammates on post 22, boy, they really brought up some of the highlights that they had against their former teammates in Little League. There's a ground ball towards the hole again. A seeing eye hit for Petrie as it finds the hole in left field, but Solano will be held at third. Throw coming all the way into the plate, allowing Petrie to go down to second. Boy, Pierre's made a couple of mistakes on that throw to first after the catch by Badger. And now a seeing eye ground ball single just past the third baseman Stout, past the shortstop Gerber. Eric has his 10-game hitting streak intact now. So both Bowman and Petrie waste little time in extending their hitting streaks. We going to get the 56 with Cooper?
Maybe. We've got enough games in the season where he could do it.
And the postseason, of course. Here's Cooper Bowman, who tripled down into the right field corner and scored in the second. Runners at second and third. Cooper reaches for that pitch, pops it up, and the first baseman can't get to it. King running over right in front of his dugout at first base. And Cooper lives with a count of 1 strike.
I think Cooper realized that was an ill-advised swing as well. He had his hands on his helmets. Thankful that now he has his second life with an 0-1 count.
Solano, the runner at third, and Petrie, the runner at second. 1 out here in the top of the third inning. Here's the pitch. And it misses inside. 1 ball and 1 strike on Cooper. Bowman's triple was his third of the season. And the pitch is a strike, and it's 1-2.
It's a good breaking pitch there by Stover on the mound. Really froze Bowman.
Jack Sorensen on deck. Here's the pitch. The infield is back, and a little ball hit off the end of the bat again. Just a little blooper off to the right of home plate, and the count runs along at 1-2. Infield is back for Pierre at second and short. They'll give up a run for an out. Here's the pitch. Fly ball to right field. Pepke is under it out there, makes the catch. Tagging up and coming home is Solano, and he will score. And the ball gets past the catcher, and the runner will move up from second to third, Petrie. Bowman gets a sacrifice fly and an RBI, his 13th of the year, as Solano scores. And Petrie ends up at third as the throw came into the plate.
Looked a little dangerous there at the plate with Zach coming in. Catcher was trying to block the plate. Zach with the slide. Obviously, he's entitled to that area, so he did the right thing. Good to see that the catcher, Mike Lusk, is okay.
Here's Jack Sorensen, 3-0 now, post 22 leading. Sorensen reached on an error his first at bat. He's got a chance here for a 2-out RBI with Petrie at third base. Stover's pitch swung on and popped up. This is coming into foul territory. The first baseman King running up halfway to home plate. 5 feet foul, makes the catch. And post 22 down in the third inning. But they score a run. There were 2 hits in the inning. There was a Pierre error and 1 man left on base. Bottom of the third coming up here from Hyde Stadium in Pierre. It's a beautiful day on Memorial Day baseball. On ESPN Radio, Rapid City post 22 has the lead, 3-0.
5 specialty areas, Sanford Children's offers the care that matters to your family. At the Castle of Care, we are committed to bringing in the latest and most advanced technology and services to care for your children. And having the largest team of specialists in the region means your child can receive expert, individualized care close to home. At Sanford Children's, we promise to put your family first. To learn more, visit childrens.sanfordhealth.org.
Mark, as we move more into the season, this is our 16th game of the season. The highlight of the regular season, of course, is the Firecracker Tournament at Fitzgerald Stadium, and that begins on Wednesday, June 28th, with the championship bracket games on Tuesday, the 4th of July. And Las Vegas will be here for another appearance. Missoula, Montana, Eden Prairie, Minnesota, Premier West out of Colorado, Rocky Mountain out of Colorado, Yakima, Washington, a team out of Utah. What a great tournament. You got to experience that the last couple of years. I know how much you enjoyed it.
Especially last year's with the Millard South matchup. That was something special.
First pitch from Will Moore is down low for ball one to Dawson Pepke, the right fielder. Number 9 hitter, right-handed batter, did not play in the first game for Pierre. And he looks at a ball just outside, and it's 2-0.
I've had, only 2 Firecrackers under my belt, but a lot of memories with that, with Eden Prairie winning on the coin toss and then celebrating like they won the World Series, and then Millard South last year. It was something else.
And the pitch outside, and Will Moore behind Pepke, 3-0. And ball 4, and it's a 4-pitch walk to Pepke. Well, the Firecracker Tournament will just be another of the legacies of Dave Plouffe. Dave created that in 1975, and I remember that because the first post-22 game I ever did was it was a 3-day tournament at that time with 8 teams. You had a winner's bracket, loser's bracket, very simple tournament, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Punch is bunted down the third base line, but it rolls foul about a third of the way down. 1 strike on Gerber. And, it was something new, something big. A lot of promotion went into it. Do the first game ever on that Saturday night. The next night, we're ready to do the championship game. Thunderclouds roll in, and the whole championship game is rained out.
Just your luck, right?
1 strike. Charlie Brown. And the pitch is down low. Here's a throw to first, and the runner gets back, Pepke. Boy, there have been some great ball clubs over the years. A couple times we've had teams from Rhode Island, Vermont, the Sea Monsters out of Vermont a few years ago.
Well, there was a team from Colchester, Vermont there last year.
Yep. They had been there before. There's a foul back by Gerber. But before we get to the Firecracker Tournament, of course, we'll have the Veterans Classic coming up in June here in a few weeks. Moore from the set. 1-2 the count. The pitch to Gerber. Low for a ball. It's 2-2. Gerber struck out in the first inning, called third strike. He's 0 for 5 now in the doubleheader. Pepke leads from first. He doesn't have a big lead at all against the left-hander. Moore the pitch. Swing and a foul at the plate off the foot of Gerber. Tyler Merriam, who was a good friend of ours, worked in the Post-22 program a few years ago and was an assistant coach, handled a lot of the PR duties. Helped me with a few broadcasts on the road. He is from Pierre. Saw his dad before the game. There's a fly ball down the left field line. It's a long run for Sumption. He's getting to it over near the foul line and makes the catch. So Gerber flies to left for the first out. Pepke back to first. But Tyler, you think I started young, Mark? Tyler started as about 16 years old, helping the Pierre station here, doing some games, and did a nice job as a 16-year-old, and his dad was telling me that he did the same thing I did, and you probably did too. As a youngster, as Moore delivers an off-speed curveball into Badger for a strike. He sat in front of the TV with a tape recorder, got a game on, and practiced that way. And Tyler now, of course, the voice of the South Dakota State Jackrabbits. Football, basketball, baseball. Here's the pitch. And a strike. And it's 0-2. Got a chance to converse with Tyler yesterday on the death of Dave Plouffe, of course. 2 strikes to count. Pepke at first base and 1 out. Here's the pitch. Off-speed breaking ball hit him. With a 2-strike count. How many times, Mark, have we seen that? That's getting old.
It really is, because it's an unfortunate miscue, and it's easily avoidable. Things are working for you. I know you want to jazz things up, and you want to get batters to fish for something so you can put them out with that 3rd strike, but I don't know what leads somebody to go that far inside on a batter.
You don't get him to fish on an inside pitch. You get him to fish on a pitch down and away.
Right.
Here's Spencer Seringer up, the designated hitter, and the fastball is low. So Pierre now with runners at first and second with 1 out here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. A 3-0 post-22 lead. Seringer grounded out to first in the 1st inning. He's 1 for 3 in the doubleheader. He swings and bounces one out to Bowman. A 2-hopper. He throws quickly to Paz for 1 on to first for the double play. Nicely done by Bowman to Paz to Sorensen. 6-4-3. And post-22 has a double play. Their second of the doubleheader. No runs for Pierre. No hits, no errors, and 1 man left on base. We head to the 4th inning. Post-22 leading Pierre 3-0. Mark Benetti is all set to go. He's got that arm loose, and he's ready to take over here in the 4th inning. You're listening to Post-22 Baseball throughout the Post-22 season on ESPN Radio Rapid City.
You don't have to try to hit a home run when you're hitting singles and doubles all day. Consistency wins games, and it's key to helping achieve your retirement goals. At Weitzel Financial Group, they believe they're there to help with your own ideals and goals. Head toward your field of dreams. Call Weitzel Financial Group for a consultation at 348-1152. Kurt Weitzel is a registered representative and investment advisor representative with and offers securities and advisory services through Commonwealth Financial Network member FINRAS IPC, a registered investment advisor. Weitzel Financial Group, 817 9th Street, Rapid City, South Dakota, 57701. You don't have to try.
3 frames are in the books in Game 2 at Hyde Stadium here in the lovely state capital of South Dakota in Pierre. Hardhats, a little bit of a different story this time around. They are in the driver's seat. They have a 3-0 lead here in Game 2 of this doubleheader. Quick flash of numbers across the board for the Hardhats. It's 3 runs on 4 hits with no errors on defense. And for Pierre Post 8, it's no runs on a hit with 2 E's on the scoreboard. Mark Benetti and Tom Rudabush alongside you for all the action this season and in today's Memorial Day doubleheader. Post-22 Hardhats looking to sweep this doubleheader and go for their 6th consecutive win. 7, 8, 9 due up for the Hardhats. Zach Sumption followed by Justin Kramer and Riley McSherry. Sumption 1 for 1. He singled on a blooper. Last time he was up in the top of the 2nd, and his first pitch is a swing and a miss. And he starts behind 0-1. Justin Kramer on deck had the sacrifice bunt. Riley McSherry popped up to the catcher in foul territory. Rounds out your 3 gentlemen scheduled to hit. 0-1 to Sumption. Breaking pitch misses outside, and the count evens up at 1-1. Kyle Stover still on the mound here for Pierre. About to begin his 4th inning of his pitching duties. His next pitch is inside for ball 2. 2 balls and a strike now, the count to Sumption. And this next pitch will be his 55th. Next pitch missed, and there's 3 balls and a strike. Full wind up here for Stover. Here comes a 3-1. And that pitch skips off of home plate, and it's ball 4. So Zach Sumption earns a leadoff walk. He's been on base both times he's batted in this game, the single and then the base on balls. That'll bring up Justin Kramer. So now here comes Justin Kramer. Sacrifice bunt the last time he was up. Looking for his first hit of this ball game and of this doubleheader. He did not play the first game. That was Carter Deming out of third. First pitch to Kramer. Runner goes. It's low and away. They're going to let him go. That's a defensive indifference. So they're going to let Sumption go to second. So no throw on the play. 1-0 is the count here to Kramer. And now Sumption is 180 feet away from giving the Hardhats a fourth run in as many innings. We have a conference here real quick with the Pure coaching staff and Kyle Stover, the pitcher. Don't know if he's feeling something, and it looks like he might be taken out of this ball game. I guess he must be injured. He must be feeling something to prompt his removal from this game. So who they're going to go with, we're not necessarily sure. Looks like Danny McGee, number 15, is going to come in. So Kyle Stover's start comes to an abrupt end on 55 pitches. So we're going to take a quick recess as Danny McGee warms up for Pierre. We'll be right back here on the official radio home of Post 22 Hardhats Baseball here on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
Zero goes with things like this. This. And this. Coke Zero tastes like this.
He shoots, he scores!
It sounds like this. It feels like this. So when the game is on, try it with this. Coke Zero. Real Coca-Cola taste. 0 calories, 0 sugar.
Well, after just 55 pitches and 3+ innings of work, Kyle Stover has come out of the game. He must be injured. That pitch that went low to Justin Kramer looked like it drew some discomfort out of Kyle Stover. He motioned over to his coach, and that's all she wrote. So Kyle Stover, after 3+ innings of work, 4 hits, 3 runs, all of which were earned, will now exit the game. He didn't strike anybody out. He did walk 2. And again on 55 total pitches. So now Danny McGee will take over. Justin Kramer, in the meantime, has a 1-0 count to work with. So awkward scenario there for McGee, coming in the middle of an at-bat, essentially. So now he will take on Justin Kramer. Justin Kramer has a man on second and no one out here in the top half of the 4th inning. The Hardhats have a 3-0 lead. 1 run scored in each inning. Walker Paz was the first run of the game. He was the leadoff walk to start off game 2. Was knocked in on an RBI ground out by Timmy Paris. Then it was Cooper Bowman who tripled and was knocked in on an error in Jack Sorensen's at-bat. And then it was Zach Solano who led off, got on base. And he was sacked flown in by Cooper Bowman. So now Justin Kramer, 1-0. He faces a new pitcher, Danny McGee. Zach Sumption takes his lead off second. First pitch is a fastball in there for a strike, and now Kramer's even at 1-1. Riley McSherry is on deck, 0 for 1 with a pop out in foul territory to the catcher. Here comes the 1-1. A little too far inside on Kramer. 2 balls and a strike now the count. So 2 balls and a strike. 2-1. That's high and away. 3 balls and a strike now to Justin Kramer. 1 pitch away from a free pass to first. Zach Sumption still takes his lead off of second. And the 3-1 swung on and just fouled. Kramer was a little too far ahead of that off-speed pitch, and now the count goes full. 3 runs for the Hardhats, 1 in each inning, looking to keep that trend rolling here in Game 2. Payoff pitch, swung on and fouled off the end of the bat, and the count will hold full. Assumption begins his lead on second. McSherry looks in from the on-deck circle. Kramer and Stover. McGee. Payoff pitch number 2 is high for ball 4. And Justin Kramer earns a walk. So 2 walks to start off the top half of the 4th inning for pure pitching with both Stover and McGee. That's now going to bring us to Riley McSherry, hitting in the 9-hole for the Hardhats. McSherry's 0 for 1. He popped out in foul territory to the catcher, Mike Lusk. Kramer now takes his lead off at first, Assumption off a second. First pitch to McSherry. He shows bunt, but it's high. And we'll start him off with a 1-0 count. No outs here in the top of the 4th. Hardhats have first and second occupied by Kramer and Assumption respectively, and they're holding on to a 3-0 lead. 1-0. McSherry again shows bunt. The pitch is once again up high. 2 balls, no strikes. Charging in from first is Joe King. If he can get that lead runner at third, he will. McSherry bats in the opposite direction of him. And that obviously won't happen. 2-0. Fastball in there for strike 1. This time McSherry rests the bat on his shoulder. 2-1 now the count on the call of strike. Initially showed bunt to try and advance the runners. McGee checks at second where Assumption stands. McSherry shows bunt, tried to drop it, and he fouled it. That'll even the count up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. So unless McSherry's feeling incredibly lucky, I don't think he's going to bunt. And now the infield defense recognizes that, and they're going to reset to their normal double play positions. 2 balls, 2 strikes the count. Nobody out here, top of the 4th. Hardhats with first and second occupied, and Riley McSherry out. 2-2 from McGee. Swung on, and that ball is hit high in the air to shallow right and foul. Just a few feet to the right of the first base line. And the count will hold at 2-2. McSherry gets another life. Almost looked like the Bermuda Triangle was starting to form between Cheddar at second, King at first, and Pepke and right. So now McSherry's looking in for another 2-2 pitch. And McGee throws the deuces. That one skips low. And we'll push the count full, 3-2. Walk will bring up Walker Paz with the bases loaded, unless McSherry is retired. Payoff pitch is away from McSherry and over his head for ball 4. 3 consecutive walks issued by Pierre pitching. And that will now bring up Walker Paz with the bases loaded and no one out here in the top of the 4th. Walker Paz 0 for 1. He walked to start off the entire game. He came around to score the first of what are currently 3 Hardhats runs. Flew out to center field with 2 men in scoring position to end the top half of the second. Big moment here in the game for the Hardhats. First pitch to Paz is a called strike. A bit high, and the count starts off 0-1 for Paz. As McGee is now pitching from the full windup. Every base occupied, no one out top of the 4th. 0-1. Strike 2, inside corner called. And how quickly Paz is behind in the blink of an eye, 0-2. Here comes the 0-2 from McGee. Swung on, and that ball is hit foul first base side. And the count will hold at 0-2. Paz just trying to protect there. On third, Assumption. Second, Kramer. First, McSherry. 0-2, caught him looking. Strike 3. And there is a backwards K in the book. The first strikeout for Pierre pitching today. 1 down. Bases are still loaded. That's going to bring up Zach Solano, who singled and came around to score the last time he was up. Here comes Solano's first pitch. That skips for ball 1. And Solano starts ahead 1-0. Solano has seen 3 pitches or less in his last 2 at-bats. 1-0. Low and away, 2 balls, no strikes to Solano. Timmy Paris is on deck. He's looking for his first hit of the entire day. 0 for 4 with a walk and a run scored in game 1. 0 for 2 with a ribby in this game. Next pitch is high for ball 3, and now Zach Solano is a pitch away from a free pass and an RBI base on balls. It would give the Hardhats a 4-0 lead. Here comes the 3-0 from McGee, and that skips low for ball 4. So Zach Solano earns an RBI walk. Still 1 out. Bases are still loaded, and now that's going to bring up Timmy Paris as Sumption crosses home plate. So in each inning, the leadoff man has safely reached base, and the leadoff man has accounted for every run the Hardhats have so far. And now Timmy Paris has a chance with the bases loaded to really do some serious damage. Still 1 out, top of the 4th. It's now a 4-0 Hardhats lead. First pitch misses low for ball 1. Paris again 0 for 2, a 5-3 RBI ground out in the top of the 1st inning. And he flew out to center field. His second at bat, and it looks like we're going to have a quick conference here on the mound. Bases are still juiced for the Hardhats backstopper committed to South Dakota State University for next year. Actually got to be there earlier this fall when Timmy signed his national letter of intent, as did Zach Solano, currently occupying first base to North Dakota State. A lot of college futures on this team here, Tom, and that just adds even more to the legacy of what Post-22 baseball is.
Becoming members of a long list of Post-22 players that have gone on to play college ball and at the Division I level, too.
Paris foul tips into the glove. That'll evens his count up at a ball and a strike. Just learned the other day that Mark Ellis, sworn enemy, Florida Gator. Next pitch low and away, 2 balls and a strike. Got to say, I never liked Florida in my 4 years at South Carolina. Never liked the Gators.
Oh, you better like them a little bit better now.
2-1. That rides up high on Paris. 3 balls and a strike now to count. So he's 1 pitch away from an RBI base on balls. Be the second one issued in as many at-bats. 3-1 to Paris. Swung on, and that ball is hit sharply to third off the glove of Garrett Stoughton into left. 2 runs are going to score on the play as McSherry is safely up, along with Justin Kramer. So it's another E5, and the Hardhats now have a 6-0 lead, with still 1 out men on first and second here in the top of the 4th. So Solano advanced to second. Paris takes to first on the E5. So McGee running into some trouble here in relief. First pitch to Petrie. Misses low and away for ball 1.
Sure looks like, Mark, that first game took a lot out of this Pierre team. They were ahead 4-3 going into the 7th inning of game 1, end up losing 8-4 in 8 innings. Post-22 now here in the 4th inning has already built up a 6-0 lead in game 2.
1-0 to Petrie from McGee. Swung on, and that ball is hit high in the air to left, and it's going to drop for a base hit. Everybody's going to advance 90 feet, so Eric Petrie gets a single to left, and that is now going to bring up Cooper Bowman. Once again, the bases are loaded for the Hardhats. And Tom, this is the Post-22 team that you and I know and love. This is a team that's hitting well. They're being patient at the plate. We haven't seen any miscues on defense yet today from the Hardhats. This is Post-22 baseball right here. First pitch to Bowman, a strike. He starts behind 0-1.
Well, this inning is a gift from Pierre. 4 walks and an error.
0-1 now evens up at 1-1 as that pitch is high and inside to Bowman.
Eric really didn't hit that ball real well either. They were playing in deep and left, and he kind of hit a Again, a shallow pop fly which fell in.
Bowman turns on that one foul, and it goes out of play left field side, and his count will now go to 1-2. Bases are loaded. There's one out here in the top of the fourth. The Hardhats have put up a 3 spot, now have a 6-0 lead. McGee full windup, 1-2 to Bowman, off speed, and he just fights it off. And the count holds at 1-2. And to Tom's point, I look at my scorebook here. Base on balls, base on balls, base on balls, backwards K, base on balls, E5 single is how it reads right now for the fourth frame. 6-0 the Hardhats lead. Bowman bases loaded, 1-2, swung on and hit to third again. That one's knocked down by Stout. He at least gets the out at third to retire 1. So it's an RBI, 5 unassisted fielder's choice for Cooper Bowman as he takes first. 2 down, men on first and second. That's going to bring us to Jack Sorensen, and the Hardhats have officially hit through the lineup.
I think Stout's going to have a couple of goalie pads and a mask on the next time he comes out in the next inning.
First pitch is swung on and hit in the gap and left for a base hit. Coming around is Eric Petrie. He is going to score. To third is Cooper Bowman. He is safe. A 2-out RBI single for Jack Sorensen. And now the Hardhats lead is 8-0.
Now batting number 28, left fielder, Zach Sumption. Kramer on that.
Jack Sorensen with the 2-out RBI single. And now the Hardhats have bat through the order. Zach Sumption coming up for the second time in this inning and led this whole frame off with a base on balls and came around to score. Quick check to first, and Sorensen stays. First pitch to Sumption, misses low, and skips, but it's blocked by Lusk, and Sumption starts off 1-0. Sumption has men on the corners and 2 outs here in the top of the fourth. Hardhats have put up a 5 spot. They've now seen their 3-0 lead balloon to an 8-0 advantage. Danny McGee in relief. 1-0, high and inside. They fake the throw, and Sorensen safe on a defensive indifference for the second time tonight. Second and third now for Assumption. 2-0 count, and that's high and away, 3-0. Justin Kramer is on deck. He also was issued a walk and came around to score. 3-0 from McGee is high for ball 4. Unless we missed something on the count there. Looks like it's a 3-1 count. Here's the 3-1. That's swung on, and that's ripped down the third base line and into left for a base hit. Both runs are going to score as Sumption rounds first, and he will tag back. A 2-out, 2-run RBI single for Zach Sumption, and it is now a 10-0 Hardhats lead, still with 2 outs and a man on first here in the top of the fourth. Well hit ball by Sumption down the third base line. And that will now bring us to Justin Kramer. Check to first, not there in time. I don't even think Sumption really took a big lead off at first. So Kramer has yet to see a pitch in his second appearance of the inning and third of the game. First pitch. Misses low and away, ball 1. Want to know the count here to Kramer. 2 outs and a man on first. Hardhats now have a 10-0 lead thanks to 7 runs in this frame. Next pitch catches the outside corner, and Kramer's count is now 1-1. Should Kramer keep this inning going, Riley McSherry is on deck. He would be the 12th batter for the Hardhats in this frame. Another check down to first, not there in time. Ball and a strike, the count here to Kramer. And McGee deals. Low and inside, 2-1. Should Kramer be the final out, it'll be the meat of the order for Pierre due up in the bottom of the fourth, 4, 5, and 6. 2-1. Swung on, and that ball is drilled high in the air to left. And charging to make a diving catch on the play is Brad Dean, and that will end the top half of the fourth. What an inning that was for the Hardhats. They end up plating 7 runs on 3 hits with 1 error and 1 man left on the base path. That was Zach Sumption on first base. And at the end of 3.5, we've officially finished half of this ball game, and the Hardhats have a 10-0 lead. We'll be right back with the bottom half of the fourth and the meat of Pierre's order in just a few moments on the official radio home of Post 22 Hardhats Baseball.
Trusted Choice Insurance agents are independent agents.
I pledge to be your guide, not only to insurance, but to insurance companies.
They don't actually work for any one insurance company.
And to use my independence to identify the coverage that's best for you.
This means they can customize policies from several companies in ways that other agents just can't. And they commit to that.
And I pledge.
In writing. Trusted Choice. You need an independent insurance agent.
Black Hills Insurance Agency, a tradition of service since 1949.
Trusted Choice Insurance.
Well, the Hardhats take advantage of a big top half of the fourth inning. They came in with a 3-0 lead. They've added 7 to that tally. And it is now 10-0 as we head to the bottom half of the fourth inning. And the meat of Pierre's order due up, starting off with Mike Lusk, the catcher, 0 for 1 with the strikeout, followed by Joe King, the first baseman, who walked, and then Garrett Stout, the left-handed hitting third baseman. He flew out to second. Mark Benetti and Tom Rudabush alongside you for all the action in this Memorial Day doubleheader in the state capitol. Hardhats looking to sweep it after an 8-4 win in extra innings in Game 1, now in the driver's seat with a 10-0 advantage here in Game 2. First pitch is fouled from Will Moore to Mike Lusk. 0-1 the starting count. Will Moore entered this inning with 51 pitches under his belt. Hasn't allowed a run on 1 hit. Entering his 4th inning of work. Here comes the 0-1. Fastball up high. Ball on a strike. Lusk, King, and Stout, 4, 5, and 6 in the Pierre order due up. Lusk was the second of what are currently 3 Wilmore strikeouts. 1-1. Swung on, and that ball is ripped foul, left field side, and it skips off the fence right to Riley McSherry. To Zach Sumption. Ball and 2 strikes to count. Let the record show Riley McSherry is playing center field, not left in this game. Ball and 2 strikes. Wilmore looking for his 4th K. Here comes the 1-2. Swung on and fouled, and Mike Lusk stays alive. So now 55 pitches for Will Moore in this start. Here comes the 1-2. Rides upstairs, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Looks like there could be some action in the Hardhats bullpen. I think I see a number 16 on the back of the pitcher that's about to warm up. That's Tommy Wall, the young righty. 2-2. Missed inside. 3 balls, 2 strikes to count. So Will Moore now has a full count to work with here. Looking for that 4th punch out. Payoff pitch is high for ball 4. So Mike Lusk draws a leadoff walk. That is going to bring up Joe King, who also, like his predecessor in the batter's box, drew a leadoff walk. That was back in the bottom half of the second.
You know, it's early in the season, Mark, and I'm not going to panic about anything with only 16 games into the season, but it is beginning to become a little disconcerting, the inability of post-22 pitchers.
First pitch is hit high in the air, left field. Zach Sumption is tracking it, foul territory, and he makes the catch to record the first out of the bottom half of the 4th inning.
the problems the post 22 pitchers are having when they get ahead 1-2 on the count to be able to finish hitters off. And hitters are being able to work the count full, and the number of walks we talked about the staff has given up. Got to get those pitchers the ability to somehow get some strikeouts here.
First pitch is swung on, and that is hit high in the air into the gap in right center, and it's going to go all the way to the wall. McSherry chases from center, and he throws the ball in. And there is no play at the plate. If anything, the ball's overthrown going to third was Garrett Stout. So Garrett Stout with an RBI triple gets Pierre on the board, and it's now 10-1 with a man on third and one out here in the bottom half of the fourth.
Boy, Stout showed some very good wheels there. He motored all the way to third, but that walk to start the inning when Will had him 1-2.
We reference that all the time.
It's getting old, isn't it?
Completely agree. First pitch swung on and hit to second. Paz gets the stop. Throw to first is in time, but the run will score. So Stout comes in from third to score. Brad Devin gets an RBI 4-3 ground out. 2 down. And now the Hardhats lead has been cut from 10-0 to 10-2. In the matter of 4 batters, and that's going to bring up Carson Cheddar, who's 0 for 1. First pitch from Moore. Pass ball in there for strike one, and he starts behind 0-1. Will Moore in his 4th inning of work in this start. The only 2 runs he's given up. 0-1. Off-speed pitch. Cheddar was ahead of it, 0-2. He fouled it off.
So let's see how Will pitches Cheddar here, the number 8 hitter, with an 0-2 count.
No balls, 2 strikes. Full windup for Moore, and he deals. High and away, ball and 2 strikes. It's almost as if they're trying to go for that fringe pitch.
Well, I can see, again, wasting a pitch on 0-2 and trying to really get a hitter to swing at a bad pitch.
0-2 skips in the dirt. Count evens up 2-2.
But these last 2 pitches have not even been close. The pitch outside, that pitch in the dirt 3 or 4 feet in front of the plate. Now you're all of a sudden at 2-2, and the hitter knows that you've got to be around the plate.
2-2 from Moore. High and away, 3 balls, no strikes. 3 balls, 2 strikes, excuse me. And just like that, Moore was in the driver's seat, 0-2. And now here comes the payoff pitch. Swung on and fouled. And Cheddar stays alive. There's a big thud. But that was a good observation, Tom. How does he pitch with 0-2? And well, here we are, full count. Big payoff pitch for Moore. Looking for that 4th strikeout. And he missed it low and away for ball 4. So it's a 2-out walk after Will Moore had an 0-2 count in the driver's seat. Surrenders a 2-out walk. Brings up Dawson Pepke, who also walked. That was back in the bottom half of the 3rd. Now Will Moore has fresh count to work with. First pitch, Pepke misses outside, ball 1. Should Pepke be the final out, the Hardhats will go to 9-1-2 in the order. McSherry, Paz, and Solano. 1-0. Fastball inside, catches the corner, 1-1. Should Pepke keep this inning going, we'll go back to the top of the order. Pepke's the 9-hole hitter. 2 outs, a man on first. Hardhats with a 10-2 lead. 1-1 from Moore. Missed low, 2 balls and a strike. Tommy Wall still warming up in the Hardhats bullpen. Out in left field foul territory. 2-1 from Moore. Swung on and missed. And Pepke's count is now even. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Will Moore about to throw his 73rd pitch in this start. 2-2. Swung on, and that ball is hit to second. Pause on the run, gets the stop. Throw to first is in time, and that's going to end it. So 4-3 ground out ends the threat, but Pierre gets on the board. It's 2 runs on the power of 1 hit with no post-22 errors. 1 man left on the base path, stranded at first. 4 innings are in the books, and the Hardhats still have the lead. However, now it has shrunk to 10-2. We'll be right back with 9-1 and 2 in the Hardhats order. Riley McSherry, Walker Paz, and Zach Solano in just a few moments. We are in the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box here at Hyde Stadium in Pierre on the official radio home of Post 22 Hardhats Baseball here on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
Great faces, great places. Wet paint? Yep. And around here, when great places need a little love, great faces band together. Each year, First Interstate Bank employees help local organizations put a fresh coat of paint on homes of those in need. A small gesture, perhaps, but one that puts smiles on faces and strengthens bonds in the places we serve. First Interstate Bank. It's you and I together.
4 frames have been played. We now go to the top half of the 5th inning, and the Hardhats have a commanding 10-2 lead over Pierre Post 8, looking to get the sweep of this Memorial Day doubleheader in the state capitol. Stats across the board for the Hardhats. They have the lead. It's 10 runs, 7 hits, no errors on defense. And on the other side of things for Pierre, it's 2 runs on 2 hits with 3 errors on defense. Mark Benetti and the legendary longtime voice of Post 22 Baseball, Tom Rudebush, alongside you for all the action today and the rest of this season. So many great things to look forward to. Tom, you said it's quite the busy slate this weekend from Thursday to Sunday. 4 games, 4 days.
That's right, Mark, and that's why I need you to be, follow the curfew that's been laid out for you this summer. 10 o'clock at night, lights out at 11.
I have a curfew.
In your room at 10, lights out at 11.
I can't make any promises there. First pitch to Riley McSherry leading off the top half of the 5th is low for ball 1.
I have no problem meeting that curfew.
Here comes the 1-0. Swung on, and that ball's hit to short. Gerber, the stop on the hop. Throw to first is in time. 6-3 in the scorebook retires McSherry. He's now 0 for 2 with a walk, a pop out to the catcher in foul territory, and the ground out to short. That is now going to bring us back to the top of the order to Walker Paz, who is 0 for 2 with a fly out to center, strikeout looking, and a base on balls that started off this whole game and resulted in the first run of the game. First pitch to Paz. Skips low and inside for ball 1.
Post 22 returns to play following today's game at home at Fitzgerald Stadium. That's coming up on Thursday. Watertown, the opponent, a single game at 7:30.
Here comes the 1-0. That is low and inside. 2 balls, no strikes to count. Zach Solano is on deck. 1 for 2. 2-0 to Paz is swung on and it's chopped to second. Stops made on the play by Cheddar. Easy throw to first is in time. 4-3 in the books. 2 up, 2 down. Will now bring us to Zach Solano. I mentioned moments ago, 1 for 2 with a fly out to center, a single and a run scored, and an RBI walk and another run scored. So Zach's been on the base path 2 times, and each time he has made Pierre pay for it. Exactly 20% of the Hardhats runs. 2 outs, nobody on the base path for human muscle, as Tom calls him. And the first pitch is a called strike at his knees. He starts off 0-1. Danny McGee, full windup. Next pitch is a breaking pitch that misses low and away. And the count evens up at 1-1. If Solano is the last out, we will go to the top of the Pierre order. Next pitch is swung on, and that ball is hit high in the air, but foul. First base side. And the count is now a ball and 2 strikes to Solano. Should Solano keep this inning going, Timmy Paris is in the on-deck circle, still looking for his first hit of the day. 0 for 4 in Game 1. He's currently 0 for 3 with an RBI here in Game 2. 1-2 to Solano. Buzzes the tower up high and inside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Actually, if I see that correctly, that's Todd Stevens in the on-deck circle. 2-2, swung on and missed, strike 3. And that will retire the side. That's the second strikeout in relief for Danny McGee. That will end the top half of the fifth. It's 1-2-3 for the Hardhats on offense, which unfortunately means no runs, hits, errors, or anybody left on base. And at the end of 4.5, the Hardhats still in the driver's seat. They have a 10-2 advantage. We'll go back to the bottom half of the fifth and the top of the order for Pierre in just a few moments. You're listening to the official radio home of Post 22 Hardhats Baseball here on ESPN Radio, Rapid City. So we have a couple of changes to start off the bottom half of the fifth. The start of Will Moore has come to an end. And a quality start for Will Moore. In 4 innings, he struck out 3, walked 3. He hit 1 batter, allowed 2 runs on 2 hits, and now gives way to the young Tommy Wall, who will come in on the mound for the Hardhats. This will be his 6th appearance of the season and 5th by virtue of relief. He hasn't gone too far in his relief appearances, only 7 2/3 innings of work under his belt. 2.74 ERA, but 8 strikeouts to 2 walks. You have to like that from the young righty on the mound for the Hardhats. Also, another defensive change. Timmy Parris' day has come to an end. Todd Stevens is now catching for the Hardhats. He makes his first appearance of this doubleheader in the state capitol. And that rounds out all of the defensive substitutions. So Tommy Wall now on the mound for Will Moore. 73 total pitches in 4 innings. And now Tommy Wall comes in for his 6th appearance of the season and 5th by virtue of relief. So Connor Gerber, top of the order, due up for Pierre. First pitch from Tommy Wall in relief is a fastball strike that skips out of the glove of Todd Stevens. And Gerber starts behind 0-1. Gerber is 0 for 2 on the day. He struck out looking to Will Moore to kick off the offensive entries for Pierre in the scorebook. Flew out to left field in his most recent at-bat. Full windup for Tommy Wall. Here comes the 0-1. That's another fastball. Stevens had a little trouble hanging on to that. And quickly, Gerber's behind 0-2. Landon Badger on deck. Spencer Saringer in the hole. Here comes the 0-2 from Wall. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. Ball was dropped, though. Stevens has it. Easy throw to first is caught. No, but they pulled him off the bag. So it's a strikeout, but Gerber advances to first. So nobody out and a man on first. That's going to bring us to Landon Badger.
They charged the catcher with a pass ball on that play, and that allows Gerber to reach. Boy, the pitchers are struggling enough to get outs with, a low number of pitches. You strike a guy out, and he still gets on.
First pitch from Wall skips, runner goes. Stevens is going to eat the ball. So it's a stolen base for Gerber. He advances on the KE2. They did charge an error to Stevens.
Yeah, technically that's in Major League scoring, that's not an error. But
so 1-0 now the count here to Badger. He has a man on second. And no one out here in the bottom half of the fifth. Hardhats have a 10-2 lead. Looking to keep it that way. Here comes the 1-0 from Wall. Swung on, and that ball is pulled into left, and that is going to drop for a base hit. It's going to go all the way to the corner. 1 run is going to score. And on to second with a stand-up RBI double is Landon Badger.
Mark, I want to correct something, too, I just said. That is an error because the throw was there but pulled the first baseman off the bag. So that is an error. My apologies. That was a good scoring decision there by the scorer.
So the RBI stand-up double now gives Landon Badger and Pierre a 10-3 deficit to work with. And that's going to bring us to Spencer Saringer, the DH. First pitch from Wall, swung on, and it's chopped to third. Carter Deming gets the stop. Justin Kramer, the stop. Throw to first is in time. And Kramer, smart defensive play, was able to hold the runner there at second. So 5-3 in the book, one down. Still with a man on second will bring us to Mike Lusk, the catcher.
You know, that's the best Justin's looked at fielding a ground ball this season. Mark, he really had his feet set. He moved his feet. He was in front of the ball defensively and looked at second, but he was smart enough to say, let's not try to get that guy in a hot box. Let's just get the guy to first base.
First pitch from Wall to Lusk is low and away for ball one. Nice stop by Stevens there. 1-0 the count.
Run against Tommy Wall this inning is unearned.
Wall checks second. Here's the 1-0. Runner goes. Stevens gets the ball. Throw to third is not in time. Landon Badger with an interesting steal to third. He is safe. So now it's another man in scoring position for Pierre, who now trails 10-3. 2 balls, no strikes to count. A ball and a strike to count. Tommy Wall in relief of Will Moore. Now has a man on third to worry about. 1-1 from Wall. Swung on and fouled. Ball and 2 strikes now the count to Lusk. Tommy Wall looking for his second strikeout. 1-2. Swung on and fouled. That may have hit the umpire. Count holds at 1-2. Now Lusk will receive some orders from his coaching staff. The man on third is Landon Badger. He had an RBI double to get on the base path and knock in Connor Gerber, who reached first on a KE2. He did strike out, but the third strike was dropped. Todd Stevens threw to first to get the out, but he pulled Jack Sorensen off the bag. That's where the error came in. Full windup for Wall. Here's the 1-2. Swung on, and that ball is ripped into left. Sumption underneath it makes the catch on the run, and he will get that ball in. And having to tag was Badger, so he does not leave third. A key second out. Even more, the runner holds at third, and that will bring up Joe King.
You know, that was a base running mistake by Badger at third. He should have been tagging all the way on that ball. And as soon as his catch was made, his coach should have sent him, because Sumption was heading towards the foul line under great, momentum. He wouldn't have been able to turn quickly and set and throw to the plate.
First pitch is high. It skips out of the glove of Stevens. Does he have a play at the plate? It's shoveled, and it goes through the legs of Tommy Wall. So the pass ball will bring in Landon Badger. And now the Hardhats lead is 10-4. As Joe King looks at ball one. So 1-0 the count here to King. A second run comes across. Stat line reads 2 runs on a hit with an error. Next pitch swung on and missed, and King now sees his count even at a ball and a strike. Should King be the final out, that is how this inning will read. 2 runs a hit and an error for the Hardhats. Full windup for Wall, 1-1. Misses outside, 2 balls and a strike. Tommy Wall coming in relief of Will Moore. 2-1. Swung on, and that ball is hit high in the air. Todd Stevens thinks he has a play on it, and he can't make the catch. It just spun on him at the last second over his outstretched glove, and he's not happy with himself. 2 balls, 2 strikes to count. Could have ended the inning, but now Tommy Wall has to either get King to put the ball back in play or get the K to end the inning. Two balls, two strikes to count. Tommy Wall on the mound for the Hardhats, looking into Joe King of Pierre. 2-2. Just missed outside. And the count goes full. Tommy Wall wanted that call, and he's not going to get it. Heck, he didn't get it. Now it's a big payoff pitch for Wall. And he deals the 3-2, swung on and hit foul first base side, and King stays alive. Should King keep this inning going, Garrett Stout, the left-handed hitting third baseman, is on deck. He had a ribby triple the last time he was up. Full count. Once again, Tommy Wall, payoff number 2. Caught him looking, strike 3. And that is going to end the bottom half of the 5th. Wall's first strikeout in relief. 2 runs on a hit with 1 Hardhat error. Nobody left on the base path at the end of 5 full innings of play. The Hardhats still have the lead, however, now it's 10-4. Pierre has scored 4 runs in the last 2 innings. We'll be right back with the top half of the 6th. Todd Stevens, Eric Petrie, and Cooper Bowman do up for the Hardhats. You're listening to the official radio home of Post 22 Hardhats Baseball from the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box here on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
They hit a home run when you're hitting singles and doubles all day. Consistency wins games, and it's key to helping achieve your retirement goals. At Weitzel Financial Group, they believe they're there to help with your own ideals and goals. Head toward your field of dreams. Call Weitzel Financial Group for a consultation at 348-1152. Kurt Weitzel is a registered representative and investment advisor representative with and offers securities and advisory services through Commonwealth Financial Network member FINRA SIPC, a registered investment advisor. Weitzel Financial Group, 817 9th Street, Rapid City, South Dakota, 57701. You don't.
Danny McGee back on the mound for Pierre Post 8 as we go to the top half of the 6th inning. Post 22 Hardhats still have a 10-4 lead over the team representing state capital of South Dakota. Stats across the board for the Hardhats. It's 10 runs on 7 hits with 1 error. That was on the E2 from Todd Stevens back in the bottom half of the 4th. On the other side, bottom half of the 5th. On the other side of things, through 5 innings for Pierre, it's 4 runs on 3 hits with 3 errors on defense. Those errors coming in consecutive innings in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Now it's McGee back on the mound for Pierre as he will take on Todd Stevens, followed by Eric Petrie and Cooper Bowman. So Stevens comes in now for his first appearance of the day at the plate. First pitch from McGee is called strike. 0-1 the count. This is only the 3rd game in which Todd's batted. This is his 5th plate appearance. He's hit in 3 of his last 4. Next pitch is a breaking ball up high. Ball and a strike to count for Stevens. So he's batting .750. Nothing to brag about. 1-1 hits him. And Todd Stevens is now going to take free trot to first. The hit by pitch will bring up Eric Petrie, the DH, who in this game is 2 for 3. He's hitting 2 consecutive at-bats.
You know what I'm going to do this week? I'm going to take some time, and I'm going through all the box scores, and I'm going to figure out how many hit batsmen we've had this year.
On both sides?
Yes.
Okay.
And then you and Destin can each give me an estimate of how many we've had, and
Destin and I can make a bet out of this. I like it.
it could be a huge payoff for you, Benetti.
Luke Ferdinand is actually in now for Eric Petrie. So Petrie's day comes to an end. First pitch to Ferdinand, a called strike.
We've had a tremendous number of hit batsmen this year.
I do agree with that. Heck, in the first game, there were 4 from the Pierre starting pitchers. Pierre starting pitcher Joe King had 4 hit batsmen. And there was 1 from Colton Trubinsky, I believe, as well. 0-1 to Ferdinand. He fouls it. He's behind 0-2. Cooper Bowman is on deck. Extended his hitting streak to 13 games. He has failed to hit in only 1 of 16 this season. No balls, 2 strikes to count to Ferdinand. And the pitch, breaking pitch is swung on, and it's hit to the right side of the infield. Stops made by Cheddar at second. Throw to first is in time. And advancing to second was Stevens because of where the ball was hit. So 4-3 fielder's choice for Ferdinand retires him. 1 down, a man in scoring position. Here comes Cooper Bowman. Cooper Bowman had a triple, sac fly RBI, and an RBI groundout. Rather, fielder's choice, I should say. First pitch to Bowman, catches the outside part of the plate. He's behind 0-1. Bowman's come around to score twice as well. Stevens playing cat and mouse on second. Next pitch is swung on and hit to third. Stevens held at second. Throw to first. Garrett Stout is in time. So 5-3 retires Bowman. 2 down. Stevens still in scoring position on second. We'll bring up Jack Sorensen, who, again, Tom, what a day he has had, both defensively, offensively in Game 1, carried over in Game 2, most recently with the RBI single.
Jack had 3 hits and 4 at-bats in the first game with a sacrifice fly and an RBI single, 1 for 2 in this game.
Fouls off his first pitch. It's out of play. And there's the thud. 0-1 the count to Sorensen.
Well, so far, Mitch Messer has used Will Moore at first base, and he's used Ferdinand at first base, and Will Moore, Ferdinand, and Sorensen.
Next pitch up high, 1-1 the count.
And I would say that battle is wide open right now for who might be that starting first baseman for tournament time. Again, we got a long way to go.
McGee checks second. Stevens is lead. 1-1 to Sorensen. That ball swung on and hit high in the air to left. That ball has some legs on it, and it is off the wall. Stevens is going to score from second. Jack Sorensen has a 2-out RBI double, and the Hardhats now have an 11-4 lead. He absolutely torched that to left center.
Well, that's 2 RBIs in this game for Jack and 3 in the doubleheader. 13 on the season.
And now Zach Sumption is up. He had a 2-run RBI single with 2 outs the last time he was up. First pitch to Sump, as they call him in the dugout, is high and away for ball 1. Should Sumpson be the final out, we'll go to 6, 7, and 8 in the Pierre order. Should he keep this going, Kramer's on deck. Next pitch to Sumption, swung on, and that's hit high in the air, first base side. King's underneath it, on the run, makes the catch in front of his own dugout in foul territory, and that will end it. So the pop 3 retires Sumption. For the Hardhats, it's a run on a hit with no pure errors. 1 man left on the base path in scoring position. And at the end of 5.5 innings of play, the Hardhats have added a little more to their lead, at least trying to get runs back. They now have an 11-4 advantage over Pierre, heading into the bottom half of the 6th. 6, 7, 8 due up for the hosts. We'll be right back in just a few moments here on the official radio home of Post 22 Hardhats Baseball here on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
With more than 300 pediatric experts in 35 specialty areas, Sanford Children's offers the care that matters to your family. At the Castle of Care, we are committed to bringing in the latest and most advanced technology and services to care for your children. And having the largest team of specialists in the region means your child can receive expert, individualized care close to home. At Sanford Children's, we promise to put your family first. To learn more, visit childrens.sanfordhealth.org.
Bottom half of the 6th inning now coming up from Hyde Stadium in Pierre. Post 22 Hardhats have an 11-4 lead that they are now looking to protect. As Tommy Wall comes back on the mound for the Hardhats. No other defensive substitutions. Todd Stevens still at catcher. Wall still on the mound, and he will take on 6, 7, and 8. Garrett Stout, followed by Brad Dean and Carson Cheddar, barring any offensive substitutions for Pierre. Quick numbers across the board through 5.5 for the Hardhats. 11 runs, 8 hits, 1 error. For Pierre, 4 runs, 3 hits, 3 errors on defense. Tommy Wall retired 3 in a row to end the bottom half of the 5th. Here is his first pitch to Garrett Stout. It's high for ball 1. Stout is 1 for 2 on the day, an RBI triple under his belt, also a pop out to second. 1-0. Swung on, and that ball's ripped into left. That's going to drop for a base hit. Zach Sumption carries it in, throws it to Cooper Bowman. So it's a leadoff single for Stout, showing that opposite field power. Both times he's hit, it's been to the opposite field. That's going to bring up Brad Dean now, who is 0 for 2 with a backwards K and an RBI groundout. Stout takes his lead off of first. First pitch from Wall. Fastball catches the inside part of the plate for strike 1. And Dean's behind 0-1. Carson Cheddar on deck, 0 for 1, grounded into a fielder's choice and walked. Wall checks first. Nobody out, a man on first. 0-1 to Dean. Misses outside, and that will even the count of ball and a strike. Bottom half of the 6th inning, Hardhats have an 11-4 lead. Game 2 of their doubleheader, looking to sweep it. 1-1, called strike, outside corner. Nice fastball from Wall, a ball and 2 strikes. Tommy Wall in his 2nd inning of relief for Wilmore. 1-2. Just outside. And the count evens up at deuces. Sorensen tagging to first, trying to hold Stout. Wall checks over there, sees how he's doing, and now he steps off the rubber in time's called. Wall checks first again. Sorensen ready for a pickoff just in case. Next pitch, caught him looking, strike 3. And there is another backwards K for Tommy Wall. That is the first out of the bottom half of the 6th. Still a man on first will bring us to Carson Cheddar. Great fastball from Tommy Wall. Cheddar 0 for 1 with a ground out, fielder's choice, and a walk. First pitch from Wall. Called strike outside part of the plate. And Cheddar's behind 0-1. Should a double play not end the inning. Dawson Pepke's on deck. He's 0 for 1 also with a walk and a ground out to second. Check to first. Not there in time. You know, we talk about double headers. Game 1, games 2. This is a big series starting tonight for Lord Stanley's Cup. Pittsburgh Penguins and Nashville Predators will play in Game 1 in just a few moments if they haven't already dropped the puck. 0-1 from Wall, up high. The count evens up at a ball and a strike. Tom, any Stanley Cup predictions? Pittsburgh, Nashville, who you got?
Well, I'd like to see Nashville win it because I like the way that they progressed beating Chicago 4-0. Who beat Chicago 4-0, then beating Anaheim?
Yeah.
Pittsburgh's won enough.
1-1 is fouled. Just thuds over our press box. I was ready for it.
What a feeble attempt. Ready for it.
I had to fight off the window that was in front of me if it came here. Just saying. Ball and 2 strikes to count. Tommy Wall looking for his 3rd K. Against Carson Cheddar. From the stretch, 1-2. Swung on, and that ball is pushed into right. It's going to drop in front of Solano for a base hit. Solano gathers it, and everybody will advance at least a base. So it's 2 singles surrendered in this inning. Men on first and second, still one out. Will now bring up Dawson Pepke. We are now in the 9-hole hitter, so we'll go back to the top of the order, should Pepke not ground into an inning-ending double play. I do have to echo that sentiment, though. I really want Nashville to win. As a New York Rangers fan, I just can't root for Pittsburgh. Wall checks the base path. First pitch. Called strike at the belt of Pepke. 0-1 the count. Should the double play not end the inning, Gerber's on deck. Had a very interesting sequence of events in his last at-bat. 0-1. Up high. Ball and a strike now the count. Justin Kramer, Riley McSherry, and Walker Paz scheduled to hit the top half of the 7th. Hardhats with an 11-4 lead. Here comes the 1-1. Swung on and missed. Ball and 2 strikes to count now to Pepke. Once again, Wall in a 2-strike count. He's looking for his 3rd strikeout in relief. He will have matched Will Moore's total from his start. Wall checks the runner at second. 1-2. Swung on and fouled. And Pepke stays alive. Stout on second. Cheddar on first. Singles put both gentlemen on the base path. On deck, Connor Gerber, the leadoff hitter. Here comes the 1-2. Up high. Count evens up. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Pepke. (11-4) is the Hardhats lead here in the bottom half of the 6th. Double take to second for Wall. 2-2. Just missed. Just missed, and the count goes full. Tommy Wall trying to avoid a base on balls here. It would load the bases with 1 out if he does that. Payoff pitch. Caught him looking. Strike 3. Another strikeout for Tommy Wall, his 3rd in relief. All of them backwards Ks. 2 down. Still men on first and second. Back to the top of the order to Connor Gerber. Gerber is 0 for 3. First pitch is swung on, and it's hit to first. Sorensen gets the stop on the hop. He says, I've got first myself, guys, and that'll end it. 3 unassisted. Fielder's choice to end the bottom half of the 6th. No runs on 2 hits, no defensive errors for the Hardhats. And 2 men left on the base path. And at the end of 6 innings of play, the Hardhats still have an 11-4 lead. Tom's going to close us out when the top of the 7th comes back in just a few moments with Justin Kramer, Riley McSherry, and Walker Paz scheduled to hit. We'll be right back, broadcasting from the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box here at Hyde Stadium in Pierre, South Dakota. You're listening to Post 22 Hardhats Baseball on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
Insurance agents are independent agents.
I pledge to be your guide, not only to insurance, but to insurance companies.
They don't actually work for any one insurance company.
And to use my independence to identify the coverage that's best for you.
This means they can customize policies from several companies in ways that other agents just can't. And they commit to that.
And I pledge.
In writing. Trusted choice. You need an independent insurance agent.
Black Hills Insurance Agency, a tradition of service since 1949.
Trusted choice.
Beating Pierre by a score of 11-4, trying to sweep this doubleheader. Post 22 won the first game 8-4. They broke a 4-4 tie with a 4-run 8th inning. And a tremendous relief job in that first game by Colton Sherbinski, who threw 6 shutout innings of relief, allowing 2 hits, walked 3, and struck out 5, and picked up his 2nd win of the year. 8 runs, 8 hits, 2 errors in that first game for Post 22. 4 runs, 7 hits, 2 errors for Pierre. Justin Kramer takes a ball outside. It's 1 ball, no strikes. And the pitch is down low, and it's 2-0. McGee pitching for Pierre. In relief, Kramer has had a sacrifice bunt, walked and scored, and flied to left. And he pulls a foul on the ground off to the left. And the count is 2 balls and a strike. McSherry on deck, and then pause to follow. We're in the 7th inning. Post 22 going for their 7th win in a row here in the doubleheader sweep. There's a strike, a breaking ball over the inside corner. Count to Kramer, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Well, both Cooper Bowman and Dennis Petrie. Eric Petrie. Yes, Dennis was playing back in the mid-'80s. Each extended their hitting streaks today. Bowman 13 games, Petrie 10. Pitch is low and away, and the ball 4 to Kramer. Justin has his second walk. And here's Riley McSherry batting 9th in the order. Riley has fouled out to the catcher, walked, and grounded out to short. 8 hits in the game for Post 22. 5 hits for Pierre. And an 11-4 Post 22 lead. And the pitch is high and outside. Ball 1. Post 22 playing their 16th game of the season here in the second game. They won 13 and lost 2. Here's the set. And McGee's pitch is high and inside. 2-0 the count. And the pitch. Runner goes. Swung on, a high fly ball into left field. Kramer's going to have reverse steps as the left fielder makes the catch. Dean out there, and Justin back to first. So McSherry is down, 1 away here in the top of the 7th. And the leadoff man, Walker Paz, coming up. Walker walked and scored in the first inning. Flied to center in the second. Called out on strikes and is grounded out to second. 0 for 3 with a run scored. Walker had walked 3 times in that first game. And a walk here in the run scored in the second game. He's drawn 4 walks in the doubleheader. And he looks at a strike over the inside corner, letter high. Swung on a high pop-up in back of the plate, and it's out of play. No balls and 2 strikes on Paz. No balls and 2 strikes. Pitch on the way. Up and in for a ball. Taking second base with a stolen base goes Kramer. Justin Kramer steals second. He's there with 1 out. One ball, 2 strikes now in Walker Paz. And the pitch. Low and outside. 2-2 the count. Zach Solano on deck. And McGee's pitch is lined to second and past second on into center field for a base hit. And stopping at third will be Kramer. Paz with a single just to the right of second base. So Walker has his first hit of the day. He's now 1 for 4. Hit number 9 for Post 22 in the game. And that'll bring up Zach Solano. Zach has flied to center, singled to left, walked, and struck out. He has scored twice. He's 1 for 3. The RBI is 22nd of the season. Pitch is low and outside, ball 1. And the pitch. High. The runner at first going to second, and no attempt to throw him out. So runners at second and third. Pierre will keep the infield back, and the pitch on the way. Swing, and a miss. Big cut by Solano. 2 balls and a strike. And the pitch. Swung on, bounced foul to the left, and it's now 2-2. Todd Stevens, the catcher, is on deck. The pitch is outside. So the count to Zach is full now at 3-2. And the pitch, ball 4 high. So Solano goes down to first base. The bases are loaded. There's 1 out. Todd Stevens coming up. Todd was hit by a pitch his last at bat. He hits a long foul down the left field line. Well foul, and the count is 1 strike.
I thought that was going to hit the light tower. That looked like it was primed and ready to hit it. He destroyed that ball. That was a well-hit ball. Obviously needs to be fair next time, but
just out in front of it a bit, kind of an off-speed pitch. That pitch is a fastball low and outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Kramer at third, Paz at second, Solano at first, 1 out, top of the 7th. Post 22 leading Pierre 11-4. There's a hard ground ball into left field, a base hit for Stevens. 1 run is going to score, Kramer, and the 2nd run will come home in Walker Paz as Solano stops at second. 2-run single for Todd Stevens, and Post 22 leads 13-4. 10th hit of the game for Rapid City.
Another well-hit ball by Todd Stevens, and I know he hasn't had the biggest sample size of at-bats to go by, but he's now 4 for 5 on the season. Obviously, he's doing something right when he does get the opportunity to hit.
Luke Ferdinand hits a foul off to the left in the first pitch to him. Luke came in the 6th inning, grounded out to second. In that DH role, Eric Petrie, while he was in there, went 2 for 3 with a couple of singles. Eric's average creeping up to close to 500 now. Pitch is high and outside for a ball. Petrie was 2 for 4 in the first game, 2 for 3 in the second game, so 4 for 7. And he pitches high and outside to Ferdinand. 18 hits now for Eric in his last 35 at-bats, covering 10 games. That's over 500.
That's absurd.
Ferdinand with a count of 2 balls and a strike. Pitch on the way. Fastball swung on and missed. And it's a 2-ball, 2-strike count.
Watching Eric hit these last 3 years has just been sensational. I mean, that guy just has a knack for hitting in big moments, too.
And the pitch. Low and inside. Good eye by Ferdinand. The count is full, 3-2. Here's pitch by McGee. Runner goes, and Ferdinand fouls it off. They had both runners going. Solano from second. Stevens from first. On the 3-2 pitch with 1 out. 3-2. Here's the payoff pitch. The runners don't go, and a fly ball down the left field line. That's going to be tough for anyone to reach, and it lands foul and out of the reach of Dean, the left fielder. Still 3 balls and 2 strikes. Now McGee ready. He's got a 3-2 pitch on the way, and it's high and outside. Ferdinand walks. So that moves Solano to third. Stevens to second. Ferdinand is at first. Here comes the Pierre coach out to the mound. 13-4, Rapid City leading here in the top of the 7th. Cooper Bowman will be the hitter. Cooper tripled in his first at bat. He has had 1 hit in 3 at bats.
I'll tell you, I tip my hat to Danny McGee, the reliever right now. He's 3 pitches away from 100 in this relief appearance after coming in for Kyle Stover, who left the game with injury after 3+ innings pitched. You've got to give this guy a ton of credit. And obviously, it hasn't been the easiest go for him, particularly the inning that he came in the 7th when he gave up 7 runs. But nonetheless, I mean, he's put up with a lot over here, and now he's got another bases loaded jam. If he gets the double play, he can get out of this, and Pierre can take one last chance at the bat. But yeah, he's had to put up with a lot. I give him a ton of credit for battling the way he has.
Cooper 1 for 3, as we said. He has a couple of RBIs in the game and takes the ball outside. He's got 15 on the season now. And the pitch. Low and outside. And the pitch very high, and it's ball 2. 2-0, make it 3-0. 3 balls and no strikes. That's in there for a strike. 3-1. And the 3-1 pitch. Ball 4 inside. Cooper draws a bases-loaded walk, forcing in Solano. Stevens to third. Ferdinand to second. RBI for Bowman now is his 3rd of the game. And it's now 14-4, post 22, and this will be all for McGee. So we have a pitching change for Pierre here in the top of the 7th inning. The Hardhats leading by a score of 14-4. Post 20 home this coming Wednesday. Make it Thursday night. I keep thinking today is Sunday. It feels like a Sunday. That's because we don't have to work today.
Pretty much.
We are working today. Thursday night, Watertown at Fitzgerald Stadium. That will be a 7:30 start for the Hardhats on Thursday night. And if I am remembering that correctly, the Expos will play Watertown in the first game at 5 on Thursday. Then the Varsities at about 7:30. Then on Friday night, Harrisburg in town. Same scenario. Expos will play at 5. Varsity at 7:30. And then on Saturday, we're over at Post 320 across the parking lot. And we're going to designate this game, Mark, the Battle of the Parking Lots. Wasn't that yours?
Battle of the Parking Lot. You were off by one letter.
I'm sorry. Battle of the Parking Lot. And that'll be on Friday at 7 o'clock at 320. And then Scottsbluff in town for an afternoon doubleheader. Expos at 1, Varsity at 3:30. New pitcher is... There's a drive to deep left field by Sorensen, and that ball is gone. Is that the second grand slam of the season for Jack Sorensen?
That it is. First pitch from Carson Cheddar coming in relief, and he just torched it.
Now that was a ball that surprised me. He hit it well, but I didn't think that was going to go out. And it did. Can you believe that? Second homer of the season for Jack Sorensen. And they've been both grand slam home runs. And it's now 18-4 Rapid City. And Jack has 5 RBIs in this game. He had 3 hits in the first game and an RBI. So he's got 16 RBIs on the season. As the pitch is a ball, it's 1-0. And on the season now, pitch is a ball, it's 2-0. I got to check his hit total. In this doubleheader now, he's got 6 hits. He's got 10 hits on the season and 18 RBIs. 3-0 to Zach Sumption. Zach's had a good day, a couple of hits, and a strike called, 2-1.
Quick defensive recap here. Tom Joking moved from first to third. Garrett Stout moved to second. And Zach Rayburn came in the game at first.
So it's a ball to Sumption. He walks. We batted around here in the 7th inning now. Justin Kramer started this whole inning off with a walk. There's still only 1 out. Rapid City scored 7 runs in the 4th inning, and they've scored 7 runs here in the 7th inning. The pitch is a ball to Kramer. Cheddar from the set. He delivers. Swung on a fly ball deep to left and foul. 1 ball and 1 strike on Kramer. Justin's hit a home run this year at Fitzgerald Stadium. It got over that left field fence by at least 2.5 inches. Here's the pitch. Swung on, drilled out into left center field, and that's going to be in the gap. It's going to roll all the way to the fence. Stopping at third base is Sumption, and Kramer has a double.
Stepping to the plate, center fielder number 10, Riley McSherry, pause on that.
It's the 4th hit of the inning for Post 22. 12 hits in the game. Runners at second and third, and here is Riley McSherry. Riley is 0 for 3 with a walk. Out of the windup is Cheddar, his pitch, and it's high, ball 1. It'd help if they dusted off the plate. Nobody can see where the plate is. Here's the pitch. Swung on a fly ball to deep right field. Pepke is back. He's got a beat on it there. And dropped the ball. A run is going to score. And in the third base goes Kramer. Most likely is going to be an error. Yes, it's an error. It popped right out of his mitt. 8 runs in the inning, and it's 19-4. Here's Walker Paz. And the pitch is a called strike. Walker has a single in 4 at-bats plus a walk. He has scored 2 runs. The single came his last at-bat in the 7th. He hits a ground ball to the left of second. Stout over to field it and throws to the first baseman for the out, Rayburn. Second to first to get Paz. 2 down. Kramer scores from third base. RBI for Paz. Here's Holden Jackson now to bat for Solano. Holden was the starting pitcher in the first game and takes a pitch low and outside. McSherry at second with 2 outs, and the pitch is high and inside. And the pitch. Strike on the outside corner.
This is only the 7th game Holden Jackson's coming to the plate to bat. He's only had 9 plate appearances and hit once.
Swing and a foul at the plate. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Holden. Cheddar delivers. And a ball outside. A full count now on pinch hitter Holden Jackson. And the pitch. Swung on a smash by the third baseman, King, and down the left field line. Around third is McSherry. He's coming in to score as Holden Jackson delivers an RBI single. 21-4 now, post 22 leading. 9 runs here. Well, let's see, more than that. 10 runs in the inning. And it's 21-4. Here's Stevens, the catcher, and takes a pitch outside. He's been hit by a pitch and then had a 2-run single earlier this inning. And the pitch is line foul down the left field line. 1-1 now on Todd Stevens. And the pitch outside, 2-1.
Quite the explosive inning here for the Hardhats. I mean, this is just ridiculous. 10 runs on just a couple of hits.
Let's see, a total of 5 hits in the inning. There's a drive to deep left field. Back goes Dean. The left fielder can't get it. It bounces up off the fence in deep left field. Stopping at third base is Jackson. It'll be a double for Stevens.
You can make it 6 hits in the inning now.
Mark, I'm going to take this bat and go down to the field. You want to take over for the rest? I would like to take some cuts right now. You got a feel for Pierre. They played such a competitive, tough first game, and things just haven't worked out for him here in game 2. Pitch high and outside to Ferdinand for ball 1. Lucas had 2 at-bats since replacing Petrie as the DH. Earlier this inning, he walked and scored as he looks at a strike, 1-1, and grounded out to second. So runner at third, Jackson. Runner at second, Stevens. 2 outs. The pitch on the way is swung on and popped up. Shallow left. Gerber, the shortstop, out on the grass, grabs it to retire the side. Ten runs for post 22. 5 hits in the inning. There was an error and 2 men left on base. We go to the bottom of the 7th. 21-4. Post 22 has the lead. There were 6 hits in the inning, too, also not 5, as I said. 10 runs on 6 hits for post 22. 21-4, the Hardhats lead Pierre. From the Anytime Auto Sales press box, you're listening to Post 22 Baseball on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
Some folks say it doesn't matter how you get the job done, as long as it gets done. To us, however, we won't be satisfied unless performance is coupled with integrity. Black Hills Insurance, a tradition of service since 1949.
Tommy Wall is going to try to finish up this game. Tommy came on in the 4th inning, 5th inning, I should say, and been in there for a couple of innings. Both the runs against him in the 5th inning were unearned. So he's given up 3 hits over his 2 innings. He has struck out 3. giving up 3 hits. So post 22.
Pitch hitting for Post 8.
As we have a pinch hitter.
For Badger is number 32, Easton Swartz.
Easton Swartz is batting for Badger. Easton Swartz, a right-handed batter. Tommy Wall. If there's ever a time for you to challenge the hitters and throw strikes, now is it, with a 21-4 lead. And he throws a fastball up and in for ball 1.
I think it's safe to say he's got quite the cushion here to do that.
And the pitch is high, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. And the pitch, swung on a high fly ball into, well, it's not even going to go to the outfield. The first baseman on the infield dirt, Sorensen, grabs it. And Swartz is retired, 1 down.
Batting for Pierre's number 25, Zach Rayburn, Lusk on that.
Here's Zach Rayburn up. Right-handed batter, he swings and fouls the pitch back. Rayburn went in at first base last inning. He played in the first game and was 0 for 2. Right-handed batter, Wall's pitch. Fastball right in there for a strike, and it's 0-2.
Rayburn comes into the game for Saringer, who went 0 for 3 as the DH in this game, even including grounding into a double play.
And the pitch is swung on and missed for strike 3. Tommy gets his 4th strikeout in relief. And we're down to the, well, let's make that his 5th strikeout, counting the ball that was dropped and the runner reached first. 5 strikeouts for Tommy Wall. 2 down. Here's Lusk, the catcher. And the pitch is inside for ball 1. Lusk has struck out, walked and scored, and lined out to left. And the pitch, fastball strike on the outside corner. And the pitch, low for a ball. 2 balls and a strike. And ball 3 just missed low and away, and it's 3-1. Three balls and 1 strike. Here's the pitch. That's through for a strike, and we have a full count. Lusk, the cleanup hitter for Pierre. Tommy Wall with a full count. He's 1 for 5 in the doubleheader. Pitch on the way is low for ball 4.
Number 24, Joe King.
That's the first walk given up by Tommy Wall. Brings up Joe King. King has walked, fouled out the left fielder Sumption, and it's been called out on strikes. 0 for 2. Wall out of the set. He delivers, and it's high and inside. King at third base right now. In the first game, he was 1 for 4. He had a 2-run double in the first inning. So he's 1 for 6 in the doubleheader. Right-handed batter. 2 outs. Wall's pitch is low, and it's 2-0. Two balls and no strikes. And the pitch. Swinging and a foul at the plate. No, it wasn't a foul. The ball popped out of the catcher's mitt. And down to second base goes Lusk. 2 balls and 1 strike.
It's an unfortunate pass ball because that's 3 times that's happened with Todd Steve, rather 4 actually that's happened with Todd.
2-1 pitch. That's a fastball through for a strike, and stealing third base is Lusk. Two balls and 2 strikes. 21-4. Post 22 leading here. Pierre in the bottom of the 7th, batting with 1 out left and 1 strike. Pitch on the way is swung on and fouled out of play off to the right. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the set. The pitch on the way, swung on a high pop-up down the right field line again. Sorensen's over by the screen, may have a play, but can't get to it. And the count remains 2-2. Pierce had only 5 hits in the game. They had 7 hits in that first game. So again, post 22 pitching, not giving up a lot of hits, but the bases on balls have really hurt them. Swung on another foul, backing out of play.
5 total bases on balls in this game for the Hardhats. Compared to the first game, they allowed only 6.
And there was a hit batsman this game. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Struck him out a high fastball. King is down and retires the side. No runs, no hits, no errors. A man left. Final score. Post 22 wins by a score of 21-4. Mark and I will be back to wrap this one up from Hyde Stadium in Pierre on ESPN Radio and the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box in just a moment. Second game final, post 22, 21, Pierre 4, 21 runs, 14 hits, and 1 error for post 22, 4 runs, 5 hits, and 4 errors for post 8. It was a big 4th inning for post 22. They led 3-0 going into the 4th. They scored 7 times in the 4th inning. They scored 7 more times, make it 10 more times in the 7th inning. Boy, my score sheet's just a mess here with all these big innings. 10 runs in the 7th inning for post 22. An easy victory, 21-4. The starting pitcher was Will Moore, and then he was relieved by Tommy Moore. Starter and loser was for the Pier 8 team, Kyle Stover. Mark, again, you won a doubleheader. You've won 7 in a row, 14 out of 16 to start the season. But I know Coach Messer, there's a lot of things yet to work on.
There is, and you and I had talked about it, well, rather, you made the point earlier in our broadcast, I think it was in Game 1, and then we had talked about it for a brief moment. You want to see strikeouts to walks. You want to see that ratio on the opposite side of the spectrum. I think the stat you dropped coming in was 80-ish strikeouts to about 60-ish walks coming into the game, and you just can't have that as a pitching staff. And granted, it's early in the season for that to be happening, but you look at the likes of a Tommy Wall, for prime example, who went 6 strikeouts to 1 walk, came into the game with 8-2 respectively. Now he's at 14-3 on the season. So you know it can be done. There are pitchers on this staff that can throw more strikeouts than they can walk people. I look at Colt Cherbinsky, granted, 5 strikeouts to 3 walks in his relief appearance in Game 1. You'd like to see that go down a bit.
One of his was an intentional walk.
And exactly. So even then, you can't really credit that against him. That wasn't even his call. Intentional walks aren't ever the pitcher's call. It's on the manager. So he really went 5 strikeouts to 2 walks today. But you wanted to see that go down a bit, and I think Tommy Wall's given us both hope that can happen. So here's hoping that the Hardhats can run that momentum throughout the week. They've got 4 days in a row of games with Watertown, Harrisburg, Scottsbluff, 320 coming back. So there's a lot of baseball to be played this week. So get your nose to the grindstone and work on some of those things to fix. We saw much better defense in Game 2, no errors in Game 2 compared to 2 errors in Game 1. And slowly but surely, the error count's starting to go down for the Hardhats in the last couple of games. I think in the second game, we saw a little more of a normal Hardhats baseball game than we have in recent days.
Post 22 won the first game 8-4 with 8 runs, 8 hits, and 2 errors. 4 runs, 7 hits, 2 errors for Pierre. Post 22 scored a run in the 7th inning to tie the game at 4-4, and then had a 4-run top of the 8th inning to break the tie and win the game. Cooper Bowman had an RBI double, a sacrifice fly for Jack Sorensen in that 4-run inning. Eric Petrie had an RBI single, and Post 22 wins with 1 run scoring on a wild pitch. 8-4, Post 22 won the first game with Colton Sherbinski doing a great job in relief to go 6 shutout innings and pick up the win.
I want to throw out a couple of numbers here real quick before I get to my MVP. The numbers have to deal with the MVP, so I guess I'll throw out one number and then reveal who I'm going to give today's second game MVP to. We talked earlier in the first game, Tom, how I wanted to see more patience at the plate. There were 10 one-pitch outs for the Hardhats in Game 1 of the doubleheader. How about only 2 in Game 2? Everybody either at least saw 1 pitch plus and more than a pitch and either put the ball in play or forced the pitcher to strike him out. Not too many strikeouts for the Pierre pitching staff, but at least the Hardhats started putting the ball in play and let the defense retire them or what have you there. Jack Sorensen, no doubt about it, he's my Game 2 MVP. This gentleman was just on fire all day long. We gave him the honorable mention, if you will, for Game 1 because he hit the ball very well in Game 1, but in Game 2, he ended up going 3 for 5. He scored twice. He had 7 runs batted in, including his second home run of the season, which just so happened to be a grand slam. All in all, he ended up going 3 for 4 in Game 1, 3 for 5 in Game 2. So he goes 6 for 9 on the day, and he had 8 RBIs to go with it and 4 runs scored. So without a doubt, he's my Game 2 MVP.
And, of course, throughout today, we were able to talk a little bit about Dave Plouffe through our broadcasts this afternoon. Dave, who passed away yesterday, and we just want to remind you again, the church services, funeral services for Coach Plouffe will be this coming Saturday at 10 a.m. at the Calvary Lutheran Church in West Rapid City, 10 a.m. on Saturday. And the viewing will be on Friday night at Osheim Schmidt Funeral Home between 5 and 7 on Friday night.
Well, folks, that does it for today's doubleheader broadcast here on Memorial Day. Thanks so much for joining us in the state capitol. We'll be back in action Thursday night when Watertown comes out to town to take on your Post 22 Hardhats. For my partner in crime, Tom Rudabush, for our director, Destin Human, this is Mark Minetti saying so long. Enjoy the rest of your Memorial Day, and we will see you Thursday night from the Fitz.